Welcome to AudioNovel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. To access advanced chapters or support the author, visit their official page, link is in the description. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. Let's dive into the story. Chapter 41, Early Graduation. Sengoku hesitated several times but ultimately chose not to discuss his idea with Zephyr. Byakuya was a perfect fit for the upcoming mission, and no better candidate was available at Marine headquarters. However, when Sengoku considered the risks of the mission, he abandoned the idea. Dealing with Doflamingo and Kaido would be no easy task, especially with the latter. Upon reflecting on Zephyr's attitude toward Byakuya, even though their relationship was that of a teacher and student, it was evident that Zephyr treated Byakuya as if he were his son. After Zephyr's family was killed by pirates 30 years ago, he chose to step back from the front lines and retired from his position as an admiral, devoting himself to training recruits. Sengoku and Zephyr had been comrades in arms for many years, and Sengoku shared Zephyr's pain over his family's tragedy. Zephyr had become increasingly strict over the years and had taken a harsher stance against pirates, moving from his previous stance of no-kill to a zero-tolerance approach. Byakuya's arrival brought Zephyr more joy in the past month than he had experienced in years. If something were to happen to Byakuya during the mission, Sengoku couldn't imagine the blow it would deal to Zephyr. Sengoku's decision was somewhat selfish. Given the situation, he figured he could wait and see who might be available. 6 months later, two figures clashed in the air as Byakuya, covered in armament haki, landed a punch that forced Zephyr back several steps. Byakuya teased, "Teacher Zephyr, I feel like you're getting weaker." Zephyr knew Byakuya was fishing for a compliment, wanting him to acknowledge Byakuya's strength. But Zephyr didn't give in. He pounded his chest and coughed, saying, "Cough, cough. This happens when you get older. My body and haki are far from what they once were, and my strength inevitably declines." Byakuya moved closer to Zephyr. "Really? I can't imagine you growing old, teacher. I think you have more than enough strength to take up the rank of admiral again." Zephyr shot Byakuya a look. "By your logic, you're even stronger than an admiral now." Byakuya laughed. "Ha ha ha, of course. If you could get Fleet Admiral Sengoku to promote me to admiral, I wouldn't mind." "Get out of here, you punk. You think I'm going to get you promoted to admiral?" Zephyr pretended to be upset. "Why don't you say you want to be the Fleet Admiral?" "Teacher, could you even do that?" Byakuya asked without shame. Zephyr was rendered speechless. After 6 months, he understood Byakuya's personality quite well. Being shameless was just his way of being. Still, Zephyr was pleased with Byakuya's progress over the past 6 months. Since Byakuya mastered the 2 types of haki, they sparred more frequently. From the original 2 to 3 times a week, their duels increased to nearly once a day. In just 6 months, Byakuya's sparring sessions with Zephyr progressed from barely keeping up, to going toe-to-toe, and finally reaching the point where Byakuya could suppress his teacher. In that same half a year, Zephyr had witnessed Byakuya's growth firsthand and even felt that Byakuya's current strength was not far off from when Zephyr himself served as an admiral. Given Byakuya's current strength, staying in the training camp wouldn't lead to any significant improvement. Just as Zephyr brought up graduation, he asked Byakuya, "Byakuya, have you thought about graduating early?" "Graduating early? Teacher, are you going to get me an admiral position?" Byakuya responded in surprise. Zephyr's face instantly turned a shade of blue, and he gave Byakuya a hard knock on the head. "What daydream are you having? The most you can get is a rear admiral position." "Rear admiral? I'll think about it," Byakuya said with a hint of disappointment in his voice, which left Zephyr feeling exasperated. Being a rear admiral at Marine headquarters was a dream many Marines longed for, yet his student seemed to be hesitating. If word got out, who knows how many people would want to strangle Byakuya. Zephyr, however, didn't push him, saying, "All right, go back and think about it tonight, and let me know your decision in the morning." Byakuya returned to his room, which was spacious and sparsely furnished, with just a bed and a set of tables and chairs. He lay on the bed, contemplating what Zephyr had said about early graduation. Byakuya knew the fastest way to significantly increase his strength was to obtain a world source point. But the only way to gain world source in the training camp was through the monthly final evaluation. The amount he could earn was too small, and without using world energy, he could only slowly work his way up. Byakuya opened his current system panel. Host, Byakuya. Template, One Punch Man, Saitama. Fusion rate, 19%. World energy, 300. Required world energy to reach fusion rate 20%, 1000. Special skills, King Engine, Rokushiki, Armament Haki LV, 6, plus, Observation Haki LV, 5, plus. A/N, having mastered all Rokushiki there is no more progress to be made. Continuing would just be adding unnecessary filler. Haki has a maximum level of 10. In the past 6 months, Byakuya earned 1,200 points of world energy from consistently finishing first in each monthly evaluation. Byakuya had been using all these points to increase his fusion rate, which was one of the key results of his training over the past 6 months. Byakuya felt a bit tempted by the idea of early graduation since the routine life in the training camp could be somewhat monotonous. However, if he chose to graduate early, he would forfeit the 200 points of world energy he earned each month from his time in the camp. In 2.5 years, that would add up to 6,000 points of world energy. Byakuya was reluctant to give up this significant amount, which would come to him just for staying in the training camp. After all, who doesn't enjoy a free ride? Upon considering all this, Byakuya decided to ask the system, what happens to my monthly 200 world source points if I choose to graduate early? If the host chooses to graduate early, the mission will be cancelled, and there will be no world energy rewards. Just as Byakuya had suspected, graduating early would mean the mission would be nullified. While Byakuya was still pondering this, the system chimed in again. If the host chooses to graduate early, an early graduation reward will be available, granting 2,000 points of world source for each year graduated early. 2,000 points per year would amount to 5,000 points in 2.5 years. Although it's less than the 6,000 points he would earn from staying in the camp, Byakuya could potentially earn more world energy in the 2.5 years he'd gain from early graduation. Byakuya was delighted. Who knew the system could be so thoughtful? Would you like to choose to graduate early? Yes. Given his decision to graduate early, Byakuya's next concern was what rank he would be given upon graduation. In his view, his rank would likely not be below Rear Admiral, given his confidence in his abilities and in Zephyr's opinion of him. End chapter. Chapter 42, Zephyr Negotiating. The next day, upon hearing that Byakuya was going to graduate early, Zephyr felt a sense of sadness. After all, he had treated Byakuya as his son for the past 6 months, so the thought of Byakuya leaving the training camp brought a sense of loss. Nonetheless, before Byakuya's departure, Zephyr decided to personally speak to Sengoku about Byakuya's graduation, hoping to secure the best possible benefits for Byakuya upon graduation. In the office of the Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku looked at Zephyr and, adjusting his glasses, said with some sentiment, "I didn't expect you to let Byakuya graduate early. I thought you would have him stay in the training camp for at least another year." Zephyr crossed his arms and responded seriously, as the Great Pirate Era progresses, the challenges faced by the Marines continue to grow. Keeping Byakuya in the training camp given his current abilities is a waste of the Marines' strength. He should start contributing to the Marines earlier. Sengoku felt reassured by Zephyr's words and appreciated the wisdom of this elder generation of the Marines, acknowledging the importance of understanding the difficulties faced by the Marines and taking action to help. He thought, if every Marine had this level of awareness, my hair wouldn't have gone gray so quickly. But why didn't some of the other old Marines possess this level of awareness? Sengoku's mind went straight to Garp. Since 6 months ago, when Garp's plan to train his grandson to become a Marine failed once again, Garp seemed to have lost his sense. He started chasing Shanks all over the world, dragging Akiji along with him. No one could stop him, and he kept saying things like, "If I'm not going back to the East Blue, neither is Shanks." When asked about his reasons, Garp wouldn't answer. With Garp and Akiji effectively out of commission, the Marines were essentially deprived of 2 top-tier powers. If it weren't for the relative calm from the other 3 Emperor-level pirate crews, Sengoku would have died from stress. Now, Zephyr's willingness to let Byakuya graduate early was a significant positive for Sengoku. Although he wasn't sure how much Byakuya had improved in the past 6 months, based on his observations from half a year ago, Byakuya's strength was at least that of a near admiral. Having another admiral power on their side would certainly provide Sengoku with some relief. Sengoku said, Don't worry, Byakuya will get all the benefits he deserves with this early graduation. Zephyr casually responded. Well, I don't have any major demands, just assign him the rank of Marine Vice Admiral, provide him with a ship made from the world's strongest wood, tree atom, and then maybe throw in 10 obedient Marine Vice Admirals as subordinates. What? Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, his eyes nearly bursting out of their sockets. You call this no big demands? What's next? Would you like me to promote him straight to a Marine Fleet Admiral? Zephyr paid no attention to Sengoku's outraged expression and calmly replied. Fleet Admiral would be more suitable. This was something Byakuya had taught Zephyr, following Byakuya's words. People often prefer to compromise, so if you suggest something outrageous, like tearing down the roof, they'll try to find middle ground by agreeing to open a window. Zephyr found this quite reasonable, so he took Byakuya's advice to the extreme. Sengoku gritted his teeth, asking, Zephyr, are you joking with me? Not at all. Those were Byakuya's exact words. If you don't agree, he'll just stay in the training camp for another 3 years before graduating. Anyway, he's not in a rush. He can spend more time with other trainees in the camp. You wouldn't believe how much those trainees cried when they found out Byakuya was going to graduate early. They said they didn't want him to leave, it was such a moving scene. Everyone was shedding tears. Zephyr wiped his eyes theatrically, even though there were no tears, which would have made the performance more convincing. Sengoku was taken aback, he never thought Zephyr could be so shameless. Are you sure those trainees were shedding tears of sadness and not tears of relief that Byakuya was leaving? If Byakuya was really so beloved in the camp, why would the remaining 590 trainees have formed an anti-Byakuya club to resist his monthly beatdowns? Sengoku gave Zephyr a strange look. This old guy had changed. Zephyr used to be such an honest and straightforward Marine, never defying his superiors or haggling with them. Since taking Byakuya as his disciple, all Sengoku could do was sigh. Seeing Sengoku still hesitating, Zephyr added, if you're not agree, then I'll just keep Byakuya here for another 2.5 years. The trainees in the camp would be thrilled to hear that news. How could they not be excited? After being beaten for 6 months, they thought they were finally free from Byakuya's attacks. But now that Byakuya isn't leaving, and they face 2.5 more years of his beatings, they can't help but feel desperate. If Byakuya stays, they might even apply for early graduation themselves. With that, Zephyr got up and walked straight out the door without looking back, leaving without any hesitation. This was another technique Byakuya had taught Zephyr: don't give the other party any time to hesitate, show them your resolve. If Byakuya had been present, he would have been full of praise for Zephyr's performance. With this level of acting, Zephyr could have easily won several Oscars in the modern world. Zephyr's decisiveness left Sengoku with a headache. Byakuya's conditions were incredibly high, graduating from the training camp and directly becoming a Marine Vice Admiral. Such a scenario had never happened since the establishment of the Marines. But the Marines did indeed need a combat power like Byakuya. As Zephyr reached the door, considering that Byakuya's methods didn't seem to be working, Sengoku finally spoke up. Zephyr, come back and sit down. Does that mean you've agreed? Byakuya's conditions are too extreme. If I agree to them, how do you expect other seasoned Marine Vice Admirals to react? Then I'll just go, Zephyr replied. Sengoku implored, can we negotiate? The Marines really need Byakuya's combat abilities. Hearing an old friend plead with such a tone, Zephyr softened slightly. All right, what do you propose? Sengoku considered briefly. How about this, I'll grant Byakuya the rank of Marine Rear Admiral. But I promise, if Byakuya achieves some accomplishments within a year, I can promote him to Marine Vice Admiral. I can't provide a ship entirely made from tree atom wood, there just isn't enough available worldwide, but I can offer him a tree atom tree branch for the keel. He can find someone to craft the rest. Finally, Byakuya can choose 3 subordinates from Marines ranked under Vice Admiral. That's the best I can do. If that's still not enough, I guess he'll just have to stay for 2.5 more years. Sengoku's eyes welled up with tears, his voice heavy. It's tough being in the Marines. Zephyr, moved by his old friend's apparent sadness, agreed, all right, I'll go discuss this with Byakuya. Sengoku wiped away his tears. Thank you, Zephyr, for all your contributions to the Marines. Zephyr nodded gravely and left. Once Zephyr was gone, Sengoku's expression quickly turned cheerful. He muttered triumphantly. Trying to outmaneuver me. Being the Marine Fleet Admiral isn't so easy. End chapter. Chapter 43, Anti-Byakuya. Zephyr recounted his conversation with Sengoku in detail to Byakuya, and advised earnestly. The Marines are in a tough spot right now, and Sengoku has a lot on his plate. The conditions he offered aren't too bad. Why not just accept them? Byakuya looked at Zephyr, trying to persuade him, and couldn't help but admire Sengoku's skills in persuading his teacher. In Byakuya's view, the conditions he had asked for weren't even too demanding. When two individuals, Fujitora and Ryukujiu, were brought into the Marines after the Summit War, they were immediately granted positions as Marine admirals. Although the situation now is not as critical as it was during the Summit War, Byakuya was still a legitimate Marine, whose teacher was the former Admiral Zephyr. He had the strength of an admiral himself. Asking for a Marine Vice Admiral position was Byakuya being kind-hearted. Furthermore, Sengoku had cut Byakuya's other two conditions by more than half, which annoyed Byakuya. However, seeing Zephyr's earnest attempts to persuade him, Byakuya decided to give in for now. If anything, he could always stir up more trouble for Sengoku later as revenge. All right, teacher, you don't need to say any more. I'll agree to the conditions. Really? Of course it's true. You've made your case so convincingly. What else can I say? Zephyr seemed relieved. A year to rise to Marine Rear Admiral is quite fast. Oh, Sengoku said you could choose any 3 individuals at or below the rank of Vice Admiral as your subordinates. Do you have anyone in mind? Zephyr had been training students for many years, so he knew most of the high-ranking officers in the Marines, many of whom had graduated from the training camp. So, he could provide Byakuya with plenty of suitable candidates. 3 people, right? I've got them in mind. First person, Smoker. Zephyr knew Smoker well. He was a Logia-type devil fruit user who had graduated 1 term earlier than Byakuya and even finished at the top of his class. Zephyr had a good impression of Smoker's strength as he was a Logia-type user, with a solid foundation. However, Zephyr had his concerns. I know Smoker. He's got a bit of a rebellious streak. If you bring him under your command, he's likely to stir up some trouble for you, given his nature. Byakuya smiled. Don't worry, teacher. When I was in the East Blue, Smoker already said he'd follow me after I graduated. So, there won't be any trouble in bringing him over. Zephyr picked up on an important detail from Byakuya's words. Back in the East Blue, when Byakuya was just an ensign, Smoker was willing to follow him as a captain. That shows just how exceptional Byakuya might be. But Zephyr wasn't bothered by these details. After all, no matter how extraordinary Byakuya was, he was still his disciple. A brilliant disciple is always welcome. What about the other 2? The other 2, I'd like to choose from the training camp. Quake and Fergus seem like good picks. Byakuya's choices were well thought out. It made more sense to choose people he knew and trusted rather than unfamiliar lower-ranked Marine officers. He had grown accustomed to Quake and Fergus during the past 6 months of training. They were the leaders of the anti-Byakuya club in the camp, and with each monthly assessment, they would initiate attacks against Byakuya. In return, they faced harsher beatings from Byakuya each time. Ironically, these beatings led to significant improvements in their strength, comparable to the weaker Marine Rear Admirals. Hence, Byakuya decided on them. Seeing that Byakuya had thought it all through, Zephyr didn't have much more to add. If that's your decision, I'll let them know the news and they can prepare for graduation. Byakuya grinned mischievously. I'll tell them myself, they're going to be thrilled to hear it. Zephyr rolled his eyes at Byakuya's mischievous grin, thinking, even when he's about to leave, he wants to tease others. In the cadet dormitory, the leaders of the anti-Byakuya club gathered around a long table, with Quake and Fergus as the heads. You all heard the news about the Demon King's early graduation, right? Of course. It's great news. I heard Zephyr-sensei personally went to speak to Fleet Admiral Sengoku about his graduation. The group was overjoyed, discussing the departure of the Demon King, their nickname for Byakuya. The news of his early graduation kept them awake with excitement all night. With the departure of the Demon King, the dark cloud hanging over them would dissipate. Suddenly, the sky seemed bluer, the air fresher, and their aches and pains disappeared. This sense of freedom was something they had dreamed of for the past 6 months. Just as the group was rejoicing, a knock on the door interrupted their celebration. Fergus asked, "Who is it?" All the leaders of the anti-byakuya alliance were gathered here. There shouldn't be any visitors. "It's me." That voice was too familiar, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Upon hearing it, their bodies instinctively took on defensive postures. There was only one explanation for the voice that instilled physiological and psychological fear in them. It was Byakuya at the door. The group was in the middle of a meeting when the men they were discussing came knocking. As the group hesitated about whether to open the door opened on its own. Seeing Byakuya standing at the door with a warm smile, the group of a dozen leaders cowered in the corner, trembling and holding their breath. As the leaders, Quake and Fergus summoned their courage to shield everyone, their jaws clenched as Quake asked, "Byakuya, what are you doing here?" Byakuya replied nonchalantly, "Well, since I'm leaving soon, I thought I'd come say goodbye." Could Byakuya be that considerate? No one believed that. He couldn't possibly be here just to say goodbye. The group's worst fear was that he was here for one last round of beatings before his departure. With every step Byakuya took forward, they took one step back. The person closest to the wall was about to pass out from being squished. To preserve that individual's life, Byakuya didn't advance any further, instead choosing a chair to sit in. "Have you heard the news that I'm graduating early?" Although they had known about this news for a while and were ecstatic about it, now that Byakuya was here, they could only lie. "We just heard the news ourselves." "Congratulations on your early graduation, Byakuya." I'm leaving now, and I find it hard to part with you all. After all, we've been classmates for 6 months, and we have grown attached." Upon hearing that, Quake and his group could barely stop themselves from rolling their eyes. If it weren't for the half-year of hardship and suffering, they might have believed Byakuya's lie. Now they could only go along with his words, especially since he hadn't left yet and could still easily beat them up again. Fergus, bracing himself, said, "Well, we're also going to miss you." Quake put on a sad face and said, "If you leave, it will be a loss for us. For the past 6 months, it was because of you that we made such rapid progress in our strength. Yes, after you leave, we will miss you. You've helped us a lot." Listening to Quake and Fergus' sincere remarks, the dozen core members present almost shed collective tears. See what a true leader is. What does it mean to be responsible? What does it mean to be flexible? As the founders, organizers, and leaders of the anti-Byakuya club, who usually criticized Byakuya the most harshly, the two of them were able to speak such hypocritical words in front of him today. It was incredibly commendable. Byakuya raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you feel that way?" "Of course, even though we don't often say it, that's what we think. Yes, we often praise you in private, saying you're very strong and have brought a lot of honor to our training camp. Once people break their limits of shamelessness, everything seems so natural." Byakuya smirked and asked, "Would you miss me once I leave?" Quake and Fergus became increasingly adept, saying, "Of course we would. You are our role model. If it weren't for my upcoming graduation, I would have certainly followed you." Hearing this, Byakuya immediately stood up, scaring the others, and causing them to shrink back again. Quake and Fergus turned pale, trying to think of what they might have said wrong. Byakuya enthusiastically said, "I've made a decision." Quake nervously asked, "What decision?" Byakuya grinned, "Oh, nothing much. It's just that Fleet Admiral Sengoku gave me a special privilege, allowing me to freely select 3 Marine officers below the rank of Vice Admiral as my subordinates. Before, I was unsure about whom to pick. After all, there are only 3 spots, so I have to choose carefully. Now that we've talked, I've realized since you care about me so much, and I care about you too, I'll use the spots on the 2 of you. From now on, you 2 can join me on my justice adventure across the seas. How fun will that be?" "What?" Thinking about spending the rest of their lives following Byakuya, Quake and Fergus turned pale, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. Silence ensued. Byakuya marveled, "I never imagined they would faint from excitement. It seems our bond is very deep." "Right, when they wake up, tell them to report to me in 3 days. If they don't show up, you know what I'm capable of." After Byakuya left, the dozen core members looked at the unconscious Quake and Fergus with tears in their eyes. Their leaders, truly dedicated to the cause, made such a sacrifice. they will be eternally grateful. End chapter. Chapter 44, Atomic Samurai. On the day of graduation, the commissioning ceremony for Byakuya, Quake, and Fergus was held in the training camp. Normally, to graduate from the training camp, one must undergo a graduation assessment. After passing the graduation assessment, combined with the results of the monthly assessments, the final grades are used to award honors to graduating students. However, due to Byakuya's special circumstances, the assessment process was waived, and Quake and Fergus didn't need to participate either. Because it was an early graduation, Fleet Admiral Sengoku didn't personally award the commissions. Instead, it was done by Zephyr. This was also a gesture of kindness from Sengoku to Zephyr. Zephyr's greatest dream had been to personally commission his son, but tragically, his entire family perished at the hands of pirates. Now, allowing Zephyr to commission Byakuya fulfilled Zephyr's dream from many years ago. As Zephyr placed the mantle of justice of a Marine Rear Admiral on Byakuya, his eyes, usually portraying a tough image, began to moisten. "Teacher, I'm not leaving the training camp forever. Why are you being so sentimental?" Byakuya said, patting Zephyr's shoulder. "It's because of you, kid. With your attitude and recklessness, you're bound to attract enemies everywhere. You'll face hardships in the future." Zephyr replied, patting Byakuya's shoulder. Byakuya laughed, "No worries, when the time comes, you'll have my back, and together, we'll deal with the enemies." Zephyr shook his head, chuckling, "You're putting too much faith in your teacher, kid." Then Zephyr proceeded to commission Quake and Fergus. They were granted the rank of Marine Lieutenant Commander. T/N, honestly, I don't know if commission is the right word or not. Although the rank wasn't very high, it far exceeded their expectations. Even if they had stayed in the Marne training camp for the full 3 years before graduating, at most, they would have received the rank of Marine Captain. But now, after only half a year, they were being granted the rank of Lieutenant Commander, which could be considered a rapid promotion. Perhaps this was Sengoku's small consolation to comfort Byakuya for not becoming a Marine Vice Admiral. Quake and Fergus accepted their commissions from Zephyr with pale faces, feeling the gaze of nearly 600 pairs of eyes below them, watching them like martyrs. There was an indescribable sense of desolation in their hearts. 3 days later, at the Shabondei Archipelago harbor, 2 rows of Marine soldiers carrying rifles stood neatly in line at the pier, as if waiting for the arrival of someone important. Not far away, a Marine Rear Admiral warship was slowly approaching the pier. Byakuya leaned back in a lounge chair, boredly sipping juice, and asked, "Fergus, how much longer until we arrive?" Fergus respectfully replied, "Rear Admiral Byakuya, we should arrive in half an hour." Still that long? Then I'll take a nap. "Wake me up when we get there," Byakuya said, closing his eyes as if falling asleep. 3 days ago, after being promoted to Rear Admiral, Byakuya needed to guard a territory like any other Marine officer, to deter pirate activities. Typically, newly graduated Marines like Byakuya would be stationed at the main base of one of the 4 blues, such as Logetown in the East Blue, to gain experience in weaker seas before being considered for transfer to Grand Line bases. However, placing Byakuya in the 4 blues was deemed wasteful due to his exceptional strength. Therefore, Sengoku arranged for Byakuya to be stationed at the Sabaody Archipelago, closer to the Marine headquarters and convenient for meetings with Zephyr. If anything happened due to Byakuya's lack of experience, they could respond more quickly. It could be said that Sengoku's arrangement took both Zephyr and Byakuya into consideration. Byakuya also received World Source Power rewards for graduating early and being promoted to Rear Admiral. Congratulations to the host for achieving early graduation. Each half-year of early graduation earns 1,000 World Source Power, for a total of 5,000 World Source Power in 2.5 years. Congratulations to the host for becoming a lieutenant, earning 50 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Lieutenant Commander, earning 100 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Commander, earning 500 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Captain, earning 1,000 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Commodore, earning 2,000 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Rear Admiral, earning 5,000 World Source Power. Opening the system panel. Host, Byakuya. Template, One Punch Man, Saitama. Fusion rate, 19%. World Source Power, 13,950 points. To increase the fusion rate from 19% to 20%, it will cost 1,000 world source power. Special skills, King Engine, Rokushiki, Haki, Armament, LV 6, plus, Haki, Observation, LV 5, plus. This was the richest Byakuya had been since obtaining the system, but he wasn't planning to spend it all now. After leaving the training camp, he had more free time to start planning many things. The so-called night organization might finally be revealed at the right time. However, Byakuya first spent 1,000 world source power to increase the fusion rate to 20%. Following the previous pattern, every 10% increase in the fusion rate provided an opportunity to extract the special abilities of an S-class hero. What Byakuya most wanted to acquire was Tatsumaki's psychic power, which was not only very practical but also a great tool for showing off. But this was just wishful thinking, it depended on what the system would offer. As a warm stream flowed into his body, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for achieving a fusion rate of 20%, you can randomly extract the special ability of a powerful character from the One Punch Man world. In Byakuya's anticipation, the system's voice sounded again. Extraction complete, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of S-class hero Atomic Samurai, Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. Byakuya felt a slight sense of disappointment, but swordsmanship was still good enough for him. Like the Marine's 6 styles, it could be used to unleash powerful attacks using the body more effectively. Most importantly, wielding a sword was cool, which suited Byakuya's taste. Special skills, King Engine, Rokushiki, Haki, Armament, LV 6, plus, Haki, Observation, LV 5, plus, Swordsmanship LV 9, plus. While swordsmanship also had a maximum level of 10, Byakuya didn't expect to start at level 9, indicating the high level of skill Atomic Samurai had in swordsmanship. Byakuya carefully absorbed knowledge about swordsmanship in his mind, like a sponge greedily soaking up water from its surroundings. With the help of the system, Byakuya quickly gained a thorough understanding of swordsmanship and even grasped Atomic Samurai's ultimate move, the Atomic Slash. Does this make me a great swordsman? I've become one of the few great swordsmen on the high seas in one fell swoop. Byakuya shamelessly congratulated himself. This was too easy, becoming a sword master with just a nap's worth of effort. Won't that infuriate some people if I mention it? Since he was now a great swordsman, he naturally needed a katana befitting his status. End chapter, Chapter 45, Rotten Marine. Just as Byakuya was lost in thought, Fergus's voice rang out, Rear Admiral Byakuya, we've arrived at Sabaody Archipelago number 27. Byakuya sat up from his reclining chair, and Quake skillfully draped the justice cloak behind Byakuya. Let's go. I want to see what kind of chaos Sabaody Archipelago is in. According to Sengoku, Byakuya's predecessor was a rear admiral who was killed by pirates while pursuing them. And this place was less than half a day's journey from Marine headquarters. Being so close, the public killing of a rear admiral was undoubtedly a serious challenge to the Marines. Afterward, the Marines pursued the pirate crew responsible for the killing of the rear admiral, but they didn't catch up. That's why Sengoku transferred Byakuya to this place. Sabaody Archipelago is made up of 79 giant trees, each tree being its island, with the ground being the roots, and bubbles occasionally emerging from the ground. Each tree is numbered, and Byakuya is responsible for guarding islands 27, 28, and 29, known as the Lawless Zone. Byakuya immediately sensed the unusual nature of the Lawless Zone upon arrival. Looking around, various pirate ships, slave ships, merchant ships, or private vessels were docked at the port. Most of the people walking the streets were pirates and bounty hunters, with locals making up less than half. The chaos was visible to the naked eye. The arrival of the Marine Rear Admiral's ship attracted the attention of many, and many pirates quietly left to avoid this place. After all, the Marine Rear Admiral was also a senior officer in the Marines, not someone they could mess with. As Byakuya and his crew disembarked, they saw 2 rows of neatly lined up Marine soldiers, a legacy left to him by his predecessor. A bulky officer in a lieutenant commander uniform stepped forward from among the soldiers, with a 4 or 5 centimeter scar on his right cheek, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. Lacey looked at the somewhat overly confident young man in front of him and asked, "Are you Rear Admiral Byakuya?" Byakuya smiled, "Isn't my Marine Rear Admiral uniform enough to prove my identity?" Well, it does confirm your identity. Lacey saluted Byakuya and said. Lieutenant Commander Lacey, along with all the soldiers of the 7th Marine Branch of Sabaody Archipelago, greets Rear Admiral Byakuya. Greetings, Rear Admiral Byakuya. The loud shout of over 100 people echoed through the port, and even the nearby streets could hear it. Some pirates who were closer to Byakuya were shocked when they saw his appearance. Was there such a young Marine Rear Admiral? This kid looks like he just came of age, right? Some people were disdainful of this, thinking that becoming a Rear Admiral at such a young age was probably the result of having connections in the family. They estimated that Byakuya was probably just a figurehead. Arriving in a place like this, they didn't know how many days they would survive. Byakuya wasn't aware of how others viewed him, and even if he didn't care. As the saying goes, when a new official takes office, they must make a mark. Byakuya was here to do something significant and set things ablaze. Byakuya led his team back to the branch base. It was called a base, but it was similar to the base Byakuya had on Squall Island. It was roughly the size of a football field, surrounded by 20-meter-high walls, with a 3-story building in the middle for their daily affairs and rest. Entering his own dedicated office, which was spacious but simply decorated with only desks, chairs, and filing cabinets, Byakuya found a bedroom attached to it for resting when needed. Lieutenant Commander Lacey, tell me about the current situation in the base. Yes, there are still 137 soldiers in the base, with 1 officer and 5 warrant officers. Is that all? Byakuya frowned. The number of personnel was too low. Typically, a Marine base would have at least around 300 people. The number here didn't even reach half of that. Lieutenant Commander Lacey's eyes dimmed as he said. Over 200 people died with Rear Admiral Hardy at the hands of pirates, and recruitment hasn't been carried out yet, so the numbers are as they are. Curious, Byakuya asked, which pirate crew is it exactly? I heard that the headquarters once sent a Rear Admiral to chase the pirates, but they returned empty-handed. Hearing Byakuya's question, Lacey's eyes reddened instantly, and his fists clenched involuntarily, showing a desire to speak but also a fear of doing so. Byakuya immediately understood that there was a story behind this. Unexpectedly encountering such an event upon arrival, Byakuya was even more eager to know the truth. What exactly happened? Just tell me. Seeing that Lacey was still hesitant, Byakuya continued, my mentor is Chief Instructor Zephyr. If I can't handle it, I'll consider telling Zephyr about it. There was no other choice. Byakuya saw that Lacey didn't really believe in him, so he couldn't just claim to have the strength of an admiral, right? He had to bring up Chief Instructor Zephyr first. Chief Instructor Zephyr is your mentor? Lacey asked in surprise. Yes, so you can tell me without worry, Byakuya replied confidently. Hearing Byakuya's resolute words, Lacey didn't doubt their authenticity. After all, such things could be easily verified by asking around the Marine headquarters. No Marine would lie about something like this. Lacey spoke slowly. Actually, that day Colonel Hall wasn't going to chase pirates but was conducting routine patrols on the island. Not chasing pirates. Yes, that day Rear Admiral Hardy and his soldiers were patrolling the island as usual. They must have inadvertently stumbled upon a secret transaction involving one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Don Quixote family. Then they were all silenced by the Don Quixote family. How do you know it was the Don Quixote family? Because I found this at the scene where Colonel Hall was killed. Lacey took out a blood-stained cloth strip the size of half a palm from his pocket, which bore the emblem of the Don Quixote family. Unlike the symbols of other pirate crews, it was easily recognizable by a circular black smiley face with a diagonal slash from the upper right to the lower left. Lacey continued, later, the Rear Admiral dispatched by the headquarters should have also traced it back to the Don Quixote family. But because their status is recognized by the government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, to avoid unnecessary chaos, the matter was left unresolved. Speaking of this, Lacey felt extremely painful. The pirates had slaughtered over 200 Marine soldiers, yet they didn't even have the right to seek revenge. Not only that, but encountering members of the Don Quixote family on ordinary days also required avoiding them, to prevent a second conflict. This feeling of knowing who the culprit is but being powerless, only able to watch others flaunt their strength in front of you, makes one feel like life is not worth living. Byakuya sighed, Marine is rotting to the core. End chapter, Chapter 46, Pawn. For the Marines, the establishment of the Seven Warlords system was like a slap in the face from the government in front of the whole world. It meant that because the Marines had not done a good job of maintaining peace in the seas, the government would recognize 7 notorious pirates as lawful pirates, leaving the Marines helpless. They had to watch as scum who had once killed their comrades suddenly became officially recognized colleagues. Furthermore, to save face for the world government, as long as the 7 warlords didn't go too far, such as massacring countries or killing Marines in public, the Marines couldn't touch them. Just like when Rear Admiral Horty and over 200 Marines died at the hands of the Don Quixote family. The Marines knew the culprits and even tracked them down but had to let them go due to their status. Because the culprits didn't commit the crime publicly, the Marines had to help cover up their actions to avoid stirring up trouble in the seas. There couldn't be anything more humiliating. Byakuya didn't believe that Sengoku didn't know about this. But if Sengoku did know and still decided to transfer Byakuya to this position, it was indeed intriguing. Byakuya silently pondered, could this old guy be planning to use me as a pawn? Sengoku and the others were not pleased with the 7 warlord system, but since they had previously agreed to establish it, they couldn't oppose it now and risk angering the government. While other Marines harbored dissatisfaction, they were powerless because they lacked a leader to spearhead any opposition. But now, Byakuya had emerged, a Marine Rear Admiral with the strength of an admiral. If he were to have a strong conflict with the 7 warlords, or even kill them, how would the government react? Moreover, Byakuya's master, Zephyr, also held high prestige within the Marines, as 80% of the senior officers in the Marines had graduated from the training camp. If Byakuya alone wasn't enough, together with the chief instructor Zephyr and some Marines who were already dissatisfied with the 7 warlords system, such a force would make the government cautious. It seems that none of those who become fleet admirals are easy to handle. Byakuya was quite confident in his speculation. He reckoned that he was chosen by Sengoku as the best candidate to eliminate the 7 warlords system. Even though Byakuya was being used as a pawn by Sengoku, he didn't feel the slightest resentment. Instead, he thought it was quite good. Before the situation reached its boiling point, regardless of whatever outrageous actions Byakuya took, Sengoku naturally had to help cover them up. Byakuya still needed his identity as a Marine for now. Moreover, as the leader in eliminating the 7 warlord system, Byakuya's prestige within the Marines was naturally quite high. There were pros and cons to this matter, but the choice was ultimately in Byakuya's hands. Whether to feign ignorance and turn a deaf ear to this matter or to start causing trouble for the Don Quixote family and become a vanguard against the 7 warlord system, Byakuya quickly decided in his heart. Byakuya looked up at the eagerly anticipating Lacey, smiling, I'll handle this matter. I'll avenge Vice Admiral Hardy and the other 200 Marines. Really? Lacey's eyes lit up with excitement. Do you need to inform Chief Instructor Zephyr? Byakuya knew that Lacey still didn't believe that he, a Rear Admiral, had the authority to deal with the 7 warlords. However, Byakuya didn't defend himself. Instead, he explained, I'll report to Master Zephyr once I've thoroughly investigated this matter, so you can rest assured. Lacey trusted Byakuya's words without doubt, bowing to him and saying, on behalf of Vice Admiral Hardy, thank you. The next day, a Marine Rear Admiral's warship once again arrived at Island 27 of the Sabaody archipelago. Although no Marines were welcoming them at the pier this time, it still caught the attention of many pirates. Marine Rear Admirals weren't exactly common. In the first half of the Grand Line, only relatively important islands would have Marine Rear Admirals stationed. It was indeed unusual for 2 Marine Rear Admirals to appear at this place in 2 days. Rear Admiral Byakuya around. Smoker, cigar in mouth, looked solemnly at the nearby Marine base, his eyes filled with experience. Yes, I didn't expect Byakuya to graduate so quickly. There was a hint of melancholy in Tashiji's tone. How could this happen so fast? 6 months ago, Byakuya entered the training camp. Garp indeed transferred Smoker from Logetown to the Grand Line half a year ago, putting him in charge of a relatively important island. In this half year, Smoker had dealt with many pirates, rising from captain to rear admiral. Even on the open sea, Smoker had gained a reputation as the White Hunter. Many pirates would go out of their way to avoid him, fearing his pursuit. But just a week ago, he received a call saying that Byakuya had graduated and used his privilege to select him. After hanging up the phone, Smoker didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Following Byakuya was his own choice, and he didn't regret it. But was this happening too quickly? He had only been free for half a year, and now he was about to be tormented by Byakuya again. Let's go. If we're late, it'll be even worse. Smoker took a deep breath, feeling like he was walking to his execution, and stepped off the ship. Tashigi also held Shigeru tightly in her arms, bowed her head, and followed Smoker off the ship. The pirates around, seeing the newcomers, were immediately terrified. Some pirates muttered curses under their breath. Damn, why is it the White Hunter? You mean he's Smoker, the rear admiral with the smoke fruit ability? Who else could it be? Why would he come here? Pirates from different crews had various expressions. Some pirates looked at Tashigi behind Smoker with lustful eyes, saying greedily, that girl behind Smoker looks pretty good. A pirate nearby shot back coldly, that woman is a swordswoman. She's probably killed more pirates than you've ever seen. If you're itching for a fight, you can try your luck. Let's see if her sword is harder or your neck. The pirate who was eyeing Tashigi felt a chill down his spine as if a blade were pressed against his neck. A young Marine Rear Admiral came a few days ago, and now even Smoker the White Hunter is here. Looks like trouble's brewing in the Sabaody archipelago. Some of the more cautious pirates had already begun preparing to leave Sabaody. However, those pirates who felt confident in their strength were fearless. After all, in the Lawless zone, there were no restrictions, and even the Marines dared not openly arrest pirates there. This had been an unwritten rule for many years. As long as this rule remained unchanged, they didn't care about anything else. End chapter. Chapter 47, Planning for money. In Byakuya's office, when he saw Smoker and Tashigi, there was an unspoken joy in his eyes. Not for any particular reason, but simply because he now had two more people who could steadily provide world source power. Even if it only averaged 1 or 2 points a day, that was enough for Byakuya. It was better than nothing. Lacey, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised to see Byakuya and Smoker together. He didn't expect that despite both being rear admirals, Smoker would be transferred here and become Byakuya's subordinate. Lacey had heard of Smoker's reputation, especially since he was a Logia-type devil fruit user. Such a person was well known throughout the Marinus. Yet here he was, serving under Rear Admiral Byakuya. It seemed that Chief Instructor Zephyr really favored his student, Byakuya. Yes, Lacey still believed that Byakuya's rise to Rear Admiral was largely due to Zephyr's influence. Meanwhile, Quake and Fergus, after witnessing how Byakuya treated Smoker, felt grateful for Byakuya's leniency toward them. In the training camp, they were only beaten once a month. But Smoker and Tashigi, Byakuya would thrash them from dawn till the next dawn if he could. This comparison made them appreciate Byakuya more than ever. Of the 3 conditions Sengoku had promised Byakuya, 2 had already been fulfilled. Fergus, when will the atom tree branch that can become the ship's keel arrive? That old guy Sengoku won't renege, will he? After realizing that Sengoku had used him, Byakuya's attitude towards him became increasingly casual. At these words, everyone instinctively wiped away cold sweat. In the Marine, only Byakuya and Garp would dare to speak like that. Fergus replied, I inquired, and it should arrive in a week. Although the Marine Rear Admiral's warship was decent and had sea stone on its bottom to avoid Sea King's attacks, it still wasn't as good as a ship built with the atom tree branch combined with sea stone. If they were going to build a ship, they might as well make the best one. A week more. Byakuya pondered. Lacey, how much money do we have left in our branch's funds? Lacey, well versed in the branch's administrative affairs, answered without hesitation. Only 3 million belly left. 3 million belly? How come there's so little left? A naval branch base having only 3 million belly was less than the bounty of some slightly prominent pirates in the East Blue. Lacey explained, we originally had over 80 million belly, but after that incident, almost all of it was used as compensation. Everyone immediately understood why there was so little money left. Didn't the higher-ups allocate more funds to you? Byakuya asked. They were supposed to, but the exact amount hasn't been decided, and we don't know when the money will arrive. The branch was severely lacking funds. Byakuya needed money to build ships and buy famous swords, but the base only had 3 million belly, which was far from enough. He had less than 5 million belly left in his system space, and with naval salaries being disbursed only once a year, and 4 months to go until the year's end, waiting for the salary was not feasible. T/N, once a year. If I got salaries once a year, I quit immediately. If Byakuya weren't wearing his rear admiral uniform, he might have considered going out to rob a few people. No wonder so many people turned to piracy. Earning money through legitimate means was just too slow. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Byakuya's mind. Yes, I'm in the Marine, I can charge reasonable fees. The 3 islands under Byakuya's jurisdiction were lawless zones, and none of the inhabitants were clean. According to Byakuya, even if you killed everyone on the islands, the chances of mistakenly killing an innocent person would be less than 1%. Lacey, inform all the businesses on these 3 islands that they must pay me 10% of their monthly profits, Byakuya ordered. What? Lacey was stunned. Isn't that just protection money? Byakuya smiled and admitted, yes, it's protection money. Tell them that every transaction needs to be recorded with the time, place, person, and amount. If they underreport their earnings, their entire business will be confiscated. Lacey, still in shock, said, But there's never been such a rule. Byakuya replied nonchalantly, that was before I came. Now that I'm here, the rules will change. The reason this area was allowed to become lawless in the past was mainly because its power structure was complex. With the 4 emperors, Shichibukai, underground forces, and even members of the world government involved. Any action here would be very troublesome. Moreover, the Sabaody archipelago is a crucial entry point for pirates entering the New World. Every day, a large number of pirates come here, making it impossible to completely clear them out. The Yonko of the New World wouldn't allow the Marine to block this entrance entirely, as they need a constant influx of fresh blood. The Marine observes that many pirate supernovas die at the hands of the Yonko after entering the New World. Why bother stopping them when you can just let the pirates tear each other apart? This mutual compromise and tacit understanding among all parties have led to the current lawless state. Rear Admiral Byakuya, if we really do this, what if those merchants move to other islands? Fergus raised a practical concern. These people aren't fools, they all have 2 legs. If they can't stay in one place, they'll just move to another. After all, there are 29 islands in the lawless area of the Sabaody archipelago. Business is business, no matter where it's conducted. You've reminded me, Byakuya said, pulling out a den mushi from the drawer and calling Sengoku right in front of everyone. The den mushi slightly transformed, mimicking Sengoku's appearance with round glasses and a goatee. The imitation was spot on. Everyone watched in astonishment as Byakuya casually tugged on the den mushi's simulated goatee. This was the fleet admiral of the Marine. Byakuya, what's the matter? Sengoku asked. Byakuya got straight to the point, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I want to manage Islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody. Either transfer the current personnel elsewhere or make them my subordinates. You choose one of these options. Standing nearby, Smoker and the others were shocked by Byakuya's casual demeanor and straightforward words. Is this really how you talk to your superior? It sounded more like he was giving orders to his subordinates. End chapter. Chapter 48, New Marine Regulations. The den mushi mimicked Sengoku's slightly awkward expression. From Byakuya's tone, Sengoku could guess that Byakuya had figured out he had been used as a pawn. Ahem. Byakuya, I am still the Fleet Admiral, your superior, and your mentor Zephyr has been my old comrade for decades. Is this really how you talk to me? Byakuya chuckled, should I call my mentor and tell him how his old comrade treated his only disciple? Sengoku felt a headache coming on. This kid was tough to handle, not responding to either threats or kindness. Besides, Sengoku knew he was in the wrong. Fine, you're Zephyr's disciple, which makes you half my disciple. It's only right to look out for you. Let's not bother your mentor over such a small matter. What do you want? Byakuya's tone was downright rude as he said, either give me 10 billion berries for military expenses or give me control over Islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody. Byakuya had every right to be rude, and Sengoku knew it, which was why he had chosen to use Byakuya in the first place. Byakuya knew it too, which gave him the confidence to speak to Sengoku this way. Now, Byakuya was just asking for a little compensation for his trouble. The den mushi showed a shocked expression. Why don't you just rob a bank for 10 billion berries? If I weren't wearing this marine uniform, I might consider it. Sengoku knew Byakuya's strength. If he wanted to go rogue, the 4 emperors could very well become the 5 emperors. With a sigh, Sengoku relented. All right then, you can have control over islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody. There are 7 branch bases, I'll notify them to follow your orders. Seeing his objective achieved, Byakuya's tone immediately turned respectful. Thank you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I will manage islands 1 to 29 well and ensure you have no worries. Sengoku was taken aback by Byakuya's quick change in attitude. After a brief silence, Sengoku warned, be careful not to overdo it and watch your back. Don't worry, I've got this. After hanging up, Byakuya smugly said, see. Such a simple matter, solved with a phone call. Smoker and the others remained silent. For Byakuya, this was simple. If any other rear admiral had spoken to Sengoku like that, they would have been demoted at best, or locked up and impelled down at worst. Since islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody are now under our control, we'll stick to the original plan but add a few more details, Byakuya said, ready to take on a big challenge. The next morning, all of Sabaody archipelago was in an uproar. Marine soldiers stood guard at the docks, streets, and intersections. New marine regulations were posted everywhere. The regulations read: 1. Entry fee. Everyone arriving on the island must pay an entry fee of 100,000 berries per person, due monthly. Trespassers will be executed. 2. Docking fee. Ships docked at the port must pay a docking fee of 1 million berries per ship, due monthly. Trespassers will be executed. 3. Prohibition of private fights. Private fights are prohibited on the island. If a fight is necessary, arenas are available at the center of each island for a fee of 1 million berries. Private fighters will be executed. 4. Merchant tax. All merchants must pay a monthly tax of 10% of their profits. Each transaction must be recorded with the time, place, buyer, and amount. Inaccurate records will result in execution and the confiscation of the entire store. 6. Regulation of illicit trades. Transactions involving weapons, drugs, or slaves must be reported to the Marine to be protected. Unreported transactions will not be protected by the Marine, and if discovered, all goods will be confiscated and the perpetrators executed. The overarching themes of these regulations were money and death. People who saw the new rules declared that this wasn't just a crackdown, it was a predatory extortion. The Lawless area was known for its lack of rules, but now, someone was trying to enforce regulations, something unprecedented in decades. Even Byakuya's own marine soldiers were skeptical about his actions, but as these were orders from a superior, they had no choice but to comply. Soldiers distributed the new regulations on the streets, but many people refused to take them. Some even tore the flyers to shreds and threw them back in the soldiers' faces. For a moment, the chaotic Lawless area seemed to unite against a common enemy. I've been to the Lawless zone many times and I've never seen such ridiculous regulations, one pirate captain raged. Has the Marine gone mad for money? Do they even know why this place is called the Lawless zone? Another complained. Pay fees. I'll pay nothing. Who's with me to raid the Marine base on this island? Such sentiments spread like wildfire across Sabaody. The news quickly reached Sengoku. After carefully reviewing Byakuya's regulations, Sengoku did not find them excessive, in fact, he thought they were quite reasonable. In troubled times, strict measures are necessary. In a lawless zone like this, only the threat of death can enforce obedience. However, implementing such regulations will likely face significant resistance from various factions. It's uncertain if Byakuya can withstand the pressure. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom. In a mansion within the kingdom, Doflamingo, clad in his signature pink feathered coat, sat at the highest seat, surrounded by the executives of the Don Quixote family. He held the new regulations issued by Byakuya in the Sabaody archipelago. After reading the 5 rules, Doflamingo let out his eerie laugh. Fa-fa-few-few, it seems the marine officer who issued these regulations has quite a bloodthirsty nature. Torbil, seated in the front row, remarked, Young master, if these regulations are actually enforced in Sabaody archipelago, it could significantly impact our business. Diamante, fiddling with his sword, said nonchalantly, I hear the one who issued the regulations is just a marine rear admiral. Why don't we just quietly get rid of him? Even if the marine finds out it was us, they can't do anything about it. Doflamingo shook his head, disagreeing with Diamante's suggestion. We can't act rashly. This Byakuya is said to be Zephyr's disciple and is not to be underestimated. If we do decide to take action, we must ensure the Marine can't trace it back to us. Doflamingo wasn't afraid of Zephyr, nor, to an extent, the Marine itself. However, with their dealings with the beast pirates becoming more stable, any rash action that attracted the Marine's attention and disrupted their business could provoke Kaido, who would not hesitate to kill him. Chapter 49, Sword Shopping. Sir Byakuya, what are we going out to do today? Tashigi hugged Shigeru tightly, keeping her head down as she followed behind Byakuya. Byakuya wasn't wearing his usual Marine uniform. Instead, he had donned more casual attire. Without looking back, he replied, "Didn't I tell you? Today, we're going out to buy a famous sword. There might be many swordsmen and great swordsmen on the sea, but when it comes to knowledge about famous swords, none of them can compare to Tashigi. After all, Tashigi's dream is to one day collect all the famous swords from the hands of evil people. How could she not know enough about famous swords? That's why Byakuya called Tashigi out, intending to let her help choose one." Hearing that they were going to buy a famous sword, Tashigi immediately became interested and excitedly moved closer to Byakuya. "A famous sword? Are you planning to buy it for me, Sir Byakuya?" she asked. "Oh, I'm so touched. You're so kind to me, Sir Byakuya." "Ah." Seeing Tashigi's excited expression, Byakuya was momentarily at a loss for whether he should tell the truth. But it was normal for Tashigi to think this way. After all, since they met, Byakuya had rarely used a sword. In Tashigi's eyes, she was the only one in Byakuya's crew who used a sword. Now that he had called her out to buy a sword, who else could it be for if not her? Realizing the sword was for herself, Tashigi began to resent Byakuya for walking too slowly and became even more eager and proactive. With such enthusiasm, Byakuya felt that if he didn't buy her a famous sword, he wouldn't be able to live with his conscience. After visiting several weapon shops, although they found some decent swords, none met the standards of a fine sword. They visited several islands, yet they didn't come across a single fine sword, let alone a great one. This made it clear that Zoro truly deserved his protagonist status. He managed to buy 2 fine swords from a small weapon shop in Logetown and later obtained Shusue and Enma. While Byakuya knew that the great sword, Shusue, was in the hands of Gecko Moria, he didn't have the energy to retrieve it right now. At the very least, he needed to thoroughly enforce the rules of the Sabaody archipelago before he could leave with peace of mind. If the rules he established were easily broken, where would his authority be? To put it bluntly, with the current strength of Smoker and others, they couldn't maintain order. Byakuya's presence was the real guarantee for enforcing the rules. It wasn't until dusk that the two of them found a fine sword in a weapon shop. "Sir Byakuya, look. This sword should be one of the 50 skillful grade swords, the Kazemune." Tashigi handed Kazemune to Byakuya like a treasured offering. The blade was about 90 centimeters long, extremely sharp, with a long, curved edge covered in pale blue patterns. Although Byakuya didn't know much about swords before, after accepting the knowledge of swordsmanship from Atomic Samurai, he could tell that this Kazemune was quite good. Even though it wasn't a great sword, it wasn't far behind. As the two were examining the sword, the shop owner nearby spoke in a hostile tone. "Hey, little girl, this is the treasure of my shop. If you're not buying, don't touch it." Tashigi adjusted her glasses and replied firmly, "Who said we aren't buying? Boss, how much for this sword?" Hearing that they intended to buy it, the owner's attitude immediately softened, and he smiled. This Kazemune is not only one of the 50 skillful grade swords but also a family heirloom. So. Before he could finish, Byakuya interrupted, "Just name your price." The owner, seeing how much Tashigi liked the sword, decided to hike up the price. With a gleam in his eye and a sleazy smile, he rubbed his hands together and said, 8 million berries. Tashigi exclaimed in shock, 8 million berries? That's way too high. Byakuya frowned upon hearing the price. Typically, a 50 skillful grade sword costs around 2 to 3 million berries. At most, it might be 5 million berries, but not more than that. A great grade sword from the 21 Owazamano costs around 10 to 20 million berries. Although a devil fruit can sell for 100 million berries, that's because a devil fruit can dramatically increase an ordinary person's strength. On the other hand, a famous sword in the hands of an ordinary person is merely a sharp kitchen knife, offering negligible improvement in strength. This is why famous swords generally aren't very expensive on the sea. The shop owner was trying to scam them, having noticed how much Toshiji liked the sword, so he jacked up the price. It's not too high. This is a family heirloom, and there are only 50 of these on the sea. Finding one is incredibly rare, the owner explained with a smile. But, the price. Toshiji, although deeply enamored with Kazemune, knew about Byakuyas and the base's financial situation. 8 million berries was out of the question, and even 3 million would be a stretch. While kind-hearted Toshiji was still fretting over the money, villainous Byakuya had already started noting the shop's name and location. Though he considered just taking the sword by force, he dismissed the idea. There was no need for that because he intended to make Sabaody Archipelago a place governed by rules, even if those rules were set by him. But he still needed to respect his own rules, at least a little. Besides, forcefully taking something was quite low. Instead, he could just send the Marines over, accuse the owner of illegal arms dealing without reporting to the Marines, arrest him, and confiscate the entire shop. This way, not only would he save the money for the sword, but it would also serve as a warning to other shopkeepers about the consequences of breaking the rules, a win-win situation. As Byakuya was pondering this, the shop owner's shifty eyes suddenly fixed on the sword in Toshiji's arms. It wasn't because of any inappropriate thoughts, he had noticed that she was holding Shigure, one of the great swords. The owner's mind began to race as he looked at the young man and woman in front of him. They seemed harmless, dressed like ordinary people, and their reaction to the 8 million berries price tag suggested they weren't powerful figures. The prospect of 100% profit was enough to tempt anyone, especially with such a risk-free business. The owner grinned and said, "If you want it, I can give you a discount." Toshiji, being a naive girl, was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really? You're such a kind person." While they were talking, Byakuya had already sensed something was wrong. With a loud bang, the door behind them had closed. End chapter. Chapter 50, Free Sword. The shop instantly plunged into darkness, with only 2 flickering candle flames providing a faint glow, casting an eerie atmosphere. Although Byakuya had never experienced such a situation before, he had read enough novels and watched enough TV dramas to understand what the shopkeeper intended. In a lawless place, it was no surprise that the shopkeeper was not a decent person. But then again, who would run a business in a lawless area if they were? However, the naive Toshiji still hadn't realized the danger. Hugging the Kazemune katana, she laughed. "Hee, boss, how much of a discount are you offering? If it's a good deal, we'll buy it." Byakuya almost laughed out loud. In all his years as a Marine, he had never seen such a clueless girl. Even the shopkeeper was amused by Toshiji's naive question. Is this girl an idiot? Although it might not sound good to bully an idiot, making money is nothing to be ashamed of. The shopkeeper, smiling, said, "How about I give it to you for free?" As they talked, the shopkeeper drew a long sword from under the counter. 4 burly men emerged from the back room, armed and menacing, surrounding Byakuya and Toshiji. Even someone as dense as Toshiji should have realized the situation by now. She asked blankly, "Are you trying to rob us?" The shopkeeper raised his sword menacingly and said greedily, "Hand over the Shigure in your arms, or you won't leave this shop alive." Instead of being worried, Toshiji was delighted. She grabbed Byakuya's arm, jumping up and down excitedly. "Sir Byakuya, he wants to rob us. That means we can arrest them and confiscate all these weapons without having to pay. We don't have the money to buy them anyway." Indeed, not a single decent person was in the room. Even the seemingly naive Toshiji was quite devious. "Sigh, what a bunch of disgraceful Marines," Byakuya remarked. "I hope my soldiers won't become pirates in Marine uniforms in the future. I just raised a flag, am I?" The shopkeeper was stunned. What was going on? They were surrounded by 5 armed men, yet they seemed excited. At this point, the shopkeeper decided not to care about their identities and shouted, "Attack!" Regardless of who they were, he planned to kill them first and ask questions later. With Toshiji there, Byakuya felt no need to intervene. If the boss handled everything himself, what was the point of having subordinates? Toshiji shifted into serious mode, her previous naivety gone, and exuded the aura of a true swordsman. Drawing Shigure, she flashed a cold gleam and instantly took down the 4 burly men. Crack! The shopkeeper's sword broke in two, and Shigeru's thin blade rested against his neck. "Sir Byakuya, should I kill this guy?" The shopkeeper fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing and begging. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can give you everything in the shop. I also have 20 million berries hidden elsewhere. If you spare me, I'll tell you where it is," the shopkeeper pleaded desperately. He never expected that this seemingly naive girl would be so powerful. Byakuya considered for a moment and said, "We won't kill you for now. Have Smoker come over to shut down this shop, arrest the owner, and confiscate everything." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The shopkeeper was ecstatic, thinking he had narrowly escaped death. If only he knew Byakuya's true intentions, he might have preferred to die on the spot. By the time Byakuya and Tashigi headed back to the base, it was already midnight. Despite the late hour, Tashigi showed no signs of fatigue, clutching Kazemune with great fondness. Byakuya coughed and said, "Hand it over." "Huh? Hand what over?" Tashigi instinctively hugged Shigeru and Kazemune tighter. To her, nothing was more important than these two famous swords. Seeing her defensive posture, Byakuya lightly knocked her on the head. "Ouch. That hurts." Tashigi rubbed her head with one hand while clutching the swords with the other, pouting like a hamster. She looked at Byakuya with such a pitiful expression, as if about to cry if he said another word. Byakuya sighed, "Give me Kazemune. I'll borrow it for now. When I find a better sword, I'll return Kazemune to you." Seeing Tashigi about to protest, Byakuya raised an eyebrow. "If you don't lend it to me, I'll double your daily training and include my personal, special training. You decide." Byakuya's special training was notorious among the soldiers. It mostly involved them getting beaten up, which he claimed was to improve their resilience and help them train their haki. The mere mention of it made Smoker and the others uneasy. However, there was some truth to the claim that enduring beatings could enhance one's haki. Reluctantly, Tashigi handed over Kazemune, her expression as if Byakuya had taken her child away. This made Byakuya feel a twinge of guilt, but he quickly reminded himself that he wasn't exactly a good person and dismissed the feeling. He took Kazemune and fastened it to his waist, and his demeanor instantly transformed. If he had previously resembled a brute gentleman, now he looked like a seasoned swordsman wandering the seas. As they walked, Byakuya occasionally heard Tashigi muttering, "He doesn't even know how to use a sword, yet he's wearing a famous one just for show. What a waste." She glanced at Kazemune several times and then remarked, "But, with a sword, Sir Byakuya looks much cooler." Byakuya smiled silently. Ah, women. The next morning, Byakuya inquired of Fergus, "How did it go? Did you find where the weapon shop owner hid the money?" Ferguson, who often acted like a steward under Byakuya, replied, "Yes, he confessed as soon as he arrived yesterday. The soldiers we sent out have already found it. All the items from that weapon shop have been placed in the armory as well." Fergus fit the role well as my adjutant because Smoker and Quake disliked thinking too much, Tashigi often got confused, and Lacey was too weak. This left Fergus as the most suitable for the task. "Oh, by the way, Rear Admiral Byakuya, now that we've found the money, should we release the shop owner?" Fergus asked. Byakuya laughed, "Release him? That's out of the question. We're just not killing him for now." End chapter 51, To the Auction. After Fergus finished his report, he remained standing there. Byakuya asked, "Is there something else you need to say?" Fergus hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Rear Admiral Byakuya, there's an auction at Doflamingo's auction house today. They're selling items like devil fruits and slaves." "They didn't notify us." "No." "All right, I understand. You can go and attend to other matters now," Byakuya said. Fergus gave Byakuya a puzzled look but didn't say anything further and left the office. Fergus never quite understood. Byakuya had issued 5 rules, aiming to transform this lawless area into one governed by the Marine. Yet, these past days, Byakuya seemed to turn a blind eye to those violating the rules, acting as if nothing had changed since the rules were set. Some brazen pirates even attacked patrolling soldiers. If not for the fact that these pirates knew the Marine headquarters was just half a day's journey away, preventing them from killing, the casualties among the soldiers would have been in double digits. Yet Byakuya still showed no reaction. He merely recalled all patrolling soldiers and acted as if the incident had never happened. This led many in the Lawless area to openly mock the Marines, claiming their rules were worthless. Pirates injuring Marine soldiers without any retaliation made it laughable to think the Marines could change the rules of the Lawless area. Even many soldiers began to complain about Byakuya's regulations, believing that if not for his rules, the pirates wouldn't have reacted so strongly against the Marines. Some mid-level officers thought Byakuya was too young and idealistic, failing to consider the consequences. They planned to propose that Byakuya revoke the 5 rules and restore the archipelago to its previous state. The more extreme ones even considered suggesting to Marine headquarters that someone else should be appointed to manage the Sabaody archipelago. Fergus believed Byakuya was aware of these issues, yet he showed no reaction, allowing things to unfold as they might. If Fergus hadn't worked with Byakuya for 6 months and witnessed his ruthless methods, he might have been just as perplexed. It was likely that Fergus's thoughts mirrored those of the other soldiers. If things continued this way, Byakuya and the Marine in Sabaody would become laughingstocks. Despite this, Fergus still believed that Byakuya had his reasons for acting as he did, so he refrained from bringing up these matters directly to him. Byakuya watched Fergus leave without saying much. He knew exactly what Fergus was thinking and was well aware of the rumors spreading outside. All of this was part of his deliberate plan. Byakuya didn't want to waste time dealing with these individuals on the Sabaody archipelago. He aimed to resolve the situation once and for all without leaving any loose ends. The best approach was to let the situation escalate, allowing those who believed the Marines were powerless to control them to act out more brazenly. When enough troublemakers emerged, Byakuya would round them all up in one fell swoop. The more they enjoyed their freedom now, the more they'd suffer later. This method is commonly known as fishing enforcement. However, simply waiting wasn't Byakuya's style. Upon hearing about Doflamingo's auction, he knew exactly what he needed to do today. He had promised Lacey to avenge Captain Hall and the other soldiers. Today, he would collect some interest at the auction house. Smoker, get ready. I'm taking you out to see the world today. Byakuya and Smoker had no intention of being discreet as they headed to the auction. Both donned their Rear Admiral uniforms from the Marine headquarters, complete with pristine justice capes, making them highly conspicuous. They strutted down the street, practically begging to be noticed. Unfortunately, instead of fear or panic, they were met with disdainful and hateful glares. It seemed that if these two weren't Marine Rear Admirals, people would have no qualms about leaving dirty footprints on their immaculate uniforms. Even Smoker, with his usual thick skin, felt an unusual sense of embarrassment and irritation, wanting nothing more than to beat down everyone who looked at them with such contempt. Yet, he couldn't help but admire Byakuya's composure, who appeared completely unfazed by the hostile stares. Smoker had to respect Byakuya's resolve. At just 18, Byakuya not only possessed immense strength but also remarkable patience. Truly, he was a man worth following. As Smoker was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly noticed Byakuya pulling out a transponder snail and starting to film the surrounding people and shops, muttering to himself as he did. "This guy over here insulted me. You're done for." The shopkeeper over there looked at me with disdain. "Your store is finished." Hearing Byakuya muttering to himself, Smoker almost fell to his knees in disbelief. What kind of play was this? You sure know how to hold a grudge. The respect Smoker had just felt for Byakuya was promptly plummeted to zero. The two continued walking until they reached the auction house. Only then did Byakuya reluctantly put away the transponder snail. "I only noted down 187 people today. Too few." To Byakuya, remembering someone meant another opportunity to make money. There's no such thing as too much money. "Smoker, will come out here every day. I want to see how many people on Sabaody are worth killing." Smoker thought to himself, "This is the ruthless killer I remember." No matter how shameless he could be, when it came to killing, he didn't hold back. As they approached the auction entrance, they were stopped by two security guards. The guard on the left raised his chin arrogantly. "Please show your invitation. Guests without invitations are not allowed inside." It was as if the two Marine Rear Admirals, Byakuya and Smoker, were less significant than the doorman. Smoker, clearly irritated, said, "Are those eyes just for show? Can't you see we're Marine Rear Admirals?" Despite Smoker's threat, the guard remained unfazed, responding coldly. "No invitation, no entry." That's the auction house's rule. Just as Smoker was about to lose his temper, a woman's light laugh rang out from the side. Byakuya and Smoker turned to see a couple standing nearby. The man, with a pale face and deep-set eyes, wore a sharp suit, looking quite the dandy. The woman, in a backless dress and heavily made up, drew many looks from passers-by. End chapter. Chapter 52, Ruthless, my dear, the Marine sure speaks roughly. They're nothing compared to you. The seductive woman clung to the man's arm, pouting sweetly. Harris, holding her close, let his hand roam over her body without any concern, leering as he replied. Of course. The Marine is just a bunch of brutes. Only Fleet Admiral Sengoku is somewhat decent. Harris made no effort to lower his voice, so Byakuya and Smoker heard every word. Smoker's anger flared instantly. He'd been looked down upon the entire way here, then stopped by the guards at the auction house, and now these two were insulting the Marine right to his face, even belittling Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Unable to restrain himself, Smoker's arms turned into smoke as he prepared to grab Harris. But before he could act, two ghostly figures appeared in front of Harris. One spoke in a raspy voice, "We're all colleagues here. No need to use devil fruit abilities over a slip of the tongue, right?" Smoker, who had been in the Marine for nearly a decade, recognized the newcomers' white suits and silver masks and their use of the Marine Six Powers technique, deducing their identity. These were agents of the world government's secret intelligence agency, which meant Harris's identity was significant. Byakuya said coldly. A slip of the tongue doesn't mean there shouldn't be consequences. And you are Rear Admiral Byakuya of Marine Headquarters. Byakuya. The agent seemed to recall something. As members of a cipher poll, they had to remember extensive dossiers on numerous figures, both enemies and allies. 6 months ago, they had reviewed Byakuya's file, a favorite student of Zephyr, who had once taken on 600 trainees single-handedly. His strength was estimated to be between that of a vice admiral and a rear admiral. The latest update noted his appointment as a rear admiral, overseeing Sabaody Archipelago's islands 1 to 29, with an estimated minimum strength of a rear admiral. Realizing they were dealing with a formidable opponent, the agent's expression turned anxious beneath his mask. He quickly explained, "This is Harris, the son of Finance Minister Vils. We're all on the same side under the world government." Byakuya's voice cut in icily, "An arm, and I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Harris, apologize to Byakuya, the agent urged. Harris exploded in anger, pointing at Byakuya. "Marlowe, you want me to apologize to a mere rear admiral?" "An arm and a leg," Byakuya responded, his tone even colder. Marlowe, now truly panicked, shouted, "Apologize." He couldn't risk Byakuya making a move. If Byakuya did, they might not leave here alive. Harris, stunned by Marlowe's urgency, had never seen him so desperate. Though a dissolute son, Harris wasn't a fool. Seeing Marlowe's adamant attitude, forcing him to apologize, he realized that the rear admiral before him was not someone he could afford to offend. Swallowing his pride, he bent over and apologized, "I'm sorry, Rear Admiral Byakuya. I misspoke earlier." Before Harris could straighten up, there was a flash of a blade. Suddenly, his right arm went numb, followed by a surge of intense pain crashing into his brain like a tidal wave. The speed of the strike was so swift that Marlowe and his companion couldn't react in time. Blood spurted from Harris's severed arm, splattering all over his female companion's face. The woman, never having witnessed such a scene, screamed and promptly fainted. Harris, clutching his stump, writhed on the ground, screaming, "My arm! My arm!" Marlowe, stunned that Byakuya had still acted despite Harris's apology, couldn't hold back his anger. "Rear Admiral Byakuya, young Master Harris already apologized." Byakuya nonchalantly cleaned his ear with his pinky finger. "I already said that he need to pay. Now, your tone also annoys me. You can try speaking again. See if my next strike lands on you or Harris." Hearing this, Marlowe fell silent immediately. Without another word, he and his companion picked up Harris's severed arm, supported the wailing Harris, and left. As for the unconscious woman on the ground, they acted as if they hadn't seen her. This was the lawless land of the Sabaody Archipelago. No one here was a saint. Without Harris's protection, the woman's fate was all but sealed. Byakuya turned to the two guards at the auction house entrance. Are you still not letting us in? The guards, having witnessed Byakuya's ruthless display, dared not refuse. Yet, simply letting Byakuya and Smoker in without an invitation could bring trouble upon them later. As the guards hesitated, a short, slightly plump man dressed in luxurious attire emerged from the auction house. The guards, recognizing him, sighed in relief and quickly approached. Master Boyle, these two Marine officers want to enter, but they don't have an invitation. Boyle ignored the guards and walked straight to Byakuya, bowing respectfully. Rear Admiral Byakuya, Captain Smoker, my apologies for the inconvenience. We were supposed to send you both an invitation, but due to our busy schedule, it slipped our minds. Please forgive us, Boyle said, bowing with respect. Really? Just an oversight. My subordinates informed me that you're auctioning off slaves without notifying the Marine. Was that also an oversight? Byakuya replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Boyle's attitude was respectful, but unfortunately for him, it had no effect on Byakuya, who was determined to cause trouble today. Boyle, sensing Byakuya's hostile intent, kept his smile and whispered, Rear Admiral Byakuya, I've heard that Saint Estercock will be attending this auction. Saint Estercock? A celestial dragon. Byakuya hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. He had once considered killing a celestial dragon to make a name for himself and gain significant influence. However, his current role in the Marine was still useful to him. Otherwise, he might have tested his sword on a celestial dragon already. Byakuya narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me with the celestial dragons? Not at all, Boyle hurriedly replied, it's just that Saint Estercock specifically requested to attend this auction. If it were suddenly cancelled for any reason, Saint Estercock would be very displeased. If that were to happen, we would all be in trouble. Boyle's face was a picture of feigned fear and submission. End chapter. Chapter 53, Celestial Dragon. Byakuya and Smoker, led by Boyle, entered the auction house and sat in the first row on the left side. The venue had about 200 seats, most of which were already occupied by the time they arrived. Their presence in full Marine Rear Admiral uniforms drew significant attention since such auctions rarely saw naval officers. The typical attendees were pirates, bounty hunters, and underground factions. Occasionally, a celestial dragon would come to purchase slaves. For the Marines, most items in the auction were of no use, and in lawless areas like this, they couldn't arrest pirates. Attending such an event would only provoke the pirates, making it better to stay away. Especially surprising was the audacity of Byakuya and Smoker attending in full naval regalia, which shocked the onlookers. These two Marine Rear Admirals are so bold. How about we take them out after the auction, one pirate suggested. Yeah, the Marines here are so scared, killing two admirals won't be a big deal. We can just escape by ship. Even if the Marine headquarters sends someone after us, we'll be long gone. Exactly, and it'll raise our bounty significantly. A group of pirates sitting nearby plotted together, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they looked at Byakuya. For pirates, the higher the bounty, the stronger they were perceived to be. Like how people often talked about the total bounty of Yonko's crew being over 2 billion berries, this recognition of strength motivated them. The quickest way to increase their bounty was by killing naval officers. In simpler terms, these pirates wanted to boost their reputation by killing Byakuya. If they succeeded, they might even be able to join the ranks of Yonko's crew in the New World. Smoker, feeling uneasy, asked, Byakuya, are we going to participate in this auction? Smoker had second thoughts upon learning that a celestial dragon would attend the auction. Any Marine with a sense of justice despised the celestial dragons. To Marines, the existence of the celestial dragons was the biggest mockery of the justice they upheld. However, the celestial dragon's status had been entrenched for 800 years, with the belief that they were gods passed down through generations. Thus, despite their disdain, Marines could only avoid them, as Garp did, keeping their distance to prevent any interaction. Byakuya's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light as he chuckled. Why not? Don't you think it's a coincidence that the celestial dragon is coming this time? Smoker was puzzled. Isn't it just a coincidence? Think about it. We came straight from the Marine base to the auction house and immediately ran into Harris, the finance minister's son, leading to a conflict, Byakuya explained. After I cut off Harris's arm, he fled in disgrace. Then, Boyle, the auction house owner, appeared. When I mentioned their failure to notify the Marine about selling slaves, Boyle informed us that Saint Estercoke would attend the auction, using the Celestial Dragon to pressure us. You think that's all just a coincidence? Byakuya asked. Smoker connected the dots after Byakuya's explanation and realized that it indeed seemed too coincidental. Smoker still didn't quite understand some things. Even if the auction house is Doflamingo's enterprise, how could he command the finance minister's son and a celestial dragon? Just because he's a Shichibukai. Byakuya patiently explained, being a Shichibukai alone isn't enough. But what if Doflamingo himself is a former celestial dragon? The reason Doflamingo could leverage the celestial dragons to pressure the Marine was precisely because of his past status. Though he was despised by the celestial dragons living in Mary Geos, they still regarded him more highly than other commoners. Moreover, Doflamingo might possess secrets about the celestial dragons. What? Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. Smoker was so shocked he nearly shouted. It was unimaginable for him that a celestial dragon would go to sea, become a pirate, and even be recognized by the world government as a Shichibukai. But reality often defies expectations. Just as Smoker couldn't fathom why Doflamingo became a pirate. Doflamingo couldn't understand why his father renounced his celestial dragon status to live as a commoner, ultimately being killed by the very people he once deemed beneath him. As the two conversed, a commotion erupted at the auction house entrance. The auction house owner and staff all knelt at the door, shouting, "Welcome Estercock Saint and Mapplesecial Palace." Typically, male celestial dragons have Saint added to their names, while female celestial dragons have Palace added to theirs, signifying their nobility. Two celestial dragons, wearing bubble helmets and dressed in luxurious attire, rode in on male long-arm tribe slaves, followed by a dozen more slaves. Unlike the grotesque and dim-witted celestial dragons depicted in the anime, these two were strikingly handsome and beautiful. However, their air of superiority and disdain for commoners was unmistakable. As the celestial dragons entered, most pirates' expressions shifted slightly. They gritted their teeth and knelt, pressing their heads to the floor to avoid attracting attention. A small number of defiant pirates, unwilling to kneel, tried to hide behind their seats, also hoping to avoid notice. This was an unavoidable situation, for offending a celestial dragon would prompt the immediate intervention of a Marine Admiral or CP-0 agent. Under such threats, only the crews of the Yonko dared challenge the celestial dragons. Led by Boyle, the two celestial dragons were seated in the first row, slightly to the left. This arrangement placed 4 people in the front row, the two celestial dragons, Byakuya, and Smoker. Strikingly, Byakuya and Smoker seemed entirely unfazed by the celestial dragon's arrival, sitting comfortably while other pirates knelt or hid. This stark contrast drew attention. Estercock Saint noticed that Byakuya and Smoker hadn't knelt and raised an eyebrow, ready to reprimand them. However, Mapplesecial Palace, recognizing their Marine Rear Admiral uniforms, spoke up first, "Let's start the auction quickly. I need to replenish my slaves." The atmosphere in the auction house was tense. Byakuya and Smoker's calm demeanor amidst the chaos highlighted their confidence and defiance, setting the stage for an auction filled with potential conflict and intrigue. End chapter. Chapter 54, Provocation. Upon hearing Mapplesecial Palace's words, Estercock Saint snorted in displeasure but refrained from saying more. Boyle's eyes briefly flashed with disappointment. He had hoped for a conflict between the celestial dragons and Byakuya. However, Mapplesecial Palace's single remark made Estercock Saint reconsider. Many pirates eager to see Byakuya humiliated were similarly disappointed. Yet, some pirates grew curious about the confidence exuded by Byakuya and Smoker, who seemed unfazed by the presence of the celestial dragons. Estercock Saint, although annoyed, couldn't express his discontent openly in front of Mapplesecial Palace, so he impatiently urged, "Let the auction begin already." "As you command, Lord Estercock Saint." Despite their arrogance, not all celestial dragons were as brainless as often portrayed. If they were truly as foolish as depicted in the anime, how could they control the world government and maintain their status as gods of the seas? Mapplesecial Palace was one of the more intelligent celestial dragons. Although she didn't know Byakuya's identity, seeing such a young officer already a rear admiral and displaying such indifference towards their presence intrigued her. Typically, when Marine officers encountered celestial dragons, they wouldn't kneel but would show respectful deference. Given that the Marine is the strongest military force of the world government, celestial dragons sometimes even required their protection during outings. Mapplesetial Palace saw no need to strain relations with the Marine over trivial matters. Under the celestial dragon's urging, the auction soon began. As previously mentioned, this auction primarily featured slaves, occasionally interspersed with devil fruits. Both were highly sought after. Celestial dragons and nobility mainly purchased slaves, while pirates and bounty hunters aimed for the devil fruits, which could dramatically enhance their power. As the auction commenced, various slaves were brought onto the stage. A beautiful princess of a fallen kingdom, forced to wear revealing attire, showcased her alluring curves, prompting the corpulent nobles below to fiercely bid against one another. A captured general, with robust muscles and a commanding presence honed from years of battlefield experience, garnered significant attention from wealthy women. A pirate captain with a bounty of 30 million berries, once arrogant and notorious, now stood with dull eyes and a face marked by despair, being inspected like merchandise. As for the more ordinary slaves, they were countless, mostly citizens of conquered nations, captured and sold by the victors. Many were also likely abducted by professional slave hunters, torn from normal lives and loved ones to become the lowest class in the seas. The celestial dragons showed little interest in ordinary humans, favoring exotic races instead. Dwarves, longarms, and fishmen were all eagerly purchased by the two celestial dragons. The climax of the auction was reached with the introduction of a giant slave. Only then did Byakuya witness the true extravagance of the celestial dragons, who spent money as if it were nothing. Directly offering 500 million berries silenced anyone else with ideas of bidding. After all, the celestial dragons collect the heavenly tribute from over 200 member countries each year, which amounts to tens of billions of berries. This doesn't even include the rare treasures and devil fruits they acquire. They can even afford to feed devil fruits to their slaves. For them, this kind of money is hardly significant. This made Byakuya somewhat envious. Wow, here I am, trying to enforce rules in the Sabaody archipelago to rake in some big money. I've endured being looked down upon just to make a substantial profit in one go. But the amount I aim to earn is probably just their pocket money for shopping. Man, comparing oneself to others can be so frustrating. During the auction, a paramecia-type devil fruit appeared, but Boyle didn't disclose any details about it. Instead, he started the bidding at a relatively low price of 100 million berries. It made sense, Doflamingo wasn't foolish. If the fruit were powerful, he'd have given it to one of his loyal subordinates rather than auctioning it. Even without knowing the fruit's specifics, pirates eagerly competed for it, eventually driving the price up to 230 million berries. As the auction was nearing its end, Byakuya stepped out for a moment. Byakuya's brief absence attracted some attention, but he returned 3 minutes later, and no one thought much of it. After Boyle auctioned off the final item, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the presence of two celestial dragons, he was anxious about displeasing them. Now, it seemed the auction had concluded successfully. Boyle approached Estercock Saint and Mapplesetial Palace, kneeling respectfully. I will immediately arrange for the slaves you purchased to be sent to Marie Joy's, my lords. Estercock Saint, excited, replied, no need for that. Bring the slaves over now, I want to ride the giant back. The giant slave that had appeared earlier was the one Estercock Saint had bought for 500 million berries. Upon hearing this, a look of despair crossed the face of the long-arm tribe slave standing not far behind Estercock Saint. When the celestial dragons decide to change mounts, it means their previous ones have become worthless, and their fate is usually death. As expected, once Estercock Saint was seated atop the 50 to 60 meter tall giant slave, he pulled out a gemstone-encrusted, gold-plated gun and aimed it at the long-arm slave. Bang! A golden bullet pierced the slave's forehead. In his final moments, a mixture of sorrow and a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. Despite knowing he was doomed, he didn't resist. Even if someone had rescued him, he probably could never return to his pre-slavery self. Witnessing this, Byakuya couldn't help but reflect. This is truly a cruel world. As Byakuya stood to leave, Boyle, who had been watching him, approached and said, Rear Admiral Byakuya, are you leaving already? Byakuya looked at Boyle with a playful smile. Why? Are you planning to keep me here? No, I wouldn't dare. But didn't you mention that selling slaves requires notifying the Marine? I was too busy earlier and forgot. Now that the auction is over, I finally have time to report to the Marine. Do you still need a report? Boyle straightened up, looking at Byakuya without any respect for his rank as Rear Admiral. Smoker, holding his jit, veins bulging on the back of his hand, snarled, "Are you looking to die?" Boyle's words were an outright provocation. He was confident that since the slaves were already sold to the Celestial Dragons, even if the Marine reported it, what could they do? Go and demand the slaves back from the Celestial Dragons. Byakuya restrained Smoker, who was ready to act, and suddenly wore a gentle smile. Since the auction is over, there's no need for a report. Just don't forget next time. Smoker was stunned to hear Byakuya's seemingly soft words. He turned to see the gentle smile on Byakuya's face, and a shiver ran down his spine. That smile was too familiar. Every time Byakuya smiled like that, someone ended up dead, without exception. This meant. Smoker guessed Byakuya had a plan, so he put away his jit and stepped back behind Byakuya. Boyle, seeing Smoker put away his weapon, felt emboldened by Byakuya's words. Rest assured, Rear Admiral Byakuya, next time there's an auction and it's not too busy, I'll report it to the Marine. Report? Yeah, right. If the auction still exists that time. Byakuya flashed another harmless smile and left without saying more. Sometimes, a swift death might be a kinder fate. Smoker looked at Boyle with a hint of pity, making Boyle feel an inexplicable chill. Still, the pride of having stood up to two Rear Admirals swelled within him. As Byakuya and Smoker left the auction house and headed back to the Marine base, several pirate crews followed them, positioning themselves in a circle. Byakuya said to Smoker, "It seems some people have a death wish. You handle them." Finally, I've been itching for a fight. It's been too long, and now I've got some pirate crews to practice on, Smoker said eagerly. I hope they don't die too quickly so I can enjoy myself. Byakuya's lips curled into a knowing smile. Don't worry. Once the show's over, it'll be time to wrap things up. You'll have plenty to do. Meanwhile, across the street, Estercock Saint and Maplesetial Palace rode their giant slave, leisurely strolling down the main road. The street was lined with kneeling civilians, heads bowed low, terrified of attracting the Celestial Dragon's attention. Just one word from them could strip away their lives and happiness. Estercock Saint, riding high on the giant's shoulders, was visibly thrilled. Giant slaves were rare in the seas, and buying one was quite a stroke of luck. Plus, the high vantage point offered by the giant gave Estercock Saint an excellent view, which he greatly enjoyed. Maplesetial Palace, however, didn't share his enthusiasm. Her instincts, often sharp, gave her the unsettling feeling of being watched by a venomous snake. It made her uneasy as if something bad was about to happen. But she couldn't pinpoint the source of her anxiety. Frowning, she said, "Estercock, let's stop wandering around. I have a bad feeling. We should head back." Estercock Saint was thrilled and wanted to ride the giant slave around a few more times. However, Maplesetial Palace held a much higher status among the Celestial Dragons, so he didn't dare to oppose her. "Are you feeling unwell?" "In that case, let's head back," he said, hiding his discontent. Unable to vent his frustration at Maplesetial Palace, he turned his anger on the slave, pulling out a device that resembled a remote control and pressing a button. Immediately, tiny spikes emerged from the collar around the giant slave's neck, injecting a poison developed by the slave traders. The poison caused excruciating pain without being lethal. The giant's face turned a livid shade of red, and his body began to tremble in agony. One hand instinctively moved to remove the collar but stopped short, knowing that forcibly removing it would trigger an explosion powerful enough to sever his head. Seeing the giant's pain, Estercock Saint discovered a new way to torment him and pressed several more buttons. The giant's tremors intensified, causing Estercock Saint and Maplesetial Palace to sway dangerously and almost fall off. Suddenly, purple-clad figures emerged from the crowd at lightning speed, heading straight for the Celestial Dragons. The bodyguards, tasked with protecting the Celestial Dragons, were alarmed. If anything happened to their charges, they faced execution, not just for themselves but also for their families in Mary Geos. A dozen bodyguards moved to shield the Celestial Dragons, trying to intercept the attackers. The purple figures threw shurikens, but the guards' faces turned pale upon contact. These weren't ordinary shurikens, they were bombs. Boom. Boom. For explosions rocked the street, engulfing the bodyguards and the celestial dragons in fiery blasts. The sound of explosions echoed through the streets, sending waves of panic among the kneeling civilians, who felt as if their hearts had exploded. The horrifying realization hit them: someone was attacking the celestial dragons in broad daylight. The world was about to explode into chaos. No longer kneeling, the civilians scattered in terror, plunging the island into a frenzy. Across the street, Byakuya and Smoker heard the explosions and instantly knew the celestial dragons were in trouble. If anything happened to them in their jurisdiction, they would be held responsible. The Smoker was about to turn into smoke and head over when Byakuya's voice stopped him. "Take care of the pirates following us." "I'll handle this," Byakuya said. In a flash, he was airborne, looking down at the blazing fire with a light-hearted smile. "Let's begin," he murmured. End chapter. Chapter 55, Purple Ninja. The three pirate crews following Byakuya were startled when he suddenly disappeared, leaving only Smoker behind. They began to worry that the Marines might have discovered them. If Byakuya had gone to gather more Marine forces, they would have lost their numerical advantage. If they caused a commotion and drew the attention of the Marine headquarters, the situation would become even more dire. The three pirate captains whispered among themselves, "Should we strike now and take out as many as we can?" "Yeah, I think it's safer to attack first. Killing a Marine rear admiral would prove our strength." "All right, let's do it." The three pirate captains quickly reached an agreement and ordered their men to attack. Suddenly, over 80 pirates emerged from the nearby shops, armed with guns, and opened fire on Smoker simultaneously. The sudden gunfire caused the pedestrians to scatter in fear, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. When people saw that the ambushed person was a Marine rear admiral, many stayed, intrigued by the idea of seeing a high-ranking Marine officer being killed. Some pirates among the crowd even considered joining in, viewing a lone Marine rear admiral as an easy target. Even if they didn't land the killing blow, participating in the attack would be enough to brag about later. As the bullets were about to hit Smoker, the pirates' eyes gleamed with excitement. They couldn't believe how easy it was. The Marine rear admiral didn't react at all and was seemingly gunned down on the spot. Some onlookers were disappointed, thinking they should have attacked earlier if they had known the Marine officer was so weak. However, as the bullets passed through Smoker's body, they exited at high speed, hitting several unlucky onlookers. A large hole appeared in Smoker's midsection, through which the terrified faces of the spectators could be seen. The hole quickly closed up, and Smoker turned around with a bright smile on his face. During his time with Byakuya, he had started to pick up some of Byakuya's mannerisms. The pirate captains were horrified, realizing that the Marine rear admiral must be a Logia-type devil fruit user. In the first half of the Grand Line, a Logia-type user was virtually invincible unless confronted by someone with haki. Smoker grinned menacingly and said, "Since you've decided to attack, none of you are leaving." He had been holding back for a while, and now that someone had dared to strike first, he intended to unleash his full power. With a thought, Smoker transformed his entire body into a massive cloud of smoke, enveloping the street for nearly 100 meters around him. Not just the attacking pirates, but even the onlookers were caught in the dense smoke. Visibility dropped to almost zero, even those standing half a meter apart couldn't see each other. Smoker moved through the smoke effortlessly, his silhouette darting back and forth at high speed. The air was filled with the screams of pirates, but none of them managed to escape the smoke. The street echoed with the sound of anguished cries, creating an atmosphere of dread. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, as the smoke from the shuriken-induced explosion cleared, it revealed a group of bodyguards forming a human shield around two terrified celestial dragons. The explosion had been so close that several bodyguards on the outermost perimeter had been killed instantly. The purple-clad figures suddenly vanished, and a person dressed in purple ninja attire appeared behind the giant, holding a short sword and stepping steadily toward the celestial dragons. A bodyguard shouted, "Who are you? Don't you know that attacking celestial dragons will bring the Marine admirals and the CP organization down on you?" Saint Estercock, enraged, screamed, "All of you, attack! Kill him! How dare he assault a great god? I will capture him and make him a slave, torturing him every day." With that, Saint Estercock pulled out an ornate pistol from his coat and fired at the purple ninja. To everyone's shock, the ninja merely tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the bullet. This only heightened Saint Estercock's panic as he yelled, "Attack him!" What are you waiting for? Do you want to die? Seeing his bodyguards hesitating, Saint Estercock's anger peaked. He turned the gun on one of his guards and shot him in the head. The bodyguard, unprepared for such betrayal, fell instantly, his blood splattering on those nearby. The scent of blood thickened in the air, aggravating Saint Estercock's already frayed nerves. Capture that man, or I'll make all your family slaves, he threatened. The remaining 10 bodyguards, driven by desperation to protect their families, launched a hopeless charge at the purple ninja. Palace Maplesetial frowned, displeased with Saint Estercock's behavior, but seeing his bloodshot eyes and trembling body, clearly in a state of madness, she sighed and said no more. They had yet to overcome the immediate threat. The purple ninja hesitated momentarily, then angled his short sword and charged at the bodyguards. With a sharp sonic boom, the purple figure flashed past the bodyguards, appearing in front of Saint Estercock. The bodyguards seemed frozen in place. With a swift thing, the ninja sheathed his sword, and blood began to seep from the necks of the bodyguards, the cuts gradually extending until their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. Saint Estercock, seeing the masked ninja and the fallen guards, lost his previous arrogance. He collapsed into his seat like a heap of mud, his eyes blank and repeating, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. You can't kill me." Meanwhile, Palace Maplesetial, though a woman, remained much calmer than Saint Estercock. "Killing a celestial dragon will bring the marine admirals after you. That won't end well for you," she said. "Tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to satisfy you." A mocking laugh came from behind the mask, and Palace Maplesetial's vision went black as she lost consciousness. End chapter. Chapter 56, Kidnapping Celestial. When Byakuya arrived at the scene, he found a chaotic mess, with over a dozen bodyguards lying in a gruesome state on the giant's body. He witnessed Palace Maplesetial being knocked unconscious and Saint Estercock trembling in fear, screaming in terror at the sight. Saint Estercock, now in utter despair, frantically crawled backward, trying to distance himself from the purple-clad ninja. Just as Saint Estercock was about to give up all hope, he spotted Byakuya approaching. Desperation filled his voice as he shouted, "That Marine Rear Admiral! Save me, please! If you save me, I'll grant you anything you want." Perhaps having seen too much death, Saint Estercock no longer displayed his previous arrogance and refrained from using a commanding tone with Byakuya. The purple ninja also noticed Byakuya's arrival and sped up, attempting to kill Saint Estercock before Byakuya could intervene. As the short sword drew closer to him, Saint Estercock closed his eyes in despair. The next moment, the sound of weapons clashing echoed in his ears. Ding! Saint Estercock opened his eyes to see a sight that brought him immense relief, Byakuya standing in front of him, blocking the ninja's attack with his sword. Seeing that Byakuya could hold off the ninja, Saint Estercock regained his confidence. Overwhelmed with post-crisis joy, he shouted, "Quick, capture him! Make him my slave, I want to torture him to death." Byakuya frowned at Saint Estercock's words but did not respond. Realizing he couldn't kill Saint Estercock with Byakuya present, the purple ninja noted that 10 minutes had already passed since the attack began. Knowing that a Marine Admiral would arrive within 20 minutes, making escape difficult, the ninja decided to act quickly. He moved at an incredible speed, creating 10 afterimages that seemed to mirror his movements. All 10 figures threw a shuriken at Byakuya simultaneously. Byakuya swung his sword, Kazemune, and a nearly 100-meter-long pale blue slash appeared out of thin air, radiating sharpness. Boom. 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 The 20 shurikens exploded upon contact with the slash, creating small mushroom clouds that were highly visible in the sky. Reluctantly, Byakuya shielded Saint Estercock from the blast. When the flames and smoke cleared, the purple ninja was nowhere to be seen. Byakuya looked up and saw the ninja escaping, carrying the unconscious Palace Maplesetial with him. Saint Estercock, watching the purple figure grow smaller in the sky, flew into a rage. "You're useless. How could you let him get away?" A cold glint flashed in Byakuya's eyes as he swung wind whistle at Saint Estercock. The crescent-shaped slash passed just beside Saint Estercock's face, drawing blood. The slash continued skyward, splitting the clouds in two. Pointing his sword at Saint Estercock, Byakuya coldly stated, "If you insist on courting death, I can easily discard my marine title and oblige." Hearing the deadly intent in Byakuya's voice and seeing the emotionless look in his eyes, Saint Estercock swallowed hard and lowered his once proud head, falling silent. He realized that the Marine officer before him truly had the will to kill him. Before long, after Smoker had dealt with the pirates on his side, he arrived at the scene. Seeing Saint Estercock standing there with his head bowed, Smoker couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least he was alive. As long as a celestial dragon was alive, things could be managed. However, upon further inspection, the female celestial dragon, Pallas Maplesetial, was nowhere to be seen. Byakuya spoke up. Pallas Maplesetial was taken by the attacker. What? Smoker exclaimed in shock. A celestial dragon had been kidnapped right under Byakuya's nose, which implied that the attacker possessed admiral-level strength. The implications of this incident were enormous. Smoker asked, "Can you identify the attacker?" There were only a handful of individuals on the seas with admiral-level power, and most who had encountered them could recognize them. Byakuya shook his head. "I'm not sure yet, but it doesn't seem to be one of the well-known strong ones." A new formidable opponent. Smoker mused, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Byakuya continued, "Smoker, notify all marine branches in the Sabaody archipelago to deploy soldiers and seal off the ports. No one is allowed to leave. If anyone tries to, treat it as an act of harming a celestial dragon and take them down immediately." "Got it. I'll arrange it right away," Smoker responded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. At present, one celestial dragon was still alive, and another had been kidnapped. If both celestial dragons were killed in the Sabaody archipelago, not only would he and Byakuya be held accountable, but even Fleet Admiral Sengoku might not escape the repercussions. Meanwhile, news of the attack on the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago reached both Mary Geos and Marine Ford. Upon receiving the news, Mary Geos immediately dispatched CP-0 agents to the Sabaody archipelago to protect the celestial dragons. Sengoku, upon learning of the attack, was so furious that he nearly smashed his desk. It was unfortunate that Admiral Kazara was unavailable. With his devil fruit ability, he could have reached the archipelago swiftly. Thus, Sengoku quickly ordered a soldier to relay the message to Admiral Akiji, the only available admiral at Marine headquarters, to head to the Sabaody archipelago for support. Akiji, understanding the severity of the situation, set out for the archipelago immediately. After making all the necessary arrangements, Sengoku, rubbing his aching forehead, pondered. Who would dare attack celestial dragons on the Sabaody archipelago? Right, isn't Byakuya stationed at the Sabaody archipelago? How could such a significant oversight happen with someone of his strength? While Sengoku did not suspect Byakuya of attacking the celestial dragons, he felt something was amiss. He decided to call Byakuya to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing Byakuya's report, Sengoku finally relaxed a bit. The situation hadn't reached its worst point. Both celestial dragons were alive, although one was in the hands of the attacker. Sengoku was quite satisfied with Byakuya's decision to seal off the island immediately, which would greatly increase the chances of recovering the kidnapped celestial dragon. After informing Byakuya that Akiji was on his way, Sengoku hung up the phone. He trusted Byakuya's capabilities. His only remaining question was, who exactly was this new formidable opponent? End chapter. Chapter 57. Sonic. Byakuya hung up the phone after speaking with Sengoku and learned that Akiji was on his way. He decided to stay put and wait. Beneath him lay the unconscious giant, surrounded by dead bodyguards. Estercock Saint's purchased slaves knelt trembling by the roadside, too terrified to escape in the chaos. The streets were otherwise deserted, with everyone fearing they might get caught up in the trouble. Estercock Saint looked at the silent Byakuya, wanting to issue an order but swallowing his words. He desperately wished to leave this wretched place, return to his comfortable palace, take a hot bath, and vent his frustrations on a few slaves. But he didn't dare voice this, as the stinging wound on his face reminded him that this man before him might kill him. Meanwhile, Byakuya was contemplating how the events should unfold and what role he should play in them. Yes, the recent attack on the celestial dragons was orchestrated by Byakuya himself. When he encountered the celestial dragons at the auction, an idea had sprung into his mind. Since Doflamingo intended to use the celestial dragons to pressure him, he could likewise use them to achieve his own goals. By attacking the celestial dragons, he could enforce a lockdown on the entire island, leveraging the combined power of the world government and the marine headquarters to reshape the power dynamics of the Sabaody archipelago. This would enable him to implement the 5 rules he had previously established. Anyone who violated these rules over the past few days would be captured and executed under the pretext of searching for the attackers. Byakuya was confident that no faction would dare oppose him during this critical period. After all, he was the only one who had fought the purple-clad ninja and survived. As for the purple-clad ninja who appeared earlier, it was a character Byakuya had acquired through the system store during his departure from the auction hall. The character was Sonic the Hedgehog Ninja, who cost 1,000 points of world energy to summon. Upon summoning Sonic, Byakuya quickly assessed his abilities, finding them to be on par with a vice admiral. Although Sonic didn't possess haki, he was proficient in most ninja techniques and had a wide array of methods, making him a valuable assistant. The price was reasonable, equating to the cost of raising Byakuya's fusion level by 1 point. Additionally, Byakuya discovered that he could use world energy to further enhance Sonic's strength. Raising Sonic's power to the weakest admiral level would cost around 5,000 points of world energy. Realizing the expense, Byakuya decided against it. After all, no one else would directly fight Sonic. If he claimed Sonic had admiral-level strength, no one could dispute it since no one could find Sonic to confirm. Everyone had witnessed Sonic fighting Byakuya and escaping with Maple Palace. No one would suspect Byakuya over such a minor detail. Besides, Byakuya had saved one celestial dragon from Sonic, a point in his favor. Having orchestrated the situation to this point, with no one knowing Sonic's true identity, Byakuya had significant leeway in his plans. He took out a small piece of cloth from his pocket, about half the size of a palm, which bore a circular black smiling face with a diagonal slash from the upper right to the lower left. Byakuya took out the piece of cloth Leslie had given him earlier, which bore the mark of the Don Quixote family. He placed the cloth under one of the dead bodyguards, ensuring it was in a hidden spot. He had no intention of drawing any suspicion to himself. It didn't matter to him whether it was discovered or not. If someone found it, it might implicate the Don Quixote family. If not, or if the celestial dragons didn't believe it was the Don Quixote family, it still wouldn't affect him. This was merely a casual move on his part. With Admiral Akiji's strength and speed, Byakuya didn't have to wait long for his arrival. Akiji traveled across the sky using his ice powers, creating stepping stones of ice in midair, a technique that conserved more energy than the continuous use of moonwalk. When Akiji finally arrived, Byakuya stood up to greet him. "Admiral Akiji, you're finally here." Akiji surveyed the area with a serious expression. "Byakuya, what exactly happened here?" Sengoku had given him only a brief outline over the phone. Byakuya explained the situation in detail. Akiji nodded approvingly, clearly impressed with Byakuya. After all, both had trained under Zephyr and shared a camaraderie. Akiji knew Byakuya's potential and believed he could reach the admiral level within 3 years. Therefore, his attitude towards Byakuya was friendly and devoid of the typical hierarchical pressure. "You did well. The one who took Maple Palace likely won't kill her immediately, so we need to find her as soon as possible." Byakuya nodded seriously, though inwardly he thought, good luck finding her. Akiji glanced at Estercock Saint, a flicker of barely concealed disdain in his eyes. If he weren't the only admiral available, he wouldn't have come to deal with matters involving the celestial dragons, whose existence he found to be a mockery of the justice he upheld. Nonetheless, he suppressed his revulsion and kept his distance. Byakuya then turned to the kneeling slaves and addressed Estercock Saint coldly. "Hand over the control devices for these slaves. They are witnesses to this incident, and I need to take them back to the marine base for questioning." Akiji was startled by Byakuya's bold demand. Asking a celestial dragon for something, especially in such a blunt manner, could easily provoke their wrath. He was about to intervene, but to his surprise, Estercock Saint didn't get angry. Instead, he looked nervously in Akiji's direction. Akiji, disinterested in dealing with the celestial dragons, pretended not to notice. Estercock Saint, seeing that Akiji wasn't going to help, reluctantly said, "I paid a lot of belly for these slaves." Byakuya partially unsheathed his sword, Kazemune, letting it emit a clear, threatening ring. The sound made Estercock Saint's face wound throb painfully. Reluctantly, he decided the slaves weren't worth the trouble and handed over several control devices to Byakuya. End chapter. Chapter 58, CP0. Byakuya took the control devices from Saint Estercock, leaving behind only the one for the giant. He tossed the rest to the slaves below. Take your control devices and go to the branch base to wait for questioning. The entire island is under lockdown, and every exit is guarded by the Marine. Don't think about escaping because it's impossible. If you get caught trying to leave the island, you will be charged with attempting to harm a celestial dragon. The dozen or so slaves picked up their respective control devices. Whether from kneeling for too long or from sheer excitement, their hands trembled uncontrollably. They glanced at Byakuya, standing atop the giant, with complex expressions, filled with unspoken gratitude. They had thought their fate was sealed when bought by a celestial dragon, expecting only death in their future. But now, unexpectedly, they had a chance to escape from the clutches of the celestial dragons. Byakuya had only mentioned taking them to the base for questioning, without promising freedom, but that still seemed far better than returning to Mary Geos to face certain death. Byakuya's last statement, which seemed like a warning against escape, was a hint. Now was not the time to flee as the docks were heavily guarded. Everyone grasped this subtle message, except for Saint Estercock, who, as a celestial dragon, considered himself a god, not a mere human. The 14 slaves, holding their control devices, quietly walked towards the branch base without supervision. They could have taken the chance to remove their collars and escape, but they chose to trust Byakuya's words, foregoing what might have been their only opportunity to flee. Byakuya's act of drawing his sword against a celestial dragon had convinced them that he might be their savior, leading them to this choice. Akiji watched, surprised, as the slaves headed toward the base without attempting to escape. They chose to believe Byakuya over seizing their chance for freedom. Akiji realized Byakuya's intention when he demanded the control devices from Saint Estercock. Byakuya wanted to save these slaves, even at the risk of severe punishment for drawing a sword against a celestial dragon. This was something Akiji had once considered but never dared to do, choosing instead to avoid dealing with the celestial dragons entirely. Byakuya's actions were a revelation for Akiji. He squinted slightly, looking at Byakuya with newfound respect. His junior was not a simple character. CP0 arrived only 10 minutes after Akiji. They wore the standard white suits and various masks of the CP organization. There were 7 of them, led by a man wearing a sun god mask, standing nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon arrival, they ignored Akiji and Byakuya, surrounding Saint Estercock instead. The man in the sun mask asked respectfully, "Saint Estercock, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Saint Estercock replied. Seeing the CP organization arrive, he felt a sense of relief. Unlike the Marine, CP's primary role, aside from executing special government tasks, was to protect the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Therefore, celestial dragons trusted CP agents more than the Marines. Despite wanting to report Byakuya's threat, Saint Estercock remembered Byakuya's fierce gaze and the slash that split the clouds, making him shudder involuntarily. Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. I'll just stay in Mary Geos from now on. Saint Estercock had chickened out. After confirming Saint Estercock's safety, the men in the sun god mask approached Byakuya and Akiji. "Admiral Akiji, I am a special agent from CP0. You can call me Raikyu." CP0 agents. They are the superiors of CP1, CP9, known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, and are among the world's top fighters, mainly responsible for protecting the celestial dragons. The CP agents Byakuya encountered before, who were protecting Harris, were likely from CP1, CP9. They could handle regular pirates but were no match for Byakuya. However, this Raikyu seemed much stronger. Although they hadn't fought, Byakuya guessed his strength was around that of a Marine Vice Admiral, and there were 8 people stronger than him in CP0. It seemed the celestial dragon's strongest shield was indeed formidable. But this made sense. The celestial dragons possessed the world's greatest wealth and power. Over the years, they had collected countless devil fruits, selecting the most powerful ones for their loyal subordinates to consume, ensuring their protection. It was normal for them to cultivate extremely strong followers over generations. Even if Raikyu's strength was at the level of a Marine Admiral, Byakuya could understand. After all, the Admiral level was their peak, while his peak was as vast as the stars, making any comparison pointless. After understanding the situation, Raikou asked Byakuya in a displeased tone, "Why didn't you pursue the attacker and try to rescue Palace Maple-Seashell?" To Raikou, Palace Maple-Seashell had a higher status among the celestial dragons than Saint Estercock. He would have preferred Saint Estercock to be kidnapped rather than the current situation. Hearing Raikou's questioning tone, Byakuya replied irritably, "Are you out of your mind? If I had gone after the attacker and Saint Estercock was attacked again, would you take responsibility for that? You?" Raikou's years of cultivated composure nearly shattered. He hadn't expected a mere Marine Rear Admiral to speak to him in such a tone. However, he couldn't openly state that Palace Maple-Seashell was more important than Saint Estercock. Hearing this, Saint Estercock felt a rush of warmth, like he had been drenched in honey. Despite the Marine Rear Admiral's rudeness, he still cared about his safety. His resentment towards Byakuya eased significantly. On the other hand, Raikou, who was supposed to protect him, seemed more concerned about the higher-ranking Palace Maple-Seashell. This logic was lost on the Marines, who didn't understand the hierarchy among the celestial dragons. But Saint Estercock understood it well, and his resentment towards Raikou grew. End chapter. Chapter 59, Clue. If Byakuya knew what Raikou and Saint Estercock were thinking, he would probably laugh. Why didn't he chase after the attacker? Because the attacker was his agent, how could he chase him? Byakuya didn't realize there was a status difference between Saint Estercock and Palace Maple-Seashell. When he ordered Sonic to abduct Palace Maple-Seashell, it wasn't because she was a woman or attractive. He wasn't that kind of person. It was purely because Palace Maple-Seashell seemed smarter, and Saint Estercock was easier to deceive. For the plan's sake, it made sense to knock out the smart one and leave the unsuspecting one behind. Unexpectedly, this plan now had additional benefits. Raikou was frustrated by Byakuya's retort but couldn't reveal the truth. He could only find other ways to deal with this young Marine Rear Admiral. Raikou then sternly said, "This time, Palace Maple-Seashell was abducted in an area under Marine jurisdiction. The Marines must bear most of the responsibility." Akiji, seeing that Raikou was trying to blame Byakuya, stepped forward and said, "Protecting the safety of the celestial dragons isn't primarily the Marines' responsibility, is it? The celestial dragons arrived without notifying the Marines for protection. Moreover, the ones responsible for protecting Saint Estercock and Palace Maple-Seashell were your CP agents, all of whom died at the hands of the attacker. If Byakuya hadn't arrived in time to save Saint Estercock, the situation would have been much worse. Instead of blaming us for the lack of protection, you should be taking responsibility for your failures." Byakuya was surprised to see Akiji standing up for him. Even though he had other ways to avoid blame, it was unexpected to see the usually aloof Akiji defending him against the CP0 agents. What happened next was even more surprising. Saint Estercock suddenly spoke up, "If Rear Admiral Byakuya hadn't arrived in time, I would have been killed by the attacker. I owe my life to Rear Admiral Byakuya." Byakuya was stunned. What was going on? He noticed that Saint Estercock's gaze toward him had inexplicably softened with gratitude and reduced animosity. What did this mean? Had this celestial dragon gone mad? Or was he some kind of masochist who enjoyed being cut by a sword? Raikou felt confident challenging a Marine Rear Admiral, but his confidence wavered before an admiral like Akiji. The highest combat power of the Marines wasn't something to take lightly. Someone like Akiji commanded respect wherever he went. With Saint Estercock speaking up, Raikou found himself at a loss for words. How could he attack someone whom his master was thanking? Seeing that everyone who needed to be present was there, Byakuya suggested, "Admiral Akiji, shall we head back to the base?" They had just locked down the island's ports, and a thorough search was still needed. Byakuya also had to deal with those who had been causing trouble recently. Akiji nodded, eager to distance himself from the celestial dragons and the CP0 agents. Byakuya and Akiji had barely taken a few steps toward the branch base when Byakuya seemed to remember something. He turned around and kicked the unconscious giant a couple of times. "How long do you plan to play dead? I'm holding your controller, and if you stray too far from me, your head might just explode into tiny pieces. Don't blame me if that happens." As soon as Byakuya finished speaking, the giant, who had been playing dead for over an hour, suddenly moved. The giant shifted, and several corpses of the bodyguards slid off him. A small scrap of cloth, about half the size of a palm, fluttered down and mixed with the bodies, drawing attention. Raikyu quickly stepped forward and caught the cloth. Upon seeing the emblem on it, he froze. Although they had limited interactions with other forces on the sea, the Don Quixote family's dealings with the celestial dragons were well known. There was no way he could mistake that symbol. Akiji also noticed Raikyu's reaction and glanced at the cloth in his hand, his pupils narrowing. The Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Could this attack have been orchestrated by that lunatic, Doflamingo? Initially, without knowing the attacker's identity, they could only conduct a wide search to retrieve Palace Maplesetial. To be honest, the chances of success with such a method were incredibly slim. However, the appearance of this cloth with the Don Quixote family emblem pointed them in a new direction. Though this path might not lead to the culprit, it was better than running around like headless chickens. Because of the transactions between the Don Quixote family and the celestial dragons, Raikyu and Akiji didn't immediately publicize this discovery. If the world learned that a warlord of the sea, recognized by the government, had attacked a celestial dragon, it would be a massive blow to the government and the warlords. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to investigate this matter secretly without orders from above. Byakuya, watching Akiji and Raikyu's serious demeanor from the side, struggled to keep a straight face. This couldn't have gone better. Not only did no one suspect him, but they also linked the incident to the Don Quixote family. If Doflamingo found out that his attempt to use the celestial dragons against Byakuya had backfired and landed him in trouble instead, he'd probably cry out of frustration. It was a perfect case of trouble coming out of nowhere. When Byakuya and Akiji returned to the branch base, only 2 guards were left at the entrance. The rest had been taken by Smoker to seal off the exits. 14 slaves stood obediently at the gate, waiting for Byakuya's arrival. Including the giant, there were 15 slaves in total. Byakuya had managed to capture all the slaves Saint Estercock had purchased and brought with him. If Byakuya were a bit more unscrupulous, he could have auctioned off these 15 slaves again and made at least 10 billion berries, a pure profit. If he were still the impoverished man he once was, he might have considered doing just that. But now, Byakuya had no intention of earning dirty money. With 29 islands worth of pirates and corrupt merchants to plunder, he was confident he could scrape together 10 billion berries without resorting to such measures. End chapter. Chapter 60, Revelation. The abduction of a celestial dragon caused a massive uproar in the Sabaody archipelago. The Marine headquarters deployed tens of thousands of Marine soldiers, led by Admiral Akiji, surrounding the archipelago. Not even a bird could escape. Among those affected, the pirates and underground forces on the island were the most tormented. These individuals, already wanted by the authorities or hiding due to their crimes, now faced continuous inspections by the Marines. They lived in constant fear of being exposed and captured, dreading the possibility of being taken to impel down. Their days were filled with anxiety and distress. The Marines did consider using this opportunity to capture all the pirates on the Sabaody archipelago in one sweep, which would bring some peace to the first half of the Grand Line. However, such an action might provoke the wrath of the 4 Emperors' pirate crews, leading to a potential conflict that would be troublesome for the Marines. The primary mission remained to rescue Palace Maplesetial, the abducted celestial dragon, and other matters could be postponed. For Byakuya, finding Palace Maplesetial was a trivial matter. If he wanted, he could simply have Sonic return her. Searching the Sabaody archipelago was pointless. When Sonic abducted Palace Maplesetial, he used a ship prepared by Byakuya at the port and headed to a remote, uncharted island that Byakuya had discovered some time ago. It was a safe location, and with Sonic's strength, he could handle any intruders who might stumble upon it. Therefore, Byakuya wasn't concerned about the search for Palace Maplesetial. Instead, Byakuya used the lockdown period to implement his plans. Trusted by Akiji and Sengoku, he was put in charge of searching islands 1 to 29 of the Sabaody archipelago. They were confident in Byakuya's capabilities, knowing he could handle the task effectively. Byakuya did not disappoint. On the first day, he led a team that captured over 200 people, including pirates, corrupt merchants, and a few bounty hunters. These individuals were caught for various offenses, such as hiding revenue, causing public disturbances, and attacking Marines. Byakuya ensured that all their crimes were meticulously recorded, leaving no one off the hook. Those who resisted arrest were killed on the spot by Byakuya, who ignored their pleas of innocence. Standing on a high platform, Byakuya gazed at the mass of kneeling people below, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. To him, they represented berries and world energy. Among the captives was Byakuya's old acquaintance, Boyle, the owner of Doflamingo's auction house. Boyle, who had been arrogant in front of Byakuya and Smoker the day before, now trembled on the ground, hoping to go unnoticed. He couldn't believe that Byakuya, a Marine Rear Admiral who seemed unremarkable aside from his good looks and youth, could kill so decisively and without hesitation. Boyle had witnessed firsthand how a pirate captain with a bounty of 120 million berries, who had attacked Marine soldiers on the island, resisted arrest, confident in his strength. In the blink of an eye, right in front of Byakuya, a pirate captain with a bounty of 120 million berries was sliced cleanly in half. The speed was astonishing. If that blade had been aimed at him, Boyle dared not imagine further. As Byakuya surveyed the captured crowd, a familiar figure caught his eye. A smile tugged at Byakuya's lips. Among the many captives, he hadn't noticed this particular individual until now. Well, if it isn't Mr. Boyle. Not busy today, are we? Come to the Marine base personally, I see. Byakuya's mocking tone sent Boyle into a near faint. Despite hiding in the back, he had still been spotted. Boyle didn't even dare lift his head, only seeing Byakuya's boots in front of him. Cat got your tongue. Yesterday at the auction, you seemed quite chatty. Byakuya drew a long blade from Quake's waist, lightly tapping Boyle's sweat-drenched cheek with it. Each tap felt like a blow to Boyle's heart, making his whole body shudder. Lord Byakuya, yesterday was my mistake. I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. It's all my fault. Boyle kowtowed repeatedly, soon breaking his forehead and smearing blood all over his face. It looked gruesome, yet Boyle continued to kowtow frantically, ignoring his bleeding forehead. The other captives were terrified, praying Byakuya wouldn't turn his attention to them. This was too brutal. Seeing Boyle's fear, Byakuya had a sudden idea. He had Quake take out a transponder snail to record the scene. In a cold voice, Byakuya said, "Since you seem genuinely remorseful, I'll ask you one question. Answer truthfully, and I might consider sparing your life." Overjoyed, Boyle promised, "Ask anything, my lord. If I know the answer, I'll tell you everything. Why did St. Estercock and Palace Maplesetial suddenly attend the auction yesterday, without notifying the Marines?" Boyle quickly answered, "St. Estercock was invited by Lord Doflamingo under the pretext of a giant slave. Palace Maplesetial must have heard the news and joined him to buy slaves." Boyle glanced at Byakuya, then continued, "Lord Byakuya, Lord Doflamingo invited St. Estercock to the auction to undermine your authority on Sabaody Archipelago, making your 5 rules a joke. This way, his business on the island wouldn't be affected." Having decided to sell out Doflamingo for a chance at survival, Boyle spoke earnestly, hoping this would increase his chances of living. However, Byakuya wasn't interested in the latter part of Boyle's explanation since he already knew. He only recorded the first part, ignoring the rest. Byakuya planned to show this recording to CP0 and Akiji. Once they saw that St. Estercock had been invited by Doflamingo, they'd have no choice but to hold him accountable for the incident. End chapter. Chapter 61, Execution on the Sabaody Archipelago Islands 1 through 29. Each island's plaza was filled with Marine soldiers standing by with transponder snails. During the time the Marines held the docks, the island's residents lived in constant fear. Every day, they witnessed numerous arrests, with nearly 1,000 people apprehended over the past 3 days. In this tense environment, the residents were acutely aware of every Marine action, knowing it could affect their own lives. Many gathered in the plazas, whispering among themselves as they watched the Marines with transponder snails. "Have you heard? The Marines are going to deal with those who broke the 5 rules today. They're broadcasting it in the plazas for us to see," one person murmured. "Deal with them? Do you think they'll kill everyone who broke the rules like the notice said?" another asked, fearfully. "No way, right? They've arrested about 1,000 people in the past few days. They can't kill them all," someone else interjected, nervously. "Exactly. Even if they were slaughtering 1,000 pigs, you'd hear some squealing. These are people, and some are notorious pirates with bounties close to 1 billion. Can the Marines kill them all so easily?" Speculations flew as the crowd debated how the Marines would handle the situation. Meanwhile, Byakuya toyed with the transponder snail in his hand. The recording wasn't just Boyle's earlier confession about Doflamingo inviting Saint Estercock. It also included Boyle's revelations about the Don Quixote family's underground activities, drug trafficking, attacks on allied nations, and enslaving allies for the slave trade. Most significantly, it detailed Doflamingo's arms dealings with the Revolutionary Army. If the world government learned of this, Doflamingo would face severe repercussions. The government viewed the Revolutionary Army as a greater strategic threat than even the combined forces of the four emperors. Despite being an officially recognized pirate, Doflamingo had been supplying the Revolutionary Army with weapons. Boyle also mentioned that Doflamingo had been frequently in contact with an unspecified faction, likely engaged in secret dealings. Boyle knew this because he had seen the family's officers on the Sabaody archipelago with large crates of goods. He even provided possible locations for these secret transactions. Unsure of the information's value, Boyle divulged everything he knew, figuring it was better to say too much than too little. Most people might dismiss this information, given Doflamingo's willingness to deal with the Revolutionary Army. But to Byakuya, it was clear that Doflamingo was dealing with the Beast's pirates, one of the four emperors' crews. Around this time, Doflamingo, through the scientist Caesar, had developed artificial devil fruits, which he traded with the Beast's pirates for a significant profit. Doflamingo's audacity was staggering, selling arms to the Revolutionary Army, angering the world government, and selling artificial devil fruits to the Beast's pirates, provoking the Marines. He was antagonizing the very powers he relied on. As Byakuya pondered how best to leverage this information, his thoughts raced with possibilities for maximizing its impact. There was a knock on the office door. Smoker entered. "Lord Byakuya, the scheduled execution time has arrived. Shall we begin?" Byakuya, with a smile on his lips, replied, "Yes, of course. It's time to show them the consequences of breaking the rules." If not for the deterrent effect, Byakuya would have killed them all long ago. He had been holding back for 3 days and was finally eager to see how much world source power he could gain from these events. On the plazas of the 29 islands of Sabaody, Marines were stationed, each holding an image transponder snail. Upon receiving the signal, they simultaneously activated the snails. A beam of light shot from the snail's shells, projecting a massive screen nearly 100 meters wide in the sky, visible to most of the island's inhabitants. The first image on the screen shocked everyone. On a small execution platform knelt 10 captives, with Marines standing ready to carry out the execution. Below the platform, over 1,000 more captives awaited their fate, filling the screen with a dense crowd. The onlookers were incredulous. Are the Marines going to execute all of them? This is too cruel. Aren't they going to resist? In reality, most who had resisted were killed on the spot, while the remaining were severely injured, and left to suffer without medical attention, making death a preferable release from their agony. The screen then shifted to show a young, handsome Marine officer in a pristine white uniform, with a justice cape billowing behind him, a striking image. If not for the context, no one would believe this sunny young man had led the capture of those who broke the rules. With a radiant smile, Byakuya greeted, "Hello, residents of the island. I am Rear Admiral Byakuya, responsible for maintaining order here. I haven't been on Sabaody long, so many of you might not know me yet. But I assure you, after today, you will remember my face and every word I say. This will ensure that when you face execution, you won't wonder why." Though Byakuya's smile was warm, his words sent chills down the spines of millions across the 29 islands. This young Rear Admiral had a terrifyingly lethal aura. After his speech, Byakuya coldly ordered, "Begin the execution." The screen focused on the execution platform as 10 Marines raised their swords and simultaneously decapitated the prisoners. 10 heads fell, blood staining the platform. Byakuya's icy voice echoed again, "Those who break the rules will only meet death. Let's see how many heads you have to lose. Next batch." Another 10 prisoners were brought to the platform. Byakuya and his Marine officers watched the proceedings with cold indifference. The executions continued for 2 hours. As the executioners grew tired, their weakened arms left some prisoners half dead, writhing in pain, adding to the gruesome scene. New executioners were quickly brought in to prevent further mishaps. After all 1,123 rule-breakers were executed, Byakuya appeared on screen once more. "I hope this execution serves as a sufficient warning. If not, the next heads to roll will be yours. As soon as Byakuya's words ended, the screen abruptly went dark, and all the Marines stationed in the plazas withdrew, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Those who had watched the entire live broadcast felt a chill run down their necks, instinctively touching their throats to make sure their heads were still attached. The terrifying scenes lingered in their minds. This is too horrifying, someone stammered. Over 1,000 people, just like that, all dead, another murmured. Can we still stay on Sabayati Archipelago? One person questioned. If you leave Sabayati Archipelago, where else can you go? Was the retort. Located at the gateway to the New World, the Sabayati Archipelago is a vital stop for pirates who survive their journeys. This prime location ensures a constant flow of new arrivals, regardless of the dangers. This is why Byakuya felt confident in implementing his iron-fisted policy. No matter how many were killed, there would always be more to replace them. One reluctant individual noted, "So, we have to follow those 5 rules from now on. If you think your neck is strong enough, you can try breaking them," another replied. That Marine Rear Admiral Byakuya, he seems extremely lethal. Provoking him likely means death. These words silenced the crowd. After a long pause, someone finally said, "We just have to wait until other forces express their dissatisfaction, and when Byakuya can't withstand the pressure, things might improve." But no one knew how long this waiting would take. Following the execution, Byakuya was inwardly delighted. This single event had earned him over 6,000 points of world source power, plus an additional 1,000 points from the capture process. Altogether, nearly 7,000 points, a rare and bountiful harvest. Additionally, he had gained nearly 3 billion berries, solving the base's financial problems. Opportunities like this were rare. If it hadn't been for the incident with the celestial dragons and the subsequent port lockdown, these people would have fled long before Byakuya could catch them. This situation also underscored the benefits of Byakuya joining the Marines. Not only could he gain world source power by rising in rank, but he could also leverage the Marines' power to his advantage. The day after the execution, Byakuya handed over a recording containing information provided by Boyle to Raikyu and Akiji. "This is intel from the boss of Doflamingo's auction house. Take a look," he said. The recording was filled with accusations and evidence of Doflamingo's various crimes. Boyle had divulged everything he knew in hopes of sparing his own life. Unfortunately for him, he knew too much, and Byakuya couldn't let him live. If Boyle had inadvertently revealed that Doflamingo had invited Estercock Saint to target Byakuya, it would have drawn significant attention from Raikyu. To avoid any potential complications, Byakuya had to dispose of Boyle. Being cautious was essential. When Raikyu and Akiji learned that Doflamingo was involved with both the Revolutionary Army and the Beast's pirates, their expressions changed dramatically. Raikyu questioned, "Byakuya, are you sure this recording is genuine?" The implications were enormous, so much so that Raikyu couldn't determine the next steps. If the recording was authentic, it needed to be reported, and measures against Doflamingo would be mandatory. In response to Raikyu's skepticism, Byakuya calmly stated, "I don't know if it's genuine. I just happened to obtain it while capturing people. Moreover, whether this recording is genuine or not has little to do with me," Byakuya continued. "If you want to verify its authenticity, why don't you investigate it yourselves? After all, isn't that exactly what your CP organization excels at?" Upon hearing this, Akiji's mood significantly calmed down, and he was no longer as agitated as before. Although Byakuya's tone was harsh, his words made sense. Most of Doflamingo's actions were related to the world government. The only matter involving the Marines was Doflamingo's dealings with the Beast's pirates. However, since Doflamingo was recognized as a Shichibukai by the world government, even the Marines had no jurisdiction over him. Thus, this matter had little to do with the Marines. Raikyu didn't dwell on Byakuya's tone. Compared to this minor issue, he was more concerned with reporting these events promptly to the higher-ups and letting them decide how to handle the situation. Given Doflamingo's audacity, it wasn't entirely impossible that Palace Mapplesechel had indeed been kidnapped by his men. After confirming Doflamingo as the target, the Marines quickly withdrew their troops from Sabayati Archipelago's port. The week-long lockdown had put considerable pressure on the Marines. If it weren't for the involvement of the Celestial Dragons and the world government's support for the lockdown, various factions would have caused an uproar long ago. In addition to sending out Akainu and Kizaru, Sengoku even dispatched the veteran Garp to the New World to monitor the four Emperor's pirate crews, fearing they might seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Fortunately, the lockdown was short-lived. Otherwise, Sengoku might have even pulled Zephyr out of the training camp to station him at a marine base in the New World. Meanwhile, the lawless zones of the Sabaody archipelago had undergone a complete transformation. Under Byakuya's 5 rules, no one dared to openly break the law. Everyone adhered strictly to the regulations, fearing the wrath of the Marines. Marine soldiers patrolling the streets now carried themselves with straight backs and an air of confidence, a stark contrast to their previously timid demeanor. This change was entirely due to Byakuya's influence. End chapter. Chapter 62, Upgrade. After Byakuya broadcasted the execution of over 1,000 people, his infamy spread throughout the entire Sabaody archipelago. Everyone knew about a Marine Rear Admiral named Byakuya, notorious for his extreme cruelty. Rumor had it that anyone who fell into his hands would suffer a fate worse than death. Over time, these rumors became more and more exaggerated, evolving from claims that Byakuya personally killed over 1,000 people to absurd tales that he had eaten them all. These rumors spread so convincingly that even Smoker, who had been present at the executions, began to believe them. Whenever Smoker saw Byakuya, he would often glance at Byakuya's mouth, wondering how such a seemingly small mouth could devour so many people. This led to Byakuya's fearsome reputation growing even among the Marine soldiers. Whenever they received orders from Rear Admiral Byakuya, they rushed to complete them as quickly as possible, terrified of incurring his wrath and facing the rumored fate of being eaten. While these rumors were spreading wildly, Byakuya was in his office, happily counting his world source points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone, fame across Sabaody archipelago, rewarded with 2,000 world source points. Spread the rumors. Spread them as much as you can. Make my infamous reputation known across the seas, helping me achieve multiple milestones at once. When I have enough world source points, I'll enhance myself and truly become as terrifying as the rumors say. Opening his long-neglected system panel, he saw Host, Byakuya. Template, One Punch Man, Saitama. Fusion level, 20%. World source points, 21,000. Fusion level 20% to 21% requires 1,100 world source points. Special skills, King's Engine, Rokushiki, Armament Haki LVL6, plus, Observation Haki LVL5, plus, Swordsmanship LVL9, plus. Summoned Character, Speedo Sound Sonic, plus. With 21,000 world source points, Byakuya decided it was enough and stopped accumulating points. He directly increased his fusion level by 10 points. Fusion level 20% to 21% requires 1,100 world source points. Fusion level 21% to 22% requires 1,200 world source points. Fusion level 28% to 29% requires 1,900 world source points. Fusion level 29% to 30% requires 2,000 world source points. In total, he spent 15,500 world source points. Although the cost was high, the effects were remarkable. A continuous warm current restructured his body from the inside, strengthening every inch of his skin and bones. Byakuya felt his strength multiply, a feeling of indescribable power. Since he had increased his fusion level by 10 points, the process took a little while, and this sensation gradually faded. Byakuya sensed that the strength of his skin now exceeded the strength it had before, even when covered with armament haki. This kind of enhancement was the most fundamental and yielded the greatest benefits. With a stronger base body, his other skills also became indirectly more powerful. Looking at the remaining 5,500 world source points, Byakuya decided to level up his armament and observation haki. Armament haki LVL6, LVL7 requires 600 world source points. Armament haki LVL7, LVL8 requires 1,200 world source points. Seeing the exponential increase in the cost of world source points, Byakuya immediately became more cautious. The required points were too high. Initially, he planned to max out both haki types, but now it seemed he could only level them up to the same degree. After all, Byakuya needed to keep at least a couple of thousand world source points as a reserve. Summoning Sonic with the world source points had already brought Byakuya great benefits, making him eager for more. Armament haki increased to LV8, gained advanced application of armament haki, emission/internal destruction. Emission/internal destruction, in Wano, Ryu, is the term used by the samurai for armament haki. It represents the flowing nature of haki. By wrapping armament haki around oneself in a special way, it can be emitted outward. This can manifest as powerful physical attacks or defenses. Typically, using armament haki involves covering one's body with it to enhance defense and attack. If the haki is strong enough, it can also cover weapons. With emission, however, the haki can be concentrated on one's hand or weapon and released as a tangible force. It can create powerful shockwaves to knock back enemies, form a protective barrier, or even defend against invisible attacks. This is how the samurai of Wano use armament haki. Byakuya activated his armament haki, and immediately, light red, ring-like currents wrapped around his right fist. These currents flowed continuously, resembling cherry blossoms dancing in the air. He extended his index finger and lightly touched the empty air, releasing a small concentrated invisible shockwave. The thick wall before him was pierced as if it were made of air. Byakuya approached the wall and examined the hole, finding it perfectly smooth with no cracks around it, as if it had been finely polished. Concentrated power without dispersal. Byakuya was delighted. He eagerly upgraded his observation haki to level 8 as well. However, there was no special notification this time, it simply increased to level 8. Byakuya didn't mind. I'm already strong enough, he thought. Next, it was time for the lottery draw that Byakuya had been eagerly anticipating. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 30% fusion rate. You may now randomly draw a special ability from a strong character in the One Punch Man world. Drawing complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability of S-Class Hero Zombie Iman, Infinite Regeneration, passive, cannot be upgraded. Infinite Regeneration allows rapid healing of injuries and recovery of stamina. Even if reduced to minced meat, you can regenerate over time. Damn. Still not telekinesis. Byakuya thought with a hint of resentment. Despite his disappointment, Infinite Regeneration was an incredibly powerful ability. Even if Byakuya were to be reduced to minced meat, he could regenerate after some time. If he had obtained this ability when he was weaker, he would have been thrilled. After all, it was a life-saving skill. But with his current strength, unless he simultaneously provoked all major forces in this world at once, he didn't think anyone could reduce him to minced meat. So, while useful, the ability felt a bit redundant. However, looking at it from another perspective, as long as Byakuya didn't do something reckless enough to make every major force attack him at once, causing damage faster than he could heal, he would be almost impossible to kill. So, I'm an indestructible now. Byakuya mused idly. He glanced at his remaining world source points. World source points, 1600. Months of hard work had left him almost back to square one. However, the power he had gained made Byakuya more than satisfied. End chapter. Chapter 63, Death Note. Under Byakuya's stringent policies, the Sabaody archipelago transformed into a harmonious society. No longer would you see people breaking into fights on the streets over minor disagreements. Additionally, any slave trading on the island had to be reported to the Marines. Although Byakuya couldn't single-handedly abolish the entire slave system of the pirate world, he could prevent the sale of slaves captured through forceful means by deeming it illegal. These slaves were then freed and restored to their rightful status, allowing them to return to their homes. Unexpectedly, this move earned Byakuya immense gratitude from the freed slaves. On their way home, they would spread the word that Rear Admiral Byakuya was a just and righteous Marine, enhancing his reputation across various regions. This was a pleasant surprise for Byakuya. The current tranquility of the Sabaody archipelago was built on the foundation of Byakuya's formidable strength, which temporarily subdued the lawbreakers on the island. However, Byakuya did not plan to stay on the Sabaody archipelago forever, but at the same time he didn't want the island to descend into chaos the moment he left. It was crucial to maintain the harmony of the island, as it generated nearly 7 billion berries of wealth for him every month. Byakuya didn't keep all the money for himself, he handed over half to Sengoku, solving his urgent financial needs. After all, Sengoku had helped Byakuya withstand a lot of pressure from various factions during this time. Sengoku often praised Byakuya in front of other Marines, saying, "Zephyr trained a good student. Regardless of his strength, his money-making skills are worth learning from." Byakuya's philosophy was simple: everyone should benefit together, and if something goes wrong, no one should be able to escape responsibility. I've shared half of the money with you. If trouble arises, you can't ignore it. In the real world, everything revolves around benefits. In Byakuya's office, Smoker, Quake, Tashigi, and Fergus exchanged confused looks. Fergus asked in a low voice, "Rear Admiral Smoker, you know Rear Admiral Byakuya best. Do you have any idea why he called us here so suddenly?" Smoker shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He instinctively reached for a cigar at his waist, feeling uneasy without something in his mouth. But as his hand touched the cigar, he remembered he was in Byakuya's office. He hastily put the half-drawn cigar back, thinking, it's not worth getting beaten up by Byakuya just for smoking a cigar. Tashigi looked at her small sword, Shigure, at her waist, seemingly contemplating how to retrieve her beloved sword from Byakuya. Quake, on the other hand, stood straight and calm, indifferent to their conversation. In his view, there was no point in overthinking things now, they just needed to follow Byakuya's orders when the time came. At that moment, Byakuya entered the office, pushing the door open. "Oh, I didn't expect you all to arrive so quickly." Fergus immediately asked, "Rear Admiral Byakuya, did you call us here to make an announcement?" As Byakuya's adjutant, Fergus was much busier than the others and valued his time greatly. Byakuya sat down and, without keeping them in suspense, said, "I'm planning to establish a pirate ranking list on the Sabaody archipelago." A pirate ranking list? The group was taken aback. We're Marines. Making a pirate ranking list just feels wrong, they thought. And what benefits would this bring us? Byakuya noticed their confusion and explained with a smile, "This will simply be an extension of the existing arena rules, establishing a ranking system. Actually, we need to understand why these pirates take to the seas. For fame, for profit, or to escape constraints." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Byakuya was right, these three reasons encompassed most pirates' motivations. So, we create a pirate ranking list, ranking all pirates except those in the Four Emperors' crews. For those at the top, we can increase their bounty, indirectly helping them gain fame across the seas. That would certainly attract some pirates. For pirates, increasing their bounty was the primary way to gain notoriety. However, a ranking list issued by the Marines would be far more influential than mere bounty posters. Just think about it, a bounty poster versus an official Marine-issued ranking of the strongest pirates under the Four Emperors. The latter would undoubtedly attract more attention. Byakuya continued, "To attract more pirates, we can also spread the word that those who rank high on the list might even become warlords of the sea." Tashigi asked earnestly, "Warlords? Isn't that something only recognized by the world government? Can we make such a promise?" "Fool. We only need to let the rumor spread that achieving a high rank could lead to becoming a warlord." "We're not guaranteeing it," Byakuya responded. Everyone thought, damn, here we go with the deception again. The title of the strongest pirate crew under the Four Emperors is prestigious. Becoming a warlord means not being chased by the Marines and being able to legally plunder. That's profitable. With these 2 points, I guarantee we can attract most pirates to participate, Byakuya explained. His reasoning was sound, taking the pirates' mentality into full consideration. Fergus questioned, "Rear Admiral Byakuya, this plan might attract pirates, but what's in it for us?" Leaning back in his chair, Byakuya answered calmly, "How does it not benefit us? Previously, when 2 pirate crews fought, the victor only gained the loser's treasure. Now, they can gain treasure, fame, and a chance to become a warlord. This ranking list will act as a catalyst for infighting among pirates. As they fight each other, our marine losses will decrease accordingly," he elaborated. Fergus's eyes lit up. Of course. How had he not thought of that? The more fiercely the pirates fought among themselves, the less work for the Marines. They could just sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Byakuya continued, "Moreover, this will provide us with more pirate intelligence and a better understanding of their strengths, which will be beneficial when we pursue them later." Smoker and the others were increasingly convinced by Byakuya's logic. With a simple ranking system, the Marines could incite pirate conflicts and reap the benefits. Byakuya's idea was truly ingenious. Seeing their excited expressions, Byakuya thought to himself, once we rank the pirates' strengths, I can send people to eliminate them from the top down. The stronger the pirate, the more world source points I gain. This ranking list will effectively allow me to harvest them, targeting the highest ranked ones first. To Byakuya, this wasn't just a ranking list, it was a death note. End chapter. Chapter 64, Zephyr visit. As the news of Byakuya's plan to establish a pirate ranking list spread, most pirates initially dismissed it, believing that a list created by the Marines held no credibility. Only a few pirates, adopting a wait-and-see attitude, participated, resulting in a slight increase in their bounty amounts. While it did help boost their notoriety, the allure wasn't strong enough, and participation remained minimal. However, when pirates heard that the top spots on the ranking list could potentially lead to becoming a warlord of the sea, their attitudes shifted dramatically. Not only did they eagerly participate, but they also became increasingly ruthless in their fights, often resulting in fatalities in the arena. This development quickly reached Sengoku's ears. Upon learning of Byakuya's idea, Sengoku found it very reasonable and acknowledged that such a scheme could indeed bring tangible benefits to the Marines. Consequently, after consulting with the world government, they made some adjustments to the bounty posters. In addition to the bounty amount, they added a line of small text. Ranked #* on the pirate ranking list, belonging to the pirate crew name. This move further stimulated the pirates' competitive nature. Conflicts became more intense, and soon, every pirate on the seas knew about the Marines' pirate ranking list. The initiative also brought some attention to Byakuya, who had proposed the idea. The news even reached the 4 emperors in the New World. Since the 4 emperors' crews were not included in the ranking list, the reaction was not significant. To the 4 emperors' crews, achieving the top rank on the pirate list meant little. Encountering them would still lead to inevitable defeat, so they paid it no mind. However, when the news reached red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman, they had a different take on it. After pondering for a while, Beckman said, "The Marines are intensifying the conflicts among pirates with this move." Shanks, looking in the direction of the Sabaody archipelago, murmured, "Yes, with this ranking list, many pirates will fight to the death for higher ranks, while the Marines sit back and benefit. It's a clever strategy. I wonder what this sea will become in the future." "Rear Admiral Byakuya, Instructor Zephyr is here," Quake announced excitedly as he pushed open the door. Hearing this, Byakuya immediately stood up from his chair. "Master. Why would he suddenly come to Sabaody?" "I'm not sure either." The soldiers stationed at the dock reported seeing Instructor Zephyr's battleship approaching. "Let's go. We need to welcome Master." Most of Byakuya's subordinates were former trainees from the camp, so they were quite excited to hear about Zephyr's arrival. As for Byakuya, his relationship with Zephyr was even deeper. During his 6 months in the training camp, Zephyr had treated him almost like a son. Byakuya not only felt a strong mentor-student bond but also regarded Zephyr as a father figure. Hence, he was determined to welcome him personally. When the group hurried to the dock, Zephyr had not yet arrived, but they didn't mind waiting. They started chatting by the dockside, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Byakuya instructed Fergus, "Today, make sure the soldiers on the island strictly enforce the law. No violations are allowed." Fergus nodded, "Don't worry, Rear Admiral Byakuya. I've already taken care of it." Smoker, standing nearby, confidently added, "Byakuya, after the last execution incident, no one on Sabaody archipelago dares to break the rules anymore." Byakuya was aware of this. His previous harsh measures had indeed deterred many. However, with Instructor Zephyr arriving today, he didn't want anything to go wrong in front of his mentor. The sight of Byakuya and his group at the dock drew considerable attention. Although abiding by Byakuya's rules ensured no trouble, his reputation still instilled fear. Following the live broadcast of the mass execution, Byakuya had become synonymous with brutality and bloodshed in the Sabaody archipelago. Someone trembled, "Even Byakuya, the blood butcher, is at the dock. Something big must be happening." Another person replied gravely, "Not just Byakuya. Almost all Marine officers on the island are here. If something's going down, a lot of heads are going to roll." News of Byakuya's presence at the dock spread like wildfire across the Sabaody archipelago. Everyone assumed another massacre was imminent, recalling the chilling execution of over 1,000 people. The bustling streets emptied in no time. Shop owners closed up, abandoning their businesses. Pirates who had come to buy food and water, upon hearing the news, paid their fees hastily and, under the astonished gaze of marine soldiers, rushed back to their ships, setting sail immediately to distance themselves from Sabaody. In less than an hour, the surrounding islands appeared deserted, as if devoid of any life. Zephyr didn't keep Byakuya waiting long. He arrived at the dock shortly. Seeing Byakuya there to greet him warmed Zephyr's heart, making him think his student was worthwhile. But Byakuya's first words made Zephyr reconsider. "Master Zephyr, it's been so long since you visited your student. You must have brought a gift for your greatest student, right?" Byakuya extended his hands, asking for a gift. Zephyr's face darkened as he looked at Byakuya's mischievous grin, thinking to himself, maybe I should just expel him from the academy. Seeing Zephyr's face turn darkened, Byakuya retracted his hands and sighed, "I guessed you might not have brought a gift. Never mind if you didn't." But before Zephyr could smile, Byakuya continued, "Smoker, note this down, July 17th, afternoon, Master Zephyr owes his disciple Byakuya a gift." Smoker felt awkward, thinking, I also graduated from the Marine training camp. How am I supposed to note this down? Noticing that Zephyr was on the verge of returning to the ship, Byakuya quickly said, "Master Zephyr, I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? You're getting more stingy as you age." Zephyr looked at Byakuya, feeling an urge to slap him. Why did I ever think of visiting this troublesome student? The students following Zephyr, who had often heard him praise Byakuya's exceptional talent and use him as an example in classes, were shocked to see this side of their senior. Their worldviews were completely overturned. End chapter. Chapter 65, Calm Before Storm. Zephyr brought the Marine training camp students out for hands-on experience, aiming to have them practice by capturing pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Passing by Sabaody Archipelago, he decided to visit Byakuya. Walking ahead with Zephyr, Byakuya had the rest of the group following respectfully behind. Quake and Fergus were enthusiastically chatting with the trainees, given their former status as leaders of the anti-Byakuya club, which still held considerable respect. Seeing the deserted streets and recalling the rumors he heard upon arrival, Zephyr asked suspiciously, "You didn't kill everyone on the island, did you?" Byakuya was exasperated. "Teacher, how could you say that? Am I that kind of person?" Zephyr shook his head, sighing, "It's hard to say what kind of person you are anymore." Despite being at Marine headquarters, Zephyr stayed well informed about Byakuya, often hearing updates from Sengoku. He was initially shocked when he learned about Byakuya's live broadcast execution across the entire island. In the training camp, Byakuya had never shown such a ruthless side. If this in the past, Zephyr might have reprimanded him, but now he didn't see it as a problem. In lawless places like this, even if you kill 1,000 people, it's unlikely that any would be innocent. Executing them all wasn't a big deal. Zephyr didn't stay long, needing to take his trainees to practice by hunting pirate crews. The next day, they set out again. Byakuya escorted Zephyr back to the dock, and as they left the marine base, the streets remained empty. Before leaving, Zephyr looked at Byakuya and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to spar with me?" Byakuya waved it off, awkwardly saying, "No need, you can go on your way." Zephyr's curiosity was piqued by Byakuya's reluctance. In the training camp, Byakuya was always eager to spar, practically a battle maniac. Now, without equals on Sabaody, he was passing up a chance to spar with Zephyr. This made Zephyr suspicious. Remembering what Sengoku had mentioned about Byakuya's recent activities, Zephyr guessed that Byakuya might have neglected his training, leading to no progress. Understanding this, Zephyr patted Byakuya's shoulder, concerned, "Byakuya, for us Marines, the most important thing is strength. Your rules on Sabaody are helpful and solve many problems for the Marines, but they are not as crucial as improving your strength. Only with strong personal power can you effectively implement your ideals. Don't lose sight of that." Byakuya was touched yet amused by Zephyr's heartfelt advice. He was touched by Zephyr's concern but amused because the real reason he avoided sparring was that his strength had increased too dramatically. His current power had multiplied several times compared to when he left the training camp, thanks to a 10% integration of power within just a month. Byakuya feared that if he used his strength, he might defeat Zephyr with a single punch, which would be too much of a shock for the old man. Thus, he had been making every excuse to avoid a match. However, Zephyr completely misunderstood Byakuya's reluctance. However, Byakuya couldn't bring himself to embarrass his teacher in front of so many people. It would be too cruel to do that to an elderly man. With a resigned smile, Byakuya said, "Don't worry, Teacher Zephyr. I promise I will intensify my training." Seeing Byakuya's sincere attitude, Zephyr didn't push further, mindful of maintaining Byakuya's dignity in front of his subordinates and students. Zephyr nodded and said, "All right then, I'll be off. But when I return, you better not make excuses." "I understand, teacher." Byakuya stood at the dock, watching Zephyr leave, thinking to himself, "Teacher, you're asking for a beating. Don't blame me when the time comes." After Zephyr's departure, Byakuya began contemplating how to deal with Doflamingo. Although he was now powerful enough to utterly defeat Doflamingo and single-handedly crush the Don Quixote family, his position as a Marine meant he had to wait for orders from above. Glancing at his Marine uniform, Byakuya smiled wryly. This identity is a double-edged sword. In the following days, Byakuya frequently received updates about Zephyr. Leading the training camp soldiers, Zephyr had defeated numerous pirate crews. With his extensive experience in training soldiers, Zephyr started by finding weaker pirates for his trainees to fight, gradually increasing the difficulty of ensuring their growth. Byakuya and his peers had graduated quickly, finishing their training while others were still laying their foundations. One day, Byakuya received a new report from Smoker. Zephyr had defeated the pirate supernova Donald, who had a bounty of 230 million berries. Byakuya couldn't help but chuckle. "Master Zephyr, you don't get tired, do you? Even at your age, you still get excited about fighting pirates." Putting down the newspaper, Byakuya suddenly realized something. Picking it up again, he scrutinized the photos of Zephyr in action, noticing his hockey-imbued fists. This was why he was known as Black Arm Zephyr. But something was off. Byakuya muttered to himself, "At this time, Master's right arm hasn't been cut off yet, and he hasn't replaced it with a sea-stone arm." According to the anime, Zephyr lost his arm while leading the training camp soldiers on a mission to hunt pirates. They encountered Weevil, and due to his age and asthma, Zephyr was defeated. Not only did he lose his arm, but almost all the training camp recruits were killed, except for Ein and Bins. A chilling thought flashed through Byakuya's mind, and he clenched his fists. Damn it, could this be that mission? Meanwhile, on a small pirate ship far from Sabaody Archipelago, a large man who bore no resemblance to Whitebeard except for his mustache and large sword said naively, "Mother, we've taken care of all these pirates. When can we go find Dad?" From the ship's treasure room came a sharp voice, "My dear son, be patient. Once we accomplish something that makes us famous across the seas, we can reunite with your father, Whitebeard." Chapter 66, Urgency. Byakuya felt increasingly uneasy as he stared at the newspaper in his hand. He couldn't shake the thought that this could indeed be the critical moment he dreaded. He had to act, even if it wasn't the exact event he feared, to prevent any potential tragedy. Byakuya couldn't accept letting things unfold disastrously when he had foreknowledge of the future. Desperately, he dialed the Den Mushi on Zephyr's ship, hoping to warn his teacher about Edward Weevil, and hopefully, prevent the impending tragedy. However, his anxiety grew as the call went unanswered. Byakuya realized that his fears were likely correct, otherwise, the call would not be ignored. "Smoker. Come here at once." Smoker, in the neighboring office, was startled by Byakuya's urgent tone, something he had never heard before. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Smoker hurried into Byakuya's office and noticed the report in Byakuya's hand. "What's wrong, Byakuya?" Smoker asked, his voice tense. Byakuya waved the newspaper. "Do you know where Teacher Zephyr is right now?" "Instructor Zephyr?" Smoker hesitated. "The news in this report is from 2 days ago. We haven't received any new updates, so it's impossible to determine Admiral Zephyr's exact location." Frustrated, Byakuya threw the newspaper onto the desk. Searching the vast ocean without a specific location was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was practically impossible unless there was some sort of tracking system. However, the technology in the pirate world wasn't advanced enough for reliable tracking. However, he remembered that while mainstream technology was lacking, there were still some unique tools available. Byakuya's eyes lit up as he asked, "Smoker, someone like Teacher Zephyr, a former admiral, should have a viver card, right?" After a moment's thought, Smoker nodded. "I haven't heard the admirals mention it, but for someone as powerful as him, a viver card likely exists." A viver card is a special type of paper made from a person's fingernails, unaffected by water or fire. It represents the person's life force, and pieces of the same card are attracted to each other. This means if Zephyr carried a viver card, and the Marine headquarters had a piece of it, Byakuya could use the card's attraction to locate Zephyr. This was the most feasible solution. Byakuya quickly explained the plan to Smoker before rushing to Marine headquarters to ask Sengoku for Zephyr's viver card. Convinced that Zephyr was in danger, Byakuya pushed his speed to the limit, not sparing any energy. Utilizing Soru and Jeppo to their fullest, he became a blur, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. On the streets below, people could only hear the repeated sonic booms of air exploding overhead, like artillery shells, sparking countless speculations. In a coding shop on Sabayati Archipelago, an elderly white-haired man with glasses glanced up at the sky, squinting as he murmured, "Which strong individual is this? To shatter the air with a single step, such terrifying power." With Byakuya pushing his limits, a journey that would normally take half a day was cut down to just 10 minutes. Given the urgency, he didn't have time to stop at the Marine headquarters gate to relay his message. Instead, he charged straight towards Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. The Marines inside the headquarters saw a black blur streak through the air, accompanied by thunderous booms, heading directly for Sengoku's office. What's happening? Is a pirate attacking Fleet Admiral Sengoku? This is outrageous. A single pirate daring to storm Marine headquarters and attack the Fleet Admiral. Could it be another Golden Lion? Panic spread among the officers, with vice admirals rushing to support Sengoku and rear admirals organizing the soldiers to prepare for a larger assault. They suspected that if there was one pirate, there might be an entire crew lying in wait nearby. Byakuya hadn't anticipated causing such a commotion, but even if he had, he wouldn't have acted differently. Zephyr's life was at stake, and there was no time to waste. Byakuya was straightforward. If someone treated him well, he reciprocated. Zephyr had treated him like a son, and Byakuya regarded him like a father. Now that Zephyr was in trouble, Byakuya had to help him. As Byakuya closed in on Sengoku's office, Akiji suddenly appeared in front of him. Dropping his usual lazy demeanor, Akiji looked serious and extended his hand, ice spreading rapidly from it. "No matter what, I won't let you pass. If you intend to attack Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you'll stay right here." Under Akiji's control, the ice formed a nearly 100-meter thick curved wall, harder than steel. Even cannon fire would struggle to break through it without thousands of rounds. Byakuya found the situation both funny and frustrating. Akiji had mistaken him for an intruder due to his speed. Even Akiji hadn't recognized him. To avoid wasting more time, Byakuya called out, "Admiral Akiji, it's me, Byakuya." Akiji, familiar with Byakuya, paused upon hearing his voice. He could recognize Byakuya's voice and realized the black blur was indeed him. "What's going on?" "I have an urgent matter and need to see Fleet Admiral Sengoku immediately." Hearing the urgency in Byakuya's voice, Akiji realized something serious was happening. He was about to disperse the ice wall when he saw Byakuya punch the air. In an instant, the thick ice wall shattered, and a perfect 30-meter wide hole blasted through it. Byakuya dashed through the opening, leaving Akiji stunned. Looking at his hands, Akiji muttered in disbelief, "That was my full-strength ice wall, wasn't it?" "No, it must have been just a third of my strength." "Yes, just a third." End chapter. Chapter 67, Zephyr Vivre card. The commotion outside was so loud that Sengoku, not being deaf, noticed it immediately. Initially intending to handle it, he saw Akiji appear out of nowhere and create a gigantic ice wall. This changed Sengoku's mind. It should have been enough with Akiji on the scene. However, what happened next left Sengoku utterly astonished. The nearly 100-meter ice wall suddenly had a huge hole blown through it, ice shards flying everywhere, and a dark figure emerging from the gap, continuing in Sengoku's direction. What the hell, even Akiji couldn't stop them. Who on earth could this be? It couldn't be that old man Whitebeard, could it? Sengoku didn't have time to ponder as the enemy was already approaching. Just as Sengoku's body began to radiate golden light, he suddenly heard Byakuya's voice. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's Byakuya. I need to speak with you urgently." "What?" "Byakuya." Sengoku was taken aback. The figure halted in front of him, and sure enough, it was Byakuya. At this moment, Akiji dissipated the ice wall and explained to the other advancing Marine Vice Admirals that the figure was Byakuya, reassuring them that it was not an enemy attack and they could stand down from battle stations. This brought a sigh of relief to the Vice Admirals, as long as it wasn't an enemy assault. Sengoku, however, looked at Byakuya with rising anger. You could have just come normally. Making such a scene, anyone would think someone was attacking Marine headquarters. But seeing Byakuya's anxious expression, Sengoku knew he had something urgent to discuss, and asked, somewhat nervously. What on earth has happened? Master Zephyr is in danger. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, do you have Master Zephyr's viver card? Sengoku was shocked. Zephyr is in danger. Yes, I need Master Zephyr's viver card right now to determine his exact location, then rush over there. Naturally, the Marines had Zephyr's viver card. All Marine headquarters officers of Vice Admiral rank and above had their viver cards made and securely stored in a heavily guarded room, never taken out under normal circumstances. Previously, there had been a serious incident due to a viver card leaking. A group of pirates, holding a grudge against a particular Marine headquarters Vice Admiral, accidentally acquired his viver card. Using the card's location tracking function, they ambushed the Vice Admiral during a raid on other pirates, ultimately killing him and wiping out his entire crew, causing a significant impact on the Marines. This incident had served as a wake-up call for Sengoku, so since then, all viver cards never left Marine headquarters. Usually, they only used the cards to confirm the current status of the Marines. Out of caution, Sengoku took a deep breath and asked again, "Are you sure Zephyr is in danger now?" Byakuya nodded firmly. "Before I came, I called Master Zephyr, but I couldn't reach him." Hearing this, Sengoku realized the seriousness of the situation. "All right, wait here. I'll go get Zephyr's viver card right now." Having resolved the disturbance, Akiji, overhearing Byakuya and Sengoku's conversation, understood the situation. No wonder Byakuya had caused such a ruckus, something had happened to Master Zephyr. This was not something that could be delayed, every second wasted could affect Zephyr's life. Moreover, Zephyr had taken cadets from the training camp with him. If something truly happened, it would create a gap in the Marines' middle officer ranks for the next 2 to 3 years, a matter of significant consequence. A few minutes later, Sengoku returned with a viver card missing a corner, and solemnly said, "This is Zephyr's viver card. You must keep it safe." Byakuya took the viver card and, seeing no noticeable changes, felt a wave of relief. It seemed that Master Zephyr was still in a stable condition, not in immediate danger as he had feared. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akiji, I'll be going now," he said. Sengoku asked, "Can you handle this alone? Should I send others to assist you?" If not for needing to stay at Marine headquarters, Sengoku would have wanted to go with Byakuya himself. After all, he and Zephyr had been comrades for decades, sharing a deep bond. Noticing that Zephyr's viver card was intact, Byakuya's tension eased, and he smiled, no longer appearing as anxious. "I can manage on my own," he assured. Sengoku had many questions but understood the urgency of the situation and refrained from asking. Akiji spoke up, "Byakuya, let me go with you. I don't have any pressing matters right now, and 2 of us together would be safer." Sengoku agreed, "That's a good idea. If you 2 go together, there'll be no need to worry even if you encounter an Emperor's pirate crew." Byakuya waved off their concerns. "No need. Admiral Akiji's speed is too slow. Going together would only waste time." Akiji was taken aback. "Too slow? Me? A Marine Admiral, being considered slow by a Rear Admiral?" Recalling how Byakuya had punched through the ice wall earlier, Akiji fell into a deep self-doubt. Was he really that weak, or was Byakuya just that incredibly strong? Before leaving, Byakuya turned back and said, "The disturbance at Marine headquarters was my fault. I'll take full responsibility for it." Sengoku dismissed it, "It's no big deal. Saving Zephyr is the priority." Although Byakuya's actions had caused a significant stir, it hadn't resulted in any real damage and even served as an impromptu training exercise for the Marines. If pirates ever attacked Marine headquarters for real, Byakuya's actions might have provided valuable experience. Though Sengoku doubted such an attack would ever occur. As Byakuya moved, he generated a piercing sonic boom, vanishing from sight in an instant. Watching Byakuya's disappearing figure, Sengoku turned to Akiji and asked, "Kuzan, just how strong do you think Byakuya is?" Sengoku noticed Akiji wasn't paying attention, awkwardly cleared his throat, and repeated his question. Akiji, having reassured himself that the ice wall shattered because he only used a third of his strength, and that Byakuya called him slow because his devil fruit powers weren't suited for flight, felt much better. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what did you ask?" "I asked, how strong do you think Byakuya is?" Akiji confidently replied, "Not much, just about a third of my strength." Sengoku didn't think so. From what he observed, Byakuya's strength probably rivaled that of Zephyr during his peak days, maybe even greater. But that's just what he sees. He doesn't know yet the true strength of B. Chapter 68, Miss Buchan and Edward Weevil. Not far from the Sabaody archipelago, a dilapidated pirate ship was on the verge of sinking into the sea. Nearby, a marine warship, specifically a training camp ship, stood anchored. Zephyr watched his students, now looking extremely disheveled after just finishing off a pirate crew, and sighed almost imperceptibly. They had struggled so much against a pirate crew with a total bounty of only 80 million berries. This was their achievement after nearly a year of training. Thinking about his disciple, Byakuya, Zephyr's expression grew even more melancholic. Comparing people can be disheartening. Comparing goods can make you throw things away. Recalling the joyful days of teaching Byakuya, Zephyr remembered how Byakuya's strength improved by leaps and bounds daily, constantly surprising him. It gave Zephyr a tremendous sense of accomplishment as a teacher. But now, with these students, he often found teaching them to be a headache. No matter how hard he tried, they just couldn't seem to get it. They all had the same two shoulders supporting one head, so why was the gap so wide? Such differences were normal, given that none of them were geniuses like Byakuya. "Master Zephyr, are we heading back to the training camp now?" asked a beautiful woman with smooth, sea-blue wavy hair who approached Zephyr respectfully. "We've been out for half a month now, and you've all gained enough experience and learned about your shortcomings. It's time to go back," Zephyr replied slowly. "However, we won't return directly to the training camp. We'll make a stop at the Sabaody archipelago first." Ain asked curiously, "Are we going to see senior brother Byakuya?" At the mention of Byakuya, Zephyr's previously melancholic face brightened with a smile. "Seeing him is secondary. Mainly, I want to check if his strength has declined, fearing he might have relaxed in his training while stationed at Sabaody." Ain bit her lip and softly asked, "Master Zephyr, is Byakuya-senpai really that strong?" Zephyr proudly smiled, "Of course. With Byakuya's strength, he could easily be an admiral." "Is he even stronger than you, Master Zephyr?" Ain's innocent question caused Zephyr's smile to falter. He coughed, cough, "That's impossible. Byakuya still has a long way to go to match me." Ain, too pure and full of admiration for Zephyr, didn't notice his awkward expression. She said with a tone of reverence, "Master Zephyr, you truly deserve to be a former Marine Admiral." Listening to Ain's admiring tone, Zephyr's mood improved. Although these students lacked Byakuya's talent, at least they admired him more. Byakuya would never speak to him with such reverence. If it were Byakuya, he'd likely say, "This is it," or "Master Zephyr, former Marine Admiral with this strength," or even "My dog would, find this laughable." Such comments often drove Zephyr to the brink of madness during their sparring sessions. If not for his strong self-control, Zephyr might have gone all out on Byakuya long ago. Look. My dear son, row eastward quickly." An elderly woman, barely half a meter tall, held a telescope with her withered hands, peering in the direction of Zephyr's warship. A nearly 7-meter-tall fat man on the ship flexed his arms, rowing vigorously, causing the ship to speed up abruptly. Why is the distance increasing? As the target in the telescope grew smaller, the old woman lowered the telescope. Miss Buchan, furiously waving her telescope, started whacking Weevil's ankles, shouting angrily, "You idiot! This is west, that's east over there. How did I end up with such a stupid son?" Listening to Miss Buchan's rant, Weevil's eyes quickly welled up with tears. He whined, "Mama, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me anymore." Miss Buchan, glancing back at the marine training ship, said excitedly, "That ship should have the former Marine Admiral, Zephyr. If we kill him, we'll become famous across the seas." Weevil asked dumbly, "Mama, does that mean we can go find Dad?" Of course, once we kill him, you can reunite with your father. Miss Buchan replied in a coaxing tone. Hearing this, Weevil became even more excited, rowing with such force that the oars seemed to blur, making the ship speed toward Zephyr at double its previous pace. As Zephyr was chatting with Ein, a person dressed as a ninja approached and said, "Master Zephyr, a pirate ship is coming from the west at great speed, seemingly heading straight for us." "Pirates? Coming for us?" Zephyr followed the ninja, Bins, to the side of the ship and saw a pirate ship barreling towards them. It looked like they would collide in less than half a minute. Seeing this, Zephyr loudly commanded, "Quick, steer the ship north." He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Was this some kind of suicide attack, ramming ship to ship? Who does that? Meanwhile, on Weevil's side, Miss Buchan was again furiously whacking Weevil's ankles and screeching. "Slow down. Slow down. We're about to crash, you idiot. You're going to kill me." Her wrinkled face was full of terror. If they crashed, Weevil would probably be fine with his physical toughness, maybe just a bit dusty. But she was just a normal 70-something-year-old woman. A crash like that would turn her into minced meat. Fortunately, Zephyr's timely order made the marine ship veer north, narrowly avoiding a collision. Weevil's ship sped past the spot where the marine ship had been. Even breaking the oar in his hand didn't help him stop. As the ship moved away, Zephyr watched with a puzzled expression. What were they trying to do, charging at him knowing he was a marine? This wasn't good news. Zephyr ordered, "Ein, Bins, take the other trainees and get to safety. I'll handle these pirates." Ein and the others had absolute faith in Zephyr's strength. In their eyes, as long as Master Zephyr was there, nothing could go wrong. Suddenly, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and lightning snakes slithered through the sky, creating a tense atmosphere. In the next moment, a huge shadow descended from above, followed by a gleaming broadsword aiming directly at Zephyr's head. End chapter. Chapter 69. This sudden strike, like a bolt of lightning, came down on Zephyr. The bright blade reflected Zephyr's calm face. Instead of retreating, Zephyr charged forward. His arms were instantly covered with armament hockey, his purple-black fists swinging towards the blade. Zephyr knew he couldn't avoid it. If he dodged, the ship would take the hit, easily causing severe damage. With over 100 trainees on board, the ship sinking could lead to many deaths. That's why he chose to attack. With Zephyr's full force, his right fist, like obsidian, slammed into the large blade. Bang! The clash of fist and blade created a teeth-grinding sound, sending dozens of purple-black lightning snakes splashing out. Ein and the others felt a sudden discomfort in their hearts from a distance. What tremendous strength! Zephyr was secretly astonished. His armament hockey-covered right fist had a deep white scar carved into it. He swiftly returned to the ship's deck. Now he could see his enemy clearly, and what he saw shocked him. This person looked too much like Whitebeard, from the height to the massive blade and especially the crescent-shaped mustache. Was this Whitebeard's man? Was Whitebeard targeting him? Thinking of this, Zephyr asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you to Whitebeard?" Weevil, hearing the question, stupidly replied, "I'm his son, Edward Weevil." What the heck, Whitebeard has a son. How come the Marines didn't know about this? Zephyr didn't immediately question the truth of this information because the resemblance was uncanny. From the brief exchange, Zephyr had also sensed Weevil's terrifying strength, similar to Whitebeard in his younger days. Zephyr continued, "Where is Whitebeard now?" Edward Weevil responded, "Dad is in the New World. Mama said if I kill you, I can meet him, so let me kill you, okay?" Hearing this, Zephyr almost wanted to curse. What do you mean, kill me, and you can meet your dad? Am I blocking your family reunion? What does your family issue have to do with me? However, Zephyr noticed that this self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard seemed mentally challenged and, in simple terms, a fool. But his strength was undeniable. With over 100 trainees on board, this wasn't the right place to fight. Zephyr's eyes darted as he thought of a plan. He shouted to Weevil, "Actually, I can help you meet Whitebeard sooner." Weevil perked up immediately, excitedly asking, "Really? I can meet my father?" Zephyr smiled, "Of course, just follow me, and you will see Whitebeard." Though deceiving a fool gave Zephyr a sense of guilt, he had no other choice for the sake of the trainees. If Weevil followed him, he would lead him to Byakuya, where they could take him down together and then lock him and impel down. If they could capture Whitebeard later, they could have their reunion in prison. This way, Zephyr wouldn't be breaking his promise. Weevil didn't doubt Zephyr's words and put away his large blade, saying dumbly, "Since you can take me to see Whitebeard, I won't fight you." Hearing this, Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Thank goodness he's a fool, easy to deceive." But just as Zephyr relaxed, a dry, claw-like hand suddenly reached up from the side of the ship, gripping the deck tightly. "Are you trying to get your old mother killed, you foolish son? You're worse than a pig." Miss Buchan finally managed to climb back onto the ship, her ugly face twisted with rage as she screamed at Weevil. Earlier, she had been standing on Weevil's shoulder when he leapt off the ship to attack Zephyr, causing her to lose her balance and fall into the sea. It took all her effort to climb out of the water, only to hear Zephyr's deceptive words to Weevil, which Weevil believed. She was so furious she almost fell back into the sea. Seeing Miss Buchan, Weevil pitifully said, "Mom, I'm sorry." Zephyr was almost shocked into calling her Mom himself. This less than half-meter tall, sharp-faced old woman was Whitebeard's wife. Was Whitebeard's eyesight okay? Besides, their proportions were completely mismatched. If it were true, Zephyr couldn't even imagine the scene. After scolding Weevil, Miss Buchan stood aside and pointed at Zephyr, "Kill this guy immediately." Weevil hesitated, "But he can take us to meet Dad." Seeing how easily Weevil believed Zephyr's words, Miss Buchan was nearly driven to rage-induced madness. If Zephyr could reunite him with his father, it would be a miracle. Miss Buchan kept hitting Weevil, "Kill him now, or your mother won't want you anymore." Hearing that his mother might abandon him, Weevil got scared and picked up his large blade to charge at Zephyr again. Zephyr's arms silently covered themselves with armament hockey. Since there was no way to avoid the fight, he had no choice but to battle. The clash between them was immediate. Though Weevil's size was large, he wasn't clumsy at all, and with his terrifying strength comparable to a young Whitebeard, Zephyr couldn't gain any advantage despite numerous clashes. His pitch-black arms trembled slightly, bearing several deep white scars from the blade, and his breathing grew increasingly labored, his chest heaving with signs of an impending asthma attack. Meanwhile, Weevil seemed unaffected, swinging his blade to strike again. This situation was a stark example of how youth often prevails in physical confrontations. With the training camp trainees on board, Zephyr was hesitant to go all out, but at this rate, everyone on the ship would die. Zephyr shouted, "Ein, get everyone out of here, now." Just as he finished speaking, Weevil's nearly 3-meter-long blade came crashing down, leaving Zephyr no time to catch his breath. Under Weevil's relentless barrage, Zephyr could only barely hold his ground, without any chance to counterattack. "Zephyr-sensei." Ein and the others watched Zephyr struggle and wished they could help, but they knew their strength was too weak, they would only be a burden to him. As they despaired, a light-hearted voice suddenly came from the sky, "Zephyr-sensei, you have to admit, you are already old." End chapter. Chapter 70, slammed to Byakuya, having obtained Zephyr's viver card, used its ability to guide him towards Zephyr's location, moving at full speed without any hesitation. Byakuya finally spotted Zephyr's ship in the distance. He also noticed Weevil engaged in battle with Zephyr. Although Zephyr was in a tough spot, he still held his ground, and the situation hadn't reached its worst. The battle hadn't lasted long, but Zephyr's asthma attack made him appear more fatigued. Seeing that Zephyr was unharmed, Byakuya felt relieved and teased, "Zephyr-sensei, you are old." Ein, who had been anxiously watching, heard the voice and looked up to the sky, her delicate face lighting up joyfully. "It's Byakuya-senpai," she exclaimed. "Byakuya-senpai, please help Zephyr-sensei." Byakuya smiled, "Don't worry, I'll step in when the time is right." Hearing Byakuya's voice, Zephyr's tension eased. "You brat, what are you doing here?" he asked. "I'm worried that if I didn't come, I might never see you again, Zephyr-sensei," Byakuya replied with a teasing grin, but in his heart what he said sincerely. Zephyr's frustration flared, wishing he could punch Byakuya. But with Byakuya present, Zephyr felt more at ease. He no longer had to hold back, fearing that a failed all-out attack would leave him defenseless. With a cold snort, Zephyr said, "Humph, do you think your sensei became a Marine Admiral for nothing? Watch closely." Zephyr's demeanor changed drastically, making him appear 20 years younger. His upper body was completely covered in black armament hockey. Instead of dodging Weevil's attack, Zephyr met it head-on with his shoulder. The immense force caused the ship's bow to dip sharply, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Seizing the moment, Zephyr grabbed Weevil's sword and yanked him forward. With a light exhale, Zephyr shouted, "Flame smash!" Concentrating his armament hockey from his fists to his wrists, the blackened area seemed like a black hole, swallowing all light. This was Zephyr's most powerful move. His fists moved so fast they left afterimages, repeatedly striking Weevil's chest. The friction from his fists created sparks, which quickly turned into scorching flames, burning Weevil's chest. The air was filled with the smell of charred flesh. Each punch left a deep imprint on Weevil's chest. In less than 10 seconds, his chest was severely caved in, blood continuously trickling from his mouth. He looked utterly devastated. The rapid assault left Weevil with no time to react. With the final punch, Weevil was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed down with a heart-wrenching scream, landing on Miss Buchan, who was being slammed to death. Zephyr struggled to control his breathing, ignoring his nearly strained old back, and walked over to Byakuya. Seeing Byakuya's stunned expression, Zephyr proudly said, "Did you see that? This is your master's true strength." Byakuya, still processing the scene, stammered, That looked like a combination of Fire Fist and Garp Iron Fist. No, it should be like Luffy Red Hawk or Red Rock." Zephyr, his face darkening, gave Byakuya a light smack. "That's my special move, Flame Smash. So, do you want to learn it?" Byakuya's lips twitched. He thought, what's the point? I can kill someone with one punch. But to respect Zephyr's pride, Byakuya feigned admiration. "Master, your technique is amazing, but I'm not sure I can learn it." Zephyr, feeling satisfied with Byakuya's flattery, patted his shoulder. "Haha, you may be a bit slow, but with my guidance, you'll surely learn it. Trust in your master." Byakuya, seeing Zephyr's smug look, rolled his eyes internally. "Sure, keep praising yourself." Ain and the other trainees, having seen Zephyr defeat the enemy, gathered around, their voices filled with admiration. "Zephyr-sensei, you're incredibly strong." "Yes. That move was awesome. I want to learn it." With the trainees' adulation, Zephyr's smile grew wider, and his pain seemed to lessen. Just as everyone was celebrating, Weevil, who seemed lifeless, stood up again, crying, "Mama! Mama! Mama, what's wrong?" Miss Buchan was undoubtedly dead. Weevil, treating her like a paper figure, held her and sobbed. Given Weevil's enormous weight, even a robust adult would be crushed, let alone a 70-year-old woman. Zephyr's expression was no longer relaxed. What kind of monster was this? Even after taking his full-strength flame smash, Weevil could still stand, seemingly with some fight left in him. Zephyr himself could barely move, meaning that if Byakuya hadn't arrived, the entire ship's crew might have perished at the hands of that simpleton. Weevil's eyes were blood-red, blood still dripping from his mouth, and his chest was caved in, with an unknown number of broken ribs. Yet, despite this, Weevil still had the strength to fight. He roared, "You killed my mama. I will avenge her." Seeing this, Ain and the others looked at Zephyr, clearly expecting him to finish Weevil off. But Zephyr knew his condition too well, he could hardly move, let alone fight. Maintaining a composed expression, he said dismissively, "This guy is already heavily injured. There's not much strength left in him. If I were to take him on again, it would feel like bullying. Luckily, Byakuya is here. Let him handle it, and you can witness his strength." Ain and the others believed Zephyr's words without question and shifted their gaze to Byakuya. Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that was close. I almost embarrassed myself in front of the trainees. Byakuya looked at Zephyr, whose chest was heaving like a bellows and who was holding his waist to stand straight. Internally, he scoffed, "You still have the nerve to say you don't want to bully the weak." Byakuya hadn't realized that ever since he became Zephyr's disciple, Zephyr had gradually become this way. End chapter. Chapter 71, Norm. Although Byakuya wanted to refuse the fight and make Zephyr take on Weevil again, thinking it would be amusing to see Zephyr embarrassed. He knew that if he did, he'd likely be expelled from his master's tutelage. With a sigh, Byakuya said, "Since Master Zephyr has specifically asked me to fight, I have no choice but to step in." Byakuya took a few steps forward, positioning himself for battle. Zephyr watched Byakuya's back with satisfaction, explaining to the trainees behind him. Watch closely. Although Byakuya's strength is slightly less than mine, he still possesses the power of admiral-level strength. Usually, you wouldn't have the chance to witness a battle of this caliber. This is a tremendous opportunity for you all. Make sure to observe and learn something from Byakuya. The trainees nodded eagerly, their eyes fixed on Byakuya, eager to see just how powerful their senior was, given that Zephyr had praised him as having the strength of an admiral at such a young age. Weevil, wielding his large sword, charged forward like a madman, shouting, "Give me back my mother's life." Byakuya chuckled and said, "Didn't you sit on your mother and kill her yourself? If you want revenge, shouldn't you start by killing yourself?" For a moment, both Zephyr and the trainees were stunned. Byakuya's words were strangely logical, yet not entirely. Weevil stopped in his tracks, visibly conflicted, as if Byakuya's words had made sense to him. The trainees exchanged glances, and someone whispered, "Is Byakuya-senpai going to make that guy commit suicide with just a few words?" Given his intelligence, it's not impossible. Weevil thought about it for a long time but couldn't make sense of it. Still, he wasn't foolish enough to stab himself. Instead, he swung his massive sword and charged at Byakuya, shouting, "I don't care. You killed my mother, and I'm going to kill you to avenge her." With that, Weevil leaped from the ship. The bright blade of his sword suddenly turned black and purple, and thunder roared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts struck the water, causing massive waves and forming what seemed like a domain of thunder. Weevil descended like a meteor, his sword wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, creating a deafening explosion in the surrounding area. Zephyr's pupils contracted, and his expression grew serious. What a terrifying strike. Is this fool's true strength? If Byakuya couldn't block this attack, the entire ship would be obliterated. But Zephyr was in no condition to intervene. Could Byakuya handle it alone? Byakuya squinted and shook his head, sighing, "This move is flashy, but it won't work on me." Bang. To everyone's astonishment, Byakuya extended a single finger to stop the seemingly world-ending attack. Countless purple-black lightning bolts crackled around the blade and met Byakuya's finger, but they dissipated instantly as if encountering an even more terrifying force. The blade hovered mere centimeters from Byakuya's finger, yet no matter how hard Weevil pushed, he couldn't close the distance. Even as his sword bent into a C shape, it couldn't press down any further. Zephyr was stunned by Byakuya's strength. What on earth? He thought. In just half a month, his power has grown this much. Even drugs wouldn't work this fast. The trainees' eyes sparkled, and they whispered among themselves. Byakuya-senpai is incredibly strong. Are all the admirals monsters like him? Zephyr's lip twitched at this. No way, he thought. If all admirals were like this, the seas wouldn't be in chaos. Byakuya's strength is abnormally high. As everyone was in shock, Byakuya slightly bent his finger and flicked it. Weevil, as if launched by a cannon, soared into the sky. Byakuya vanished silently from everyone's sight and reappeared beside Weevil, who was now panic-stricken, shouting. "My father is Whitebeard. I'm his son. You can't kill me." Zephyr froze upon hearing this. That's right, he's Whitebeard's biological son. With Whitebeard's protectiveness, killing one of his adoptive sons would make him hunt you down forever. If you kill his real son, he might go insane. He could storm Marine headquarters to get to you. It might be better to capture Weevil first and then decide after a thorough investigation. Having made up his mind, Zephyr was about to persuade Byakuya when Byakuya drew his blade. In midair, Byakuya smiled at Weevil and said, "You gave me one strike earlier, so I'll give you one now. Isn't that fair?" Byakuya gripped the hilt of his sword, Kazamune, in a reverse grip. As he drew the blade, a long crack appeared in the stormy sky. Everyone suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold, as if countless blades were pointed at them, making their hair stand on end. Byakuya drew Kazamune and infused it with armament haki, saying calmly, "Normal series, normal slash." A brilliant light blue slash, like a dazzling crescent moon, descended from the sky and struck the ocean in an instant. Weevil was cut cleanly in half, his body symmetrically split down the middle, and his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The 1,000-meter deep sea was bisected by the sword slash, revealing the soft ocean floor. Sea creatures on either side of the parted water frantically swam away, trying to escape the terrifying scene. Waves surged, creating enormous swells that radiated outward, threatening to capsize marine ships. Fortunately, the disturbance lasted only a few minutes before the sea calmed and returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Byakuya sheathed his sword and returned to the ship, looking at the astonished onlookers with an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, I used a bit too much strength." Zephyr, staring at the Kazemune at Byakuya's waist, recalled his previous conversation with Byakuya. He had asked why Byakuya, who wasn't a swordsman, carried a famous sword. Byakuya had replied that it was for appearances, which Zephyr had dismissed and even lectured him about. Now he realized the sword was far from mere appearances. Byakuya wasn't just a swordsman, he was a great swordsman, and Zephyr had never noticed in all these months. The 100 trainees stood in stunned silence, recalling Zephyr's earlier instruction to learn something from Byakuya. They had watched Byakuya's battle intently, but now they wanted to ask Zephyr. "Do you want us to learn how to block an attack with one finger, flick an opponent away with a single finger, or cleave the sea with a single strike? Do you think we can learn any of this?" Chapter 72, Aftermath, gained 500 points of World Source Energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Edward Weevil, successfully altering the plot of Weevil cutting off Zephyr's arm, and Weevil becoming a warlord of the sea, gaining 5,000 points of World Source Energy. The best way to gain more World Source Energy is by altering the plot. Simply killing powerful characters doesn't yield as much energy. The rewards need to match the effort. Weevil's current strength, though not as great as it would be in 2 years, was still near the level of an admiral. Killing such a strong character only yielded 500 points of World Source Energy, which is quite low. After all, there are few characters of this level across the entire sea. I'll have to actively participate in altering the plot. With the situation at Sabayati Archipelago stable, there's no need to stay any longer. Having made his decision, Byakuya looked up to find everyone around him staring at him with strange expressions, even Zephyr. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Byakuya asked, surprised. "You can't just keep staring at me like that. If you keep looking, I'll have to start charging 500 belly for each minute glance." Hearing this, many of the trainees awkwardly turned away, some of the female trainees even blushed. Byakuya-senpai is not only strong but also a bit shameless. However, it's precisely this shamelessness that makes them feel close to him, without the intimidating aura that usually surrounds strong people. Zephyr, curious, asked, "Byakuya, who taught you swordsmanship? I haven't seen you use it during the 6 months I trained you." As one of the few top-tier warriors of the sea, Zephyr's strength may have waned with age, but his discernment had only improved. The level of swordsmanship Byakuya had just displayed was undoubtedly that of a great swordsman. Not just any great swordsman, but one of the highest caliber. There are indeed such strong swordsmen in the sea, like Mihawk of the 7 Warlords of the Sea and the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, who are known for dominating their era with their sword skills. However, these individuals have been practicing swordsmanship for far longer than Byakuya has been alive. If Byakuya had reached the level of a great swordsman before joining the training camp, Zephyr would have noticed. But to say Byakuya reached this level in the mere half-month since leaving the camp was unbelievable. If it were that easy, every swordsman in the sea would have given up by now. That's why Zephyr was so curious to ask Byakuya. Hearing Zephyr's question, Byakuya smirked and said, "Teacher Zephyr, do you want the truth or a lie?" Zephyr frowned and replied, "Obviously, the truth." Byakuya chuckled and said, "The truth is, on my way to Sabayati Archipelago, I fell asleep in a chair. In my dream, a swordsman with a bamboo toothpick in his mouth appeared, calling himself Atomic Samurai. He said I was too great and decided to teach me all his sword techniques. Then, I..." Zephyr interrupted with a frown, "And then you woke up as a great swordsman." "Yes, that's exactly how it happened," Byakuya replied naturally, without any sign of lying. After all, it was the truth. Byakuya's situation was pretty much as he described, except he kept secret the part about the system. Zephyr's face darkened. To him, Byakuya was talking nonsense. The surrounding trainees were also wide-eyed, finding it hard to believe. Are we hearing a fairy tale? Could something so outrageous happen on the sea? Though they thought Byakuya's story was far-fetched, the fact that someone as young as Byakuya could become a great swordsman was equally unbelievable. However, Bins believed Byakuya and excitedly asked, "Byakuya-senpai, does that mean we might experience something like this in the future?" Byakuya puffed out his chest and declared firmly, "Yes, if you sleep a lot and dream a lot, you might wake up as a great swordsman, becoming strong like me." This statement caused an uproar among the trainees. The idea of becoming a great swordsman by just sleeping was too tempting to ignore. Whether it was true or not, they decided to try it. If it didn't work, they'd just get some rest, but if it did, they'd hit the jackpot. Seeing the trainees getting excited, Zephyr's face darkened even more with a throbbing vein on his forehead. "Are you all stupid? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't believe Byakuya. If it were that simple, there would be more great swordsmen in the sea." Yet, these future marine officers were ready to act on Byakuya's words, almost willing to sleep on the spot. Zephyr wondered if the training camp should include a course on how to fall asleep quickly. If everything could be achieved by sleeping, why bother with training? However, Zephyr felt a bit of relief when he saw that Ain was unmoved. At least there was someone sensible in the camp. But before Zephyr could praise Ain, she said disdainfully, "Byakuya-senpai said Atomic Samurai taught him because he was great. Do you think anyone would teach swordsmanship to you, a bunch of stupid misfits? You'd be better off training properly than wasting time sleeping." Zephyr's smile froze, a wave of frustration choked him, a bit of blood trickled from his mouth and his asthma caught up on him. Seeing this, Byakuya hurriedly asked, "Teacher Zephyr, what's wrong?" I'm fine. Just an old injury acting up," Zephyr said, looking seriously at Byakuya. "Teacher wants to hear the lie now. Tell me, what was the lie?" The lie is that I've been practicing swordsmanship since I was in the womb. Counting the 10 months in the womb, it's been 19 years. Byakuya said. Zephyr grabbed Byakuya's arm excitedly and said, "That's the truth. That's the real story, and the rest was false. Quickly, tell them this is the truth. This world is indeed absurd. Tell the truth, and no one believes it." Byakuya looked at Zephyr's abnormal behavior and feared that the old man might collapse. He had come to save Zephyr, not to be the cause of his death. That would be too tragic. End chapter. Chapter 73, Celestial Dragon News. In the office, Byakuya was arranging pre-departure tasks with Smoker and the others. It had been a week since they rescued Teacher Zephyr. During this time, Byakuya had applied for a mission from Fleet Admiral Sengoku to leave the Sabaody archipelago. Now that he had the money, the Atom Tree branch could be put to use. He planned to go to Water 7, known for its excellent shipbuilding technology, to commission a ship unique to him, rather than continuing to use the standard marine battleship of a rear admiral. However, this was only one of Byakuya's objectives. The other was to find a suitable famous sword, at least one of the great grade swords. His current sword, Kazemune, was no longer suitable for him. Although for a strong person, a weapon is merely an enhancement, during his fight with Weevil, Byakuya had to cover Kazemune with armament haki, not to enhance its power but to protect it. Without the haki, Kazemune would have shattered from his attack. It simply couldn't handle Byakuya's strength. Hence, acquiring a new sword was also part of his plan. After making all the necessary arrangements, Byakuya prepared to leave with Tashigi and Quake, leaving Smoker and Fergus behind. This was a decision made after careful consideration. Fergus had managed the Sabaody archipelago exceptionally well during this time, allowing Byakuya to live comfortably without worry. Naturally, he couldn't leave. Smoker, being the strongest on the island apart from Byakuya, was tasked with handling potential troublemakers. Bringing Tashigi was convenient for choosing a new sword, while Quake was merely brought along as a laborer. Byakuya had wanted to visit Teacher Zephyr before leaving, but Zephyr had firmly refused, claiming that seeing Byakuya would worsen his injuries and hinder his recovery. He even said it would be best not to see each other again this year and to wait until later, which left Byakuya both amused and helpless. Zephyr was genuinely scared of Byakuya. If Byakuya came to the training camp and started spouting nonsense again, the Marine Elite Training Camp might as well be renamed the Marine Sleep All Day Camp. So, it was better not to meet. Just as Byakuya was about to leave, Akiji unexpectedly appeared in his office, claiming there was a new mission and keeping Byakuya there. Before Akiji could speak, Byakuya rattled off a list of complaints. "Admiral Akiji, what's the matter now? Look, I've got my leave approved and was about to leave. If you're making me stay to work, shouldn't there be overtime pay? And my leave time can't change, it should be extended. We can't be working for free, right? Akiji stared at Byakuya in astonishment. At that moment, he saw a reflection of Kizaru in Byakuya, both in tone and content. This can't be Kizaru pretending to be Byakuya, can it? Admiral Akiji. Admiral Akiji. What's wrong with you? Byakuya waved his hand in front of Akiji's face, bringing him back from his thoughts. Akiji coughed lightly and said, I'm fine. I'm here to tell you that there's been an answer regarding the previous incident. Byakuya was puzzled, the previous matter. The one involving the celestial dragons. Akiji nodded, yes, the celestial dragons matter. Last time, it involved the Donkiksote family, right? Yes, but aren't they one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Shouldn't the world government handle this investigation? What does it have to do with the Marines? Byakuya asked. Akiji hesitated before saying, it seems CP0 discovered that the Donkiksote family is indeed involved in dealings with the beast pirates. There's going to be a transaction soon, and the location is around the Sabaody archipelago. So, the world government wants us, the Marines, to cooperate with the CP organization to secretly capture members of the Donkiksote family and question them about the disappearance of Palace Maple-Seashell. Damn. I thought Byakuya, who forgot that Palace Maple-Seashell was still held by Sonic. Maintaining his composure, Byakuya asked, have they pinpointed the exact location of the transaction? Based on their observations over the past few days, they've narrowed it down to 3 possible islands, Gill Island, Wadden Island, and Sente Island. The world government will handle Gill Island, while we Marines are responsible for the other 2. If we discover the transaction, we will immediately notify each other and try to apprehend them as quickly as possible. Byakuya now understood. The world government was suspicious of the Donkiksote family but lacked concrete evidence to act. Doflamingo's special status meant they couldn't openly investigate. So, they planned to capture a few key members of the Donkiksote family to gather more information. The Marines, then, were just a cover to mask the world government's true intentions, making Doflamingo think they were there to capture the beast pirates and just happened to stumble upon the Donkiksote family's dealings. However, there was one thing Byakuya didn't understand, but, what does this have to do with me? There are plenty of vice admirals at Marine headquarters. Why not send one of them? Besides, with Admiral Akiji overseeing the operation, as long as Kaido himself doesn't show up, there's no risk of failure. Why involve me when I'm busy with shipbuilding and getting a new sword? Akiji sighed and explained, well, you were involved in the previous incident, your strength is considerable, and you're already stationed at Sabaody archipelago. Who else would we get? Byakuya reluctantly agreed, you make a good point. Maybe this operation could also resolve the Palace Maple-Seashell situation. The world government just wanted to find Palace Maple-Seashell, right? Once the transaction island was confirmed, Byakuya could have Sonic secretly placed Palace Maple-Seashell at the transaction site, catching them red-handed. If this worked, it could significantly alter the original storyline, earning Byakuya a lot of world source power. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. He had to participate to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Seeing Byakuya frown in deep thought, Akiji assumed he was reluctant to join the operation. It made sense, after all, he was about to go on leave, and suddenly being told to cancel it for an operation involving the troublesome celestial dragons would upset anyone. Admiring Byakuya, Akiji hesitated and said, Byakuya, if you don't want to participate, I can request Fleet Admiral Sengoku to grant your previous leave request. Before Akiji finished his sentence, Byakuya firmly declared, following orders is a soldier's primary duty. How could I be unwilling? As a Marine Rear Admiral, it's my responsibility to make sacrifices for the Marines. Skipping a small vacation is no big deal. If everyone in the Marines only cared about themselves and refused to contribute, how could we maintain justice on the seas? So, I have to be part of this mission. If not, I'll take it up with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akiji was dumbfounded by Byakuya's words. When Akiji heard the latter part of Byakuya's speech, his face flushed. He reasonably suspected that Byakuya was indirectly criticizing him. After all, among the 3 Marine admirals, Akiji was known to be the most laid-back, always avoiding responsibility. Unfortunately, he had no proof. He couldn't possibly admit to being lazy in front of everyone, could he? As for Kizaru, another Marine admiral, there was a difference. Kizaru might be lazy, but as long as the pay was right, he'd take on even the 4 emperors. In comparison, Akiji seemed more like a slacker. Akiji looked at Byakuya, who wore an expression that screamed, "If you don't take me along, I'll fight you." Akiji sighed, exasperated, all right. This time, you will lead a team to Sente Island. Tonight, take your team and prepare an ambush. Keep the numbers small but strong." Byakuya nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. We'll get Marble Cecil Palace back this time." Akiji sighed, "I hope so." However, Byakuya had no intention of taking anyone with him. He planned to go alone to Sente Island. For him, too many people would only complicate matters and hinder his plans. For an operation involving the kidnapping of a celestial dragon, the fewer people who knew, the better. After all, they weren't characters summoned by Byakuya, so there was no guarantee they wouldn't betray him. Upon arriving at Sente Island, Byakuya first scouted the area. After ensuring there was no one else around, he contacted Sonic to meet him. To avoid detection, Sonic had changed out of his distinctive purple attire and into a Marine soldier's uniform, also removing his mask to reveal a face that bore a resemblance to Sasuke. This way, even if Akiji or the world government found out, Byakuya could cover for him. When Sonic met Byakuya, he greeted respectfully, "Byakuya-sama." "How is Palace Maple Cecil?" Byakuya inquired. "Still unconscious. She should wake up in a while," Sonic replied. Byakuya was puzzled. "It's been almost a month, why hasn't she woken up yet? Did you hit her that hard?" He was concerned that if she hadn't eaten for so long, she might starve to death, which would affect his plan significantly. Sonic quickly clarified, "It's like this. When she woke up, she made a lot of noise and caused a lot of trouble. I was afraid she might attract the attention of passing ships, so each time she woke up, I knocked her out again." Byakuya was taken aback. "So, she hasn't eaten anything all this time?" "I caught some wild animals and roasted the meat for her. At first, she refused to eat, but later, when she was extremely hungry, she ate. After each meal, I knocked her out again. That's how we've maintained the situation until now." Hearing this, Byakuya couldn't help but be astonished. Poor woman, what a miserable life. "Sonic, what kind of normal man would treat a woman like this? Is he even a man?" Though Sonic's methods were extremely cruel, they weren't entirely without merit. At the very least, Palace Maple Cecil still had no idea who had kidnapped her. After sharing his plan with Sonic, Byakuya instructed him to be ready for immediate relocation. Everything was set. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the Don Quixote family and the Beast's pirates to make their move. 3 days later, 2 ships departed from the New World and Dressrosa, heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. In truth, before the trading ships even set sail, Doflamingo had sensed that something was off. It felt as though his every move was being watched. This sensation was subtle, but the cautious Doflamingo didn't ignore it. He even sent people to investigate, trying to confirm if someone was targeting him. However, they found nothing. If it weren't for the predetermined trade time with the Beast's pirates and the risk of offending Kaido by changing it, Doflamingo would have postponed the deal by a month. There was no way around it. Trading with the Beast's pirates, if exposed, could cause significant turmoil and potentially jeopardize his position as a warlord of the sea. He needed that position to fulfill his ambitions. To be extra cautious, Doflamingo had his top family executive, Treble along with others. The Beast's pirates also took this trade very seriously, sending Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters, to handle the transaction. This was crucial for Kaido's plan to build an army of Zoan Devil Fruit users. Both groups steadily made their way into the world government and Marines' ambush. As soon as the ships set sail, Byakuya and Akiji received the information from CP0. They were instructed to wait until the transaction began before taking action to ensure they captured both parties. At this stage, Byakuya knew it was time to initiate his plan. He informed Sonic to proceed with the relocation, and then it was just a matter of waiting to see which island the trade would occur on, the one where they had set up their ambush. Chapter 74, Kikaku. Uncertain about where the 2 trading ships would meet, Byakuya decided to first move Palace Mapplesetial to Sente Island to ensure everything was in place. Byakuya and Sonic then headed to the unnamed deserted island where Palace Mapplesetial was being held. The island wasn't far from Sente Island, and with their near supersonic speed, it took less than an hour to get there. Sonic temporarily placed Palace Mapplesetial in a cave. While it looked relatively clean for an average person, for someone like Palace Mapplesetial, a noble celestial dragon who considered even the air outside of Mary Geos filthy enough to require a bubble mask, this was an unimaginable degradation. Forced to stay in such conditions for nearly a month, with living standards starkly contrasting her usual opulent lifestyle, she endured. This endurance indicated one thing: Palace Mapplesetial was not a brainless, arrogant celestial dragon. On the contrary, she was smart enough to know when to cause trouble and when to stay quiet. However, being too smart could be problematic. Standing a short distance from the cave entrance, Byakuya pondered whether to cancel the plan altogether and simply kill Palace Mapplesetial, leaving her body in the wilderness. Within half a day, her corpse would likely be devoured by the island's wild animals, erasing all traces and eliminating any risk to himself. Yet, relying solely on the act of trading with the Beast's pirates to completely take down the Don Quixote family seemed unlikely. After all, even in the original story, Doflamingo was merely imprisoned in Impel Down's level 6 despite all his crimes being exposed by Luffy. The deal with the Beast's pirates was just a troublesome issue for him, nothing more. After contemplating for a while, Byakuya decided to stick with the plan but added a few elements to mislead Palace Mapplesetial. Even if it was eventually discovered that he was behind everything, by then, Byakuya would have gained a substantial amount of world source power, enough to dominate an entire era. So, the discovery would be irrelevant. Inside the cave, Palace Mapplesetial had long lost her former noble appearance. Her face was pale and slightly gaunt, and her once expensive white dress had become grimy and torn in several places, revealing glimpses of her fair skin and well-proportioned figure. She lay on the ground covered in dry grass, seemingly unconscious. Even in her unconscious state, Sonic had blindfolded her and tied her hands and feet with ropes, ensuring she couldn't escape. True to his title of Lone Ninja, Sonic's treatment of women showed he had no worldly desires left. Palace Mapplesetial began to regain consciousness. Without her sight, her hearing became much sharper, and she heard two distinct sets of footsteps approaching the cave. Being astute, she immediately realized that something significant might happen today that would determine her fate. These unknown captors had kept her imprisoned in the cave for over 20 days, and now they seemed ready to make their move. As the footsteps drew nearer, she remained feigning unconsciousness, knowing that in her helpless state, it was her best means of self-preservation. When Byakuya and Sonic entered and saw the unconscious Palace Mapplesetial, they exchanged a knowing glance and smiled silently. It seemed she wasn't aware that the breathing rhythms of the unconscious and the conscious were different. They had noticed her waking up but chose not to expose her. This worked well for Byakuya's impromptu plan. Lowering his voice to a deep tone, Byakuya said, "Finally, we can get rid of this nuisance. Spending almost a month on this deserted island with her has been incredibly dull." Sonic, also altering his voice, replied, "Don't talk too much. If she remembers our voices, it could be troublesome. What's there to worry about? Once we hand her over to the Beast's pirates during the trade, her chances of survival are slim," Byakuya retorted. "You've got a point. Getting out of the Beast's pirates' grasp is nearly impossible," Sonic agreed. Hearing their conversation, Palace Mapplesetial nearly jumped up in shock. They were planning to hand her over to one of the 4 emperors, the Beast's pirates. Although Palace Mapplesetial had always lived in Marie Joy's, she had frequently heard the names of the 4 emperors. These were 4 monstrous figures at the peak of the seas. To them, killing a celestial dragon might be troublesome, but it certainly wasn't beyond them. The realization made Palace Mapplesetial's breathing grow slightly rapid. Noticing this, Byakuya decided to add more shocking details to make the story even more believable and trap her fully. Feigning nonchalance, Byakuya said, "This celestial dragon is valuable. She's worth as much as 100 artificial devil fruits. Yeah, Kaido is gathering Zoan-type devil fruits to build his army of Zoan users. Now, he's willing to exchange 100 artificial devil fruits price for a celestial dragon." "It's hard to fathom," Sonic responded. "Whatever, we just follow the young master's orders," Byakuya replied. Young master. The title was rarely used among pirates, which meant it had to be Doflamingo. Palace Seashell's breathing grew even more erratic. So, it was Doflamingo who had targeted her. The conversation also revealed major secrets. Doflamingo had developed artificial devil fruits. This was technology even Vegapunk hadn't perfected. Additionally, the secret of Kaido forming a beast pirates army was completely new information. Either of these revelations would cause massive upheaval across the seas. Seeing that the bait had been taken, Byakuya knew he had revealed enough. He turned to Sonic, saying, "The trade is about to start. Let's prepare to move her. Oh, and to make sure the celestial dragon doesn't wake up during the move, you should knock her out again. We don't want anything going wrong," Byakuya added. Upon hearing this, Palace Seashell cursed internally. What kind of vile people are these? I'm already pretending to be unconscious, and they still want to knock me out again. Unfortunately, she had no chance to voice this thought. Sonic acted quickly, ensuring that the feigned unconsciousness of Palace Seashell became real. All according to the Kikaku, Byakuya said while pushing his non-existent glasses. End chapter 75, CP0 invitation. It didn't take long for Byakuya to receive the exact information. The trade would take place on Gill Island, guarded by CP0. Although it wasn't on the island he was overseeing, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Byakuya. Having someone else discover it would be more secure than if he did. However, this made his plan a bit more complicated to execute. Upon receiving the news, Byakuya headed full speed towards Gill Island. Sonic, meanwhile, followed at a distance with Palace Seashell, looking for the right moment to place the crate containing her among the traded goods. When Byakuya arrived, he saw that in addition to Akiji and Raikyu, the world government had sent another CP0 member. This individual, whose build was similar to a normal person's, wore a black mask with a crying face, giving him a somewhat eerie appearance. Seeing Raikyu standing respectfully behind this person indicated that his rank was likely much higher than Raikyu. Given the strained relationship between Byakuya and Raikyu from their last encounter, Raikyu didn't bother to introduce his CP0 colleague. Instead, it was Akiji who spoke up. "Byakuya, this is CP0 Ryzen, the leader of this operation." Byakuya nodded towards Ryzen, completely ignoring Raikyu. Anger flared up in Raikyu's heart, but he forced himself to suppress it. Ryzen glanced at Byakuya, his voice hoarse as he asked, "You are Byakuya?" A week ago, the man claiming to be Whitebeard Jr., Edward Weevil, was slain by you with a single strike, he continued. Byakuya replied calmly, "If you mean that fool who looks somewhat like Whitebeard, then yes, that was me." Hearing this, Ryzen's expression shifted slightly under his mask. He scrutinized Byakuya for a few moments. While the wider world might not yet know Edward Weevil's reputation or strength, Ryzen did. He recalled an incident 6 months ago when he was on a reconnaissance mission and overheard someone claiming to be the son of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Following his instincts as an operative, he pursued the lead and was shocked by Weevil's resemblance to Whitebeard. This led him to confirm Weevil's identity unequivocally. When Ryzen was ready to capture Whitebeard's son and make a significant achievement, he found that Weevil's strength was completely on par with his own. Combined with Weevil's terrifying regenerative abilities, Ryzen realized he was not a match. He abandoned the idea, returned to Marie Joy's, and reported the news, but heard nothing further about Weevil. That is, until a few days ago when he heard that an 18-year-old Marine Rear Admiral named Byakuya had killed Weevil. His first reaction was disbelief. Weevil's strength and recovery abilities were such that he could hold his own even against an Admiral-level opponent. The idea that an 18-year-old Marine Rear Admiral had slain him with a single strike seemed like a joke. However, after multiple confirmations, Ryzen was stunned. A Marine Rear Admiral strong enough to kill Weevil in one blow seemed absurd. Taking advantage of this operation, Ryzen specifically requested Byakuya's participation, eager to see him in action. After meeting Byakuya, Ryzen's suspicions were further confirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Ryzen said something that shocked everyone. "Byakuya, after this operation, you can abandon your Marine identity and join CP0. I will personally vouch for you. I have reviewed your records and know you haven't consumed a devil fruit. If you join CP0, after proper training, we will provide you with a mighty devil fruit, comparable to the Logia or Zoan mythical types." Byakuya was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he being asked to become a lackey for the celestial dragons in exchange for a devil fruit? Akiji was also stunned. What did this mean? Was Ryzen openly trying to poach a marine officer right in front of him, a marine admiral? Raikyu was equally shocked. What did this mean? Was this guy going to become his colleague? Seeing Byakuya remain silent, Ryzen continued, if you become a full member of CP0, I can guarantee you will be ranked Rion, or even, replace me as Ryzen. T/N, Raikyu meaning is 09 while Ryzen meaning is 03. At this, Byakuya had little reaction, but Raikyu nearly fainted. Not only was he potentially becoming a colleague, but also his immediate superior in no time. Reflecting on the earlier situation where he clashed with Byakuya, Raikyu felt a surge of jealousy. Now, with just a nod from Byakuya, he could instantly become Raikyu's superior, capable of deciding his fate. This stark contrast filled Raikyu with envy. He had undergone brutal training since childhood, surviving among thousands of selected children to finally join the elite CP0 organization. In the outside world, he wielded significant power, capable of determining the fate of several nations. He believed he had reached an extraordinary position, yet this young Marine Rear Admiral was on the brink of becoming his immediate superior, which Raikyu found unbearable. If Raikyu knew that his coveted position was seen by Byakuya as merely being a higher-ranking dog, he would be even more resentful. Before Byakuya could respond, Akiji's expression turned stern. A faint chill emanated from him, lowering the temperature several degrees and causing frost to form on the grass at his feet. Akiji coldly said, for now, let's focus on dealing with the beasts pirates and Doflamingo. Other matters can wait until after the operation. This open poaching was beyond annoying, blatantly disrespecting his position as a Marine Admiral. Seeing Akiji's anger, Ryzen fell silent, knowing his actions were indeed improper. However, he discreetly signaled Byakuya to consider the offer and respond after the operation. Byakuya, feeling somewhat vain, thought to himself, looking good does help in any situation. A Marine Admiral and a top agent are almost fighting over me. As for Ryzen's proposal, Byakuya rejects it. The reason was simple, being in the Marines, promotions came with rewards of world energy. Becoming a top agent offered no such benefits, and Byakuya had no desire to serve the celestial dragons. If he were forced into that position, he might end up slaughtering everyone in Marie Joy's within half a day. End chapter. Chapter 76, Ambush Gill Island, a name that sounds a bit strange. However, the island's terrain perfectly matches its name. It consists of a nearly 2,000-meter-long straight cylindrical ground, connected at its ends by two elliptical landmasses, each with a radius of 100 meters. Quite fitting. Every man who comes here feels a strong sense of familiarity. Of course, Sonic is an exception. This peculiar terrain is likely why the Beasts Pirates and the Don Quixote family chose this location for their transaction. Byakuya and his team hid at the junction of the cylindrical ground and the elliptical land, using the dense forest as cover. To avoid detection, fewer than 30 people were left on the island. From the Marine side, only Akiji and Byakuya remained, the rest were all members of the intelligence organization. There was no choice. When it came to stealth and individual combat skills, the intelligence agents were superior to the Marines. Everyone has different roles to play. Sonic, too, was hiding on Gill Island. Just as the Marines couldn't match the intelligence agents in stealth, the agents' hiding techniques did not match Sonic's. After all, Sonic underwent rigorous ninja training and was an elite from the ninja village. Without the system, even Byakuya wouldn't have been able to sense Sonic's position. While everyone waited, two trading ships from the Don Quixote family and the Beasts Pirates gradually approached Gill Island. Ryzen quietly explained, according to our investigation, both sides have dispatched high-ranking officers for this transaction. Doflamingo has sent Treble and Diamante, while the Beasts Pirates have sent Jack the Drought, one of the disasters. Akiji questioned, Jack the Drought. Kaido values this transaction so much that he sent one of his 3 main officers. Byakuya, feigning curiosity, asked, what do you think they're trading that's so valuable it requires such high-ranking officers? Ryzen responded, we're not certain yet, but it must be something extremely valuable. In reality, everyone had the same thought. The trade between the Don Quixote family and the Beasts Pirates likely involved their target, Palace Maple Seashell. However, without confirmation, no one dared to state this outright. By planting this idea in their minds, Byakuya's question had served its purpose. With this thought in mind, rescuing Palace Maple Seashell from the traded goods would seem more plausible and acceptable to everyone, fitting their expectations perfectly. Under Byakuya and his team's watchful eyes, the trading ship from the Don Quixote family met Jack's mammoth at the junction of the two elliptical lands. Jack's enormous shadow completely covered Treble and Diamante in the moonlight, exuding a suffocating primal aura rattling their nerves. It was as if they were facing a giant elephant from the wild, full of oppressive force. Weaker pirates might have been scared to death just by facing such a presence. Jack's deep voice rumbled, "Where's the trade goods? Bring them out quickly, don't waste time." Treble and Diamante, intimidated by Jack, hurriedly ordered their men to unload several small boxes from their ship. In no time, a small mound of boxes had formed. Jack's men then stepped forward to open and check the contents, ensuring the numbers were correct. Since this wasn't their first transaction, Jack didn't bother verifying the artificial devil fruit's effects on the spot. He didn't think Doflamingo would dare deceive them anyway. "Boss Jack, we've counted them all. There are exactly 100 artificial devil fruits." Jack nodded in satisfaction. "Give them the money, load the boxes onto the ship, and prepare to head home." According to their agreement, they would conduct a transaction for every 100 artificial devil fruits produced. The Beast's pirates purchased each artificial devil fruit for 10 million berries, making the total transaction amount 1 billion berries. Treble and Diamante, trembling, accepted the 10 boxes of money handed to them. They dared not open and count the money before loading it onto their ship. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too vast. Even if the Beast's pirates didn't provide the full amount, Treble and Diamante couldn't do anything about it. They certainly couldn't capture Jack and force Kaido to pay up. If it weren't for Doflamingo's refusal to hand over the technology for artificial devil fruits and Kaido's inability to trace the source of these fruits, Kaido's character would not have allowed for any transaction. He would have taken everything without spending a single berry. As Akiji watched the transaction nearing its end, he frowned. "Aren't we going to make a move yet?" Ryzen calmly replied, "Wait, I haven't seen any sign of Palace Maple Seashell." Witnessing a secret transaction between the Don Quixote family and the Beast's pirates was enough for the Marines. However, for CP0, these details were secondary. Their primary mission was to find and retrieve Palace Maple Seashell. They wouldn't act hastily until she was seen. Byakuya grew anxious. If Jack and his group escaped, all his efforts to stage a performance in front of Palace Maple Seashell would be wasted. Worse, it could lead to suspicions that someone was deliberately framing the Don Quixote family for kidnapping a celestial dragon. This would ruin the entire plan. Since they wouldn't make a move, Byakuya decided he would force their hand. At that moment, Sonic was hiding in the nearby forest. Following Byakuya's orders, Sonic shouted toward Jack and the others, "Marines are hiding in the woods at 10 o'clock. Be careful." Though Sonic's voice wasn't loud, in the quiet of the night, any unusual sound could raise alarms. Moreover, they heard the word Marines. Jack, Treble, and Diamante, who had been preparing to leave, stopped in their tracks, warily eyeing the direction Sonic had indicated. This reaction wasn't due to stupidity. They instinctively assumed that since they hadn't stationed anyone on the island to patrol, this must be a warning from someone on their side. After all, if someone was warning them, it had to be a pirate. No one had anticipated that Byakuya would be stirring the conspiracy on the island. End chapter. Chapter 77, Ready to Battle. "Damn, we've been discovered," cursed Ryzen. Sonic's unexpected shout had exposed Ryzen and his team, putting them in a tough spot. Originally, Ryzen wouldn't have made a move without confirming the presence of Palace Maple Seashell. But now that Jack and his group knew of their existence, they wouldn't let them leave quickly to keep the transaction secret. This meant a fight was inevitable. Akiji, on the other hand, wasn't too concerned. He had been looking for a fight, and the current situation suited him perfectly. Treble leaned towards Jack, gripping his staff tightly, and cautiously said, "Lord Jack, we can't let the Marines know about this transaction, or it will cause a lot of trouble for future dealings." Jack understood this logic, too. If this got out and affected the formation of the Beast's pirates' army, Kaido would go berserk. Jack roared, "We must take them down. Get ready to fight." He then picked up a 1,000-pound boulder from the shore and hurled it toward the direction of the Marines. With Jack's immense strength, the boulder hurtled through the air, snapping trees and losing no speed as it hurtled toward Byakuya and the others. This forced Ryzen to abandon his reluctance to engage. Akiji, meanwhile, had been waiting for this. He extended a hand towards the flying boulder, and it suddenly froze midair, covered in a thick layer of frost. As it hit the ground, it shattered into tiny fragments. Seeing this, Treble's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Akiji, the Marine Admiral." The distinctive ability made it clear who they were facing, even before seeing him. Jack, known for his arrogance and confidence, frowned upon realizing that it was indeed Akiji who had intervened. A Marine Admiral's presence here meant they were in serious trouble tonight. As Jack and his team grew more cautious, Akiji, Byakuya, Ryzen, Raikyu, and over 30 CP0 members emerged before them. Seeing the Marines' organized formation, Treble's first thought was that they had been betrayed. Otherwise, there was no way the Marines would have stationed an admiral on Gill Island. Akiji's gaze fell on Treble, and he said coldly, "Tonight has been quite an eye-opener. I didn't expect Doflamingo to have the audacity to conduct business with the Beast's pirates even after becoming a warlord of the sea. Completely disregarding the Marines, once I capture all of you and get to the bottom of this, I'll propose to Fleet Admiral Sengoku to revoke Doflamingo's warlord status." Hearing this, Treble and Diamante turned pale. Being captured by the Marines was a minor concern. As long as their young master was free, they had hope of being rescued. But if Doflamingo's warlord status was revoked and the truth about Dressrosa came out, the consequences would be unimaginable. But defeating Marine Admiral Akiji with just a few of them was a pipe dream. Moreover, the people standing beside Akiji didn't look like pushovers either. This was a disaster. Akiji, growing impatient with their silence, said, "Are you going to surrender, or are you waiting for me to turn you all into ice?" Sculptures. Byakuya silently marveled from the side, thinking to himself that the mere presence of a Marine Admiral was enough to intimidate the enemy. As Treble and Diamante hesitated over whether to surrender, Jack, without a second thought, brandished two scythe-like weapons and charged at Akiji. Every step Jack took caused the ground to tremble as he roared, "Don't think that just because you're an admiral you can look down on me. I, Jack, will capture you today and bring you before Kaido to prove that I am the strongest of the disasters." Treble and Diamante were stunned by Jack's actions. They knew Jack was strong, but against a Marine Admiral, all he could do was stall for time. Rushing in foolishly only to get beaten up seemed unnecessary. Byakuya, however, wasn't surprised by Jack's move. After all, in the anime, Jack had recklessly attacked 4 Marine ships carrying Admiral Fujitora, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru to rescue Doflamingo. While it was a suicidal act, it did show Jack's courage. With Jack initiating the attack, his subordinates also launched themselves at Byakuya. Raikyu was about to intervene but was stopped by Ryzen. Ryzen glanced at Byakuya and said calmly, "Dealing with pirates is the Marines' job, not ours. Let's see how things unfold first." Indeed, CP0 had no obligation to deal with pirates, and 03 wanted to gauge Byakuya's strength to see if it matched his expectations. Without Ryzen's order, the situation quickly became Akiji and Byakuya, 2 Marines, facing all the pirates. Treble and Diamante, seeing Jack's men attacking while only 2 Marines were currently engaged, felt that with Jack holding off Akiji, the unknown Marine Rear Admiral wouldn't be much of an obstacle. They decided to take out the Rear Admiral first and then assist Jack against Akiji, thinking they might have a chance to escape. With this in mind, the two, along with 100 subordinates, charged at Byakuya. Facing nearly 200 attackers, Byakuya calmly said, "Admiral Akiji, give me 5 seconds, and I'll take care of these small fry." Akiji, confident in Byakuya's abilities but cautious of his killing spree, reminded him, "Try not to kill all of the Don Quixote family officers. We still need intel on them." Byakuya grinned while asking, "All of them?" "So, I need to leave one alive. After all, killing more would give him more world source power." If it weren't for arousing suspicion, Byakuya would have said that Akiji could just ask him about the Don Quixote family, as he knew everything. He just wanted to be allowed to kill them all. "Damn, this kid has quite the bloodlust," Akiji muttered. "Yes, one will do. Just don't kill them all." Jack, who had gotten close enough to hear their conversation, sneered, "Do you Marines only know how to boast? Do you think this little Marine Rear Admiral can take out all my men except for me? You're overestimating yourselves. Byakuya glanced coldly at Jack and replied, I don't need to save you for last. Once I'm done with them, I'll come for Chapter 78, playing dead, marine dogs, go to hell. Jack bellowed, his muscles bulging, as thick as barrels, exuding a primal aura. The two scythe-like blades in his hands glinted coldly in the moonlight, their sharp edges reflecting a chilling glow. The sides moved with incredible speed, slicing through Akiji's body and striking the ground, raising a cloud of dust and leaving two long, deep fissures. Akiji's body split into 3 segments and gradually slid apart without spilling a drop of blood. Yet, Jack remained serious. No one believed that Marine Admiral Akiji could be defeated so easily. The fallen corpse of Akiji quickly turned into a pile of ice shards. In the blink of an eye, Akiji reappeared before Jack, his body transformed mainly into ice, and shouted, "Ice time!" In an instant, a massive wave of cold air emanated from him, spreading from beneath Jack. A layer of white frost covered Jack, forming an icy armor that encased him completely. At such a low temperature, Jack felt his body freezing, his blood flow slowing, his limbs stiffening, and even his thoughts becoming sluggish. He barely managed to swing his arms, trying to break the ice covering him, but the spreading ice far outpaced his efforts. He was encased in ice in under 5 seconds, standing still like a frozen statue. Nearby, Ryzen and Raikou watched with a hint of shock in their eyes. Is this the power of a marine admiral? Even Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates with a bounty of 1 billion berries, couldn't withstand a single move. Byakuya, observing Akiji's swift victory, chuckled and said, "Since Admiral Akiji has finished so quickly, I can't afford to be too slow, or people might look down on us Marines." As the pirates charged at him, Byakuya lowered his stance, stepped back with his left foot, and placed his hand on the sword's scabbard. He drew out his sword, Kazemune, in a reverse grip and shouted, "Atomic slash." The sword gleamed, and massive energy swept across, blinding the approaching pirates. Over 200 pirates stood frozen in an instant, their expressions fixed. As Byakuya sheathed his sword with a shing, all the pirates were sliced into pieces. A crimson blood spurted from their flesh, filling the air with a pungent smell of blood. Exactly 5 seconds. The atomic slash is a basic technique of atomic samurai, which performs over 100 quick slashes within a second. To unleash such terrifying power with a simple move requires immense strength and a deep understanding of swordsmanship. This was the first time Akiji had seen his junior in action, and he was astonished by the hellish scene created by Byakuya's attack. Despite the sunny smile on Byakuya's face, Akiji, a user of the ice fruit, couldn't help but shiver. Looking at the gruesome scene, Akiji seemed to remember something inside. "Byakuya, didn't I tell you to leave one alive? Why did you kill them all?" Byakuya responded innocently, "I did leave one." Glancing at the flesh and blood covering the ground, Akiji said, exasperated, "And this is what you call leaving one alive?" Although it was undeniable that the Don Quixote family and the Beast's pirates were engaged in dealings, Akiji still wanted to leave someone alive to interrogate for more information. They could confidently revoke Doflamingo's position as a warlord of the sea with more solid evidence. Byakuya surveyed the scene and mumbled, "I did leave one alive earlier." Could it be that he hadn't controlled his strength properly? Byakuya quickly dismissed that thought, knowing his capabilities well. Every time he progresses his template, the first thing he does is adapt to the new power and control it. If it wasn't a mistake on his part, then there was only one possibility left. Byakuya recalled the moment when he struck, remembering Akiji's instruction to spare the underlings of Jack or Doflamingo. He had shown no mercy to Jack's subordinates, including 2 high-ranking officers. Sheepshead uses the artificial devil fruit, and Jinrami is a Gazel Lehman ability user. Their flesh lay at Byakuya's feet. As for the high-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, he saw the flesh of Treble, the sticky fruit user. Treble, being Doflamingo's most trusted man, knew the most. However, Byakuya found Treble's sleazy appearance and snot-like abilities utterly disgusting, so he didn't hesitate to finish him. The last high-ranking officer was Diamante, the user of the Flutter fruit. His body remained intact with slight injuries here and there. Byakuya scratched his chin, thinking, "I don't think I killed this one." He found Diamante's corpse in the pile, covered in blood, was paling, apparently from excessive blood loss. His chest wasn't moving, making him look convincingly dead. But Byakuya knew better. After all, he was the one who swung the sword, and he was sure of the outcome. He hadn't expected Diamante to play dead. Byakuya kicked Diamante impatiently and said, "You're a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, with a bounty of 90 million berries. Do you think it's not disgraceful to play dead among this flesh of corpses?" Diamante, filled with fear, couldn't believe that even after pretending to be dead, the terrifying Marine Rear Admiral had still discovered him. Marine Rear Admiral. He had never seen such a strong Marine Rear Admiral in my life. But no, he had to continue playing dead, admitting to feigning death now would mean certain death. Seeing Diamante remain motionless, Byakuya grew more annoyed. Akiji, thinking Byakuya was only claiming Diamante was pretending out of fear of reprimand, said, "Byakuya, if he's dead, so be it. We already have enough evidence of the Don Quixote family's collusion with the Beast's pirates." But Byakuya ignored Akiji and drew his sword, pointing it at Diamante. He threatened menacingly, "If you keep playing dead, I'll carve the flesh from your bones, piece by piece. Let's see how long you can keep this up." End chapter. Chapter 79, Ruthless. Hearing Byakuya's murderous words, Akiji, Ryzen, and Raikyu couldn't help but shiver. What kind of ruthless man was this, to not even spare the dead and threaten to slice their flesh off? This guy must be a complete psycho. Although Byakuya's earlier display of strength, cutting down 200 pirates with a single slash, had greatly impressed Ryzen and solidified his desire to recruit Byakuya into CP0, his current actions made 03 reconsider. Watching Byakuya's ruthless behavior, Ryzen started to doubt whether bringing Byakuya into CP0 was a good idea. With the killing intent Byakuya had just shown, could he be trusted to serve the celestial dragons obediently? What if he decided to massacre everyone in Marie Joy's? In such a case, Ryzen, as his guarantor, would be held accountable. Deciding it was too risky, Ryzen resolved to drop the idea of recruiting this ticking time bomb. He even thought of an excuse. If Byakuya asked about the recruitment, he'd say the review process takes time and to wait for notification, thereby dodging the matter. Akiji, too, was shocked by Byakuya's ruthless behavior. Even the hawkish faction of the Marines, led by Akainu, didn't show such cruelty. Akiji thought perhaps Byakuya was feeling pressured, hence his extreme actions. Trying to stop him again, Akiji said, "Byakuya, if he's dead, so be it. There's no need to go this far." Byakuya, seeing Diamante still playing dead, felt a surge of anger. "Do you think I won't do it? Fine, fine. Since you like pretending so much, I'll let you pretend properly." Seeing that Byakuya was really about to mutilate the body, Ryzen and the others looked at him with newfound fear. Especially Raikyu, who broke into a cold sweat, fearing Byakuya might hold a grudge for past incidents. On the seas, people generally feared either those with great power or those with cruel methods. Byakuya embodied both traits, being excessively strong and ruthlessly brutal. Who would dare provoke such a person? Akiji hesitated but decided he had to stop Byakuya from mutilating the body. With the presence of world government officials, rumors could spread, and such actions wouldn't reflect well on Byakuya. Most people see the Marines as a righteous force, and Byakuya's behavior could tarnish that image, potentially hindering his future promotions. As Byakuya's senior, Akiji couldn't let this happen. He shouted, "Byakuya, stop." At that moment, the frozen Jack, seemingly stimulated by the scent of blood in the air, stirred. His eyes moved slightly, and he gained some awareness. His pupils slowly rolled, taking in the sight of the corpses, especially the bisected bodies of Sheepshead and Jinrami. This caused blood vessels in Jack's eyes to swell and redden. The ice on his body began to melt, emitting a faint white mist that wasn't noticeable under the moonlight. Byakuya's sword energy went across Diamante's body, intending to slice off a piece of flesh in pieces, which fluttered in the air. Holy cow, he did it. The onlookers' perception of Byakuya's brutality reached a new level. Even Akiji felt frustrated. Why wouldn't Byakuya listen to reason at all? Just as the sword energy was about to reach the target, Diamante, who had been playing dead on the ground, couldn't take it anymore. The last slash had almost made him scream in pain. If he kept pretending, he might die. Moreover, from what Admiral Akiji was saying, it seemed they needed him alive. Without further hesitation would only mean another slash. Diamante suddenly sprang up, clutching his wound and shouting in pain, "I'm not dead, I'm not dead." This sudden resurrection left Akiji and CP0 dumbfounded. It turned out Byakuya wasn't being a psycho, Diamante was indeed pretending to be dead. Akiji, who was about to stop Byakuya, now felt awkward, glaring at Diamante with a look that promised retribution during interrogation. Byakuya, his eyes filled with killing intent, coldly said, "Admiral Akiji, let me skin this guy alive first, then I'll go to Dressrosa and bring you another high-ranking officer. I promise Doflamingo won't even notice." Byakuya was genuinely furious with Diamante. Pretending to be dead in front of him. Since he wanted to die so badly, Byakuya was more than willing to oblige. Diamante, hearing the murderous intent in Byakuya's words, felt his legs go weak and nearly collapse. After experiencing one slash, he didn't doubt the truth in Byakuya's threats. Just as Akiji was about to intervene, there was a loud crash, boom. Jack broke free from the ice, sending shards flying like bullets in all directions. This sudden attack caught everyone off guard. The ice shards did not affect Akiji, who simply absorbed them into his body. Byakuya, however, impatiently deflected the incoming shards with his sword. Whether intentionally or not, the shards deflected by Byakuya flew even faster, and many headed towards Diamante. Without thinking, Diamante dove back into the pile of flesh, using them as a meat shield. Despite this, a few shards still hit him, causing him to cry out in pain. On the world government's side, several people were killed instantly by the ice shards, much to Risen's displeasure. He hadn't even fought yet and had already lost several men. Was someone trying to make him look weak? Jack, now free, roared with bloodshot eyes, "You killed my men, and now you will pay." With that, Jack activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into his mammoth form, an ancient Zoan type. His body became a massive mammoth, several dozen meters tall, with limbs as thick as houses, and a powerful trunk flanked by sharp tusks that stretched for several meters. He was a veritable war machine. On a crowded battlefield, he could easily mow down everything in his path. In this animal form, Jack's strength was greatly enhanced, along with his recovery and endurance. Taking him down now would be much more challenging. Seeing this, Akiji's body emitted an extremely cold aura as he prepared to take on Jack. "Admiral Akiji, leave Jack to me. I'm currently in a foul mood and need an outlet." Byakuya's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Jack's enormous form. To him, Jack was a walking energy source point. Chapter 80, CP0 Embrasim. Hearing this, Akiji's cold aura dissipated. If Byakuya wanted to handle Jack, Akiji wasn't going to interfere. He had confidence in Byakuya's strength. Even if Byakuya weren't stronger than Jack, he wouldn't be much weaker. If Byakuya couldn't handle it, Akiji would be there to back him up. "All right, be careful. His strength and recovery abilities are greatly enhanced in his beast form," Akiji warned. Byakuya nodded, understanding the situation. But before he could move, Risen couldn't hold back any longer. Perhaps he felt humiliated after losing several subordinates in front of the Marines and seeing how easily Akiji had subdued Jack earlier. Risen believed that even in his beast form, Jack's strength wouldn't increase by much. So, he turned to Rikyu and said, "Let's attack together and show this pirate the strength of CP0. If it had been Kaido in front of them, they wouldn't have had the courage and would have fled. But facing Jack, one of the disasters, they felt confident enough to take him on. The two of them launched themselves at Jack, one from the front and one from the back. However, Jack paid no attention to Risen and Rikyu. His eyes were fixed on Akiji and Byakuya. When his massive elephant hoof hit the ground, it created a giant crater, causing the entire island of Gil to tremble. Lowering his head, Jack charged at Akiji and Byakuya with his tusks, each over 10 meters long and as sharp as spears. Furious at being ignored, Risen and Rikyu appeared at Jack's sides. Tempest Kick. Finger Pistol. Rikyu unleashed 4 rapid kicks, sending slicing airwaves at Jack's back. But instead of the expected bloody wounds, the attacks merely shattered upon impact, cutting only a few bristles from Jack's thick hide. Risen's finger pistol was slightly more effective, sinking half an inch into the skin but drawing no blood. In less than 3 seconds, the wound healed itself. "How is this possible?" Rikyu exclaimed in shock and anger. Byakuya couldn't help but laugh. "Rikyu, are you trying to give Jack a haircut?" At your current rate, it will take you a year to shave him clean, assuming he doesn't kill you first. Ryukyu's face, hidden under his mask, flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated Jack's defense to be this tough. Ryzen felt equally humiliated. Even though Byakuya's taunts were directed at Ryukyu, both of them had failed to harm Jack at all. At that moment, Jack felt the annoyance of what seemed like two pesky insects on his body. Without moving, he swung his massive trunk backwards like a whip. The trunk, carrying immense force, whistled through the air and struck the two agents with terrifying speed. Ryukyu couldn't react in time. Everything went black as a gust of wind hit him, sending him flying like a cannonball into the forest. He smashed through dozens of thick trees, leaving a path several hundred meters long before falling silent. Whether he was dead or half dead, it was hard to tell. Ryzen, however, reacted better. His palms suddenly split open, and blood dripped from his fingers. From the wounds, two steel chains shot out, seemingly endless in length. In front of Ryzen, they formed a massive circular shield, enveloping him completely. Bang! The elephant trunk struck the steel chain sphere, sending it flying over 100 meters away and creating a large crater upon impact. As the chains unraveled, Ryzen emerged, looking disheveled but unharmed. Only his palms, from which the chains extended, continued to bleed. It seemed that using this devil fruit ability also injured the user. No wonder Ryzen hadn't used it immediately. Judging by the pained expression on Jack's face, the attack also caused significant damage to him. After all, as the saying goes, mutual exchange. Jack's trunk, though powerful, was still made of flesh and would naturally feel pain when hitting something so solid. With the two annoying insects dealt with, Jack charged once more at Akiji and Byakuya. Witnessing Jack's terrifying strength, even Akiji began to worry whether Byakuya could handle him. As Jack launched his elephant stampede, Byakuya's lips curled into a mysterious smile. When it came to strength and recovery, Jack was no match for Byakuya. Without hesitation, Byakuya charged at Jack, Kazemune already in hand. "I'm going to cut off those tusks and use them as decorations at home. They'll look great," he taunted. Infuriated, Jack roared, scattering the clouds in the sky. He lifted a foreleg and stomped down hard on Byakuya. To Byakuya, Jack's speed was no faster than a turtle's. With a sidestep, he dodged the powerful stomp. Boom. The ground seemed to explode under the impact, creating a massive crater that began to fill with seawater. Byakuya appeared next to one of Jack's tusks, his sword covered in haki. "These tusks are mine," he declared, swinging Kazemune casually. The blade struck the tusk with a resounding clang, the sound of metal against metal echoing across the island. The tusk was cut half an inch deep, but it would take dozens more strikes to sever it completely. Byakuya does not use all his strength in that swing, which causes the force of Kazemune to vibrate. Jack, on the other hand, was in a much worse state. Because the tusk hadn't been completely severed, the force of the blow knocked him over, leaving him on his back, tusks in the air, howling in pain. Byakuya stood by, frowning at Kazemune. He sheathed the sword, realizing that even with haki, Kazemune wasn't strong enough to endure his strength in the coming battle. If he continued to use it, it would turn into a heap of scrap metal. End chapter.